Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody that is joining us on YouTube and for everybody that has already joined us on TikTok and for those that continue to tune in. Good to see you all. If you haven't been here before, let me quickly tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds with facts, reason, and logic. But, obviously that's not too likely of an outcome when I'm sitting on live having one of these discussions. So the main purpose of this live is to attempt to change the minds of some viewers watching from home or to better equip maybe some of the people on the left, those that are anti-Trump watching with awesome truth nukes that you could take and use on your MAGA friends, your MAGA family members to hopefully change their mind. Now, I just saw a comment on that TikTok stream from somebody saying, bro's still doing this. Yes, I will be doing this for as long as Trump is president. Now, we already have our very first Trump supporter of the day loaded into the live. Their name is Zach. And Zach, I didn't tell you this when I loaded you up, but your name rings a bell. I've debated you before. I know that you're a Trump supporter. So I actually want to go ahead and start off this debate with a question geared towards you. I want to give you a reason why I don't support Trump as president, and I want to hear your input. How does that sound?
I love that.
You love that?
Can you hear me?
Okay,
Love that,
awesome.
yeah.
So, what I'm about to say here, I think, is a way that many people in America are feeling today. And one of the largest reasons why I don't support Trump as president, it is because Donald Trump is not a president that wants to play by the rules. He is a wannabe, all-powerful, authoritarian leader that wants to rewrite the rules. And he doesn't care about the rules that already exist, regardless of the classy felonies that he committed in the state of New York or his 4 infringements on the American Constitution in the last 8 months. And I want to start there. One really big reason why I do not support Trump as president is because he is a threat, a grave threat to the American democracy and the American Constitution. And I'll go ahead and comprise this argument with 2 categories. He's a threat to the democracy because in 2020, he tried to steal the presidential election from Biden and then admitted to it in court. He's a threat to the Constitution because in December of 2022, he called for the termination of it in all of its rules, regulations, and articles. And in the last 8 to 10 months, he's infringed on the First Amendment, he's infringed on the Second Amendment, he's infringed on the 14th Amendment, and he straight up called for the termination of the 22nd Amendment. If you want more specifics on either of those claims, feel free to ask.
No, I think I can cover that. Do you mind if it's going to take a second to respond to? That was a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you're good, man.
So I think you started off by saying basically that he doesn't follow the rules. And I just want to start with my thesis about Trump, which is that he is a radical reformer coming to attack a system of corporate control and influence that has been growing since the 1970s. And so in that concept, the idea that someone would sort of go up against Trump, that he would be, sort of labeled as someone not following the rules is exactly what he would be labeled as, because he's coming from the outside against a corrupt system. And if you were a reformer coming into a corrupt police department, they would throw the rule book.
One second. Ari, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I want you to do exactly what you said you would do in that Venmo donation. I'll be looking for it. Just do exactly what you just said you would do in that Venmo donation. I'm going to have that open up on my screen right now. You know what to do, Ari. Go ahead, Zach. Now just make sure that at some point in your soliloquy here, you're eventually going to get around to responding to the fact that Donald Trump has launched an attack on the American Constitution and the American democracy, and the grave threat that purports not only to the voice and the vote of the people, but also the rule of the highest order of law, which would be our constitutional rights.
Okay, so let's talk about the Constitution. And you mentioned the 22nd Amendment, which is the amendment that stopped that we created after FDR to limit presidential terms, right?
The 22nd Amendment, that limits any president to serving a maximum of 2 terms. His attack on the 22nd Amendment is basically, sitting down with ABC being like, well, there's ways that I could find to run for a 3rd term. There's ways I could get it done. I want to serve a 3rd term. And he's kind of gone back and forth. He's gone back and forth on that. But you just said the word Bannon. Yes, Steve Bannon on The Economist sitting down saying that he believes Donald Trump will be a 3rd term president and there's nothing anybody could do to stop it.
Yeah, no, I mean, he straight up said they have a plan. They're not going to unveil it immediately. Like, there's no question that they're attempting to make this guy more than a two-term president. That is unquestionable. But as you mentioned, he's an attack on the Constitution, right? The Constitution is an evolving document. It's what it's been since the very beginning. And every push in whatever direction on the Constitution status quo is an attack on the Constitution. It's an expansion and an evolution of the document that really is the essence of what makes America great. Right?
I would argue that SCOTUS adjudicating a ruling on how we interpret it, or Congress passing a new amendment to it, is not an attack on the Constitution, since it is the Constitution that very clearly describes those checks and balances, how they work, and how they redefine how we interpret the Constitution, or what the Constitution stands for. It's the Constitution in of itself that grants Congress the authority to amend it. It's the Constitution in of itself that defines what the Supreme Court is and what powers they hold to reinterpret it. It is not an attack on the Constitution for either of those two things to occur. What is an attack on the Constitution is an attempt to circumvent the power vested in Congress to to amend it, or the power vested in SCOTUS to reinterpret it. And this is clear when Donald Trump says, well, I'm going to serve a third term, and there's ways to do that without a new amendment. This is clear when Donald Trump signs an executive order into law trying to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born in American soil, even though that's something that they've had since 1868 when that amendment was ratified. This is what it means when Donald Trump says it's now illegal to criticize him in the media, or that he's, quote unquote, taking your free speech away, right? That's what I'm talking about. That's the attack. That's the threat.
I understand what you perceive to be a threat. What I'm saying is that there's always been a group at every juncture in constitutional evolution that viewed the future, the change, as being a threat. So I recognize that you see it as a threat, and that the people that you counsel see it as a threat. What I'm saying is that when you talk about expanding the Supreme Court, which is something that both sides have talked about, that's an expansion and an evolution and a change and an attack, I'm sure, from some people on the Constitution. But the key has to be, are the people that are trying to evolve the Constitution in a way you don't like truly the dangers to democracy?
I'm so sorry. Are
that
you
try
just
to put that
incapable of
person in
understanding
jail?
an intentional belligerent attempt to violate the Constitution by passing unlawful executive orders, or saying things
First
that
off,
very clearly contradict rights in which the Constitution would guarantee, right? Such as saying that he's taking our free speech away. Can you distinguish between statements and issues and matters such as those, right? And other aspects of operating under the Constitution, like Congress amending it or SCOTUS reinterpreting it? Because I feel like what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters and make it unclear, as if there's no difference whatsoever between Congress amending the Constitution and the president attacking it unlawfully.
well, let's be clear. The separation of powers exists, but has to actually be executed on. Meaning that, if Donald Trump does something with the executive power that he, through his advisors and whatever, based on their interpretation of the Constitution, decide is lawful, it is up to the Congress or the Supreme Court to enact their power in the separation of powers. You can't just say that because he's done something that they sort of have to do their part, and if they're not, then you can sort of judge that it's terrible. But
Zach?
oh boy, I was wondering when we were going to get to this point. Clearly not so good of a memory of me.
1 second, Zach. I'm pulling
You are
something
the
up
one that used the N-word, right? Just to be clear.
I'm pulling something up on my
In
computer.
your past,
We could
that is you though, right?
we could talk about that later. Zach,
Okay.
what the fuck is this?
That is a joke on a Matthew McConaughey quote. Maybe you're too young to remember the movie Dazed and Confused.
Can you read both of these posts off?
You know what I love about middle school girls? I keep getting older and they stay the same age. And then I actually can't read the one. Oh, Diddy inspired me with his words and energy. I decided I'd become Diddy if he just put the lotion in the basket.
And then
That's
I have
funny. I
another
worked on a movie
then
that
I have
did it.
another one for you to read off too. Can you read this off?
Hey, back off. Selena Gomez is mine soon. She's almost legal enough. I had just met her at a party. I was 23. I had just returned from touring with Guns N' Roses, and I
Zach,
was.
what the fuck is this?
These are bad one-liners that I made when I was 23 on Twitter. Do you
So
want to
when you were
continue
older
the
than me,
conversation? You want to
so
do
when
it?
you were 2 years older than I am today, you were saying that Selena Gomez is yours when she's almost legal.
You know, we should read the other
What is
400 jokes I made in
what
like
is that?
6
What
days.
does that mean? Almost legal? Are you saying when she's under the age of 18? Even if you said when she was legal, when she was 18, that would still be grooming, right? But like in the screenshot,
Dean,
you don't
I
even
want to be
say
really
when
clear.
she is legal. You say when she's almost legal enough. So like not only is this not like, P3DO, right? Rhetoric. Not only is this grooming, but like this is you saying that like you as a 23-year-old wanted to get with somebody that wasn't legal.
Dean, these were jokes. They're part of a 400 joke rant.
Are
That
jokes
that
supposed to
that
be
goes
funny?
over- have you ever seen Anthony Jeselnik or Daniel Tosh or Louis C.K. or any of the major
No, no.
comedians that I could
I'm
show
just
you
like curious. Like,
much worse?
what's the
I could show
punchline of
you
you
one
saying that
second.
you want to get with a minor?
I could show you a Netflix special right now that just got released that has a joke where he talks about having sex with a 13-year-old blatantly.
Okay,
Blatantly.
yeah, and I'd probably be saying the same shit to them as I am to you. Just because there's other people like you out there doesn't mean that you're any less like terrible, right? So
I'm saying is
just to
that
clarify,
if I thought I
can you
was
tell
funny
me the
when I was
punchline of the
23.
quote unquote joke of you saying that you want to get with a minor?
Well, first off, as you could see, that was a response to some other tweet. So I actually have no idea what the original tweet was that inspired that tweet.
So you don't know why you said that you want to get with a minor.
Again, I had just met her drinking as a 16-year-old. I was a 19-year-old in Los Angeles.
So you met her. You met her when she was 16 and you were 23, and then after meeting a 16-year-old as a 23-year-old, you then went on to say, "Well, I really want to sleep with her when she's 17." Right? Cuz I'd assume that's what you mean when you say almost legal, cuz
It
illegal would mean
absolutely is not what I
18.
mean.
Right. So then what do you?
I
So just
understand.
just
If
to
you want to talk
clarify,
about your sexual
can you
fantasies, you want to
tell
talk about your
me
sexual fantasies,
can
we
you
can
tell
do
me
that.
what you mean there when you say she's almost legal enough? What does that statement "almost legal enough" mean?
Dean, they were jokes I made 15 years ago. I don't remember anything.
Can
I
you help
barely
explain
remember
the
what
joke? Like what does
the
almost
joke
legal
was.
enough mean?
The joke was almost legal enough.
What does that be?
That was
What
the
does that
joke.
mean? What does it mean to be almost
It's.
legal enough?
I think that you're missing that these jokes were like the most insane, like stream of consciousness, like weird shit. I talked about panda coats and LeVar Burton molesting me and a whole bunch of other shit. Like they were crazy, inappropriate blue jokes.
Yeah,
That I made
I'm just
15
asking you to
years
help
ago
explain it
because
to
I'm
me.
much cooler than you, Dean. I'm really sorry that
I'm
this stuff
just
bothers you. That you're going to be a Karen
I'm
online.
just
How about
asking
we
you.
get back to the
I'm
politics?
just asking you to help explain it to me. So what does almost legal enough mean?
Again, I can't explain what I was thinking
You
on a
can't explain the
2 week
joke.
period. I was high as shit, dude. Probably just like rattling shit off in my.
Yeah, we're gonna just go ahead and move on to the next Trump supporter. If you're watching and you're MAGA, go ahead and hop inside of that queue. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box here, folks. If you happen to be a part of the 11.5 thousand people watching, welcome in, guys. Yeah, what a first guest, right? Holy shit. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're going to get you loaded up into the box. Jesus, fuck. And he was saying like, oh, I'm sorry I was cooler than you. Yes, dude. Yes. Saying that you want to sleep with minors makes you cooler than me because I'm not saying that I want to sleep with minors. What, dude? Holy cow. Okay. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Just make sure, once again, if you're in that queue, that you're following the rules. If you want to know what the rules are simple. You just got to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got Cole loading up in the box. And if you want to skip that line and come right up on the live to have a conversation with me, let me know down below because I got to tell you right now in the queue, there's a lot of people that are breaking the rules. It looks like Cole is leaving. So we're going to move on to the next guest. We got Sky loading up into the box. Welcome in, Sky. Do you support Trump?
Hello. Sorry. Oh, I live in Germany. Greetings from Germany.
Well, have a good one, Sky. We are just looking to talk to people that are in America, at least 18 years old, and support Trump as president. What's up? Are you MAGA? Nope, I guess not. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We literally just started the live, and we already have like so many people in the queue that are like AFK, bro. What the hell?
Hey, man. What's going
up?
on?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
And how old are you, Johnny?
35.
What year were you born? Well, I trust you. All right, Johnny,
87.
go ahead and take it away. Why the hell did you support Trump as president?
There's many reasons I support him. I just want to ask you a quick question, man. The last guest, you really ostracized him for some shit he said in the past, right? Why would you take that approach with him when you yourself have pretty publicly said some irreparable shit in the past?
Yeah, so you're talking about like when I used the N-word when I was 14, right?
Yeah, yeah. So you of all people should understand that when people are younger, they say dumb shit, right?
So you said when he was younger, he was 2 years older than I am in that screenshot. Not to mention, right? Like I talk about the fact that I used the N-word when I was 14. I talk about, right, like the reason why I use the N-word is because at that time, because of racist societalization, I didn't understand like the implication of the use of like slurs. And as I've grown up, right, I've learned more and I've come to a better understanding of the world around me, and I could recognize that that is wrong. And the reason why I do the lives that I do is to educate other individuals on that and other similar subjects. But like arguably here, right, I would say that like a 23-year-old meeting a 16-year-old and then going on Twitter saying that he wants to fuck her before she's 18, right, is significantly different, right, than like me when I was 14 referring to one of my friends as the N-word, right? Like one of those things calls for accountability. One of those things calls for education. One of those things, right, calls for becoming a better person, and the other calls for jail time.
Either way, you should understand that people say stupid shit from their past, right? We've all been kids, we've all been dumb, we've all been stupid. That's part of growing up. You're gonna say dumb shit.
Do you think that a 23-year-old is a kid?
Yes. As a 35-year-old, I think a 23-year-old is a kid. Yes.
So you think that Donald Trump said that he wanted to sleep with a kid when he said he'd be dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
I'm not going to argue for what Donald Trump said. I don't, like I said, he's probably said dumb shit in the past, just like you have, just like the previous guest did, I just
like want to make it clear that if you think 23-year-olds are kids, and you're saying that Donald Trump wanted to date a kid, right? And
Yes,
I'd say that 23 is like you're grown. You're a grown ass man at 23. Listen, I think that I'm a grown man at 21, right? I'm sure I'll only grow up more. I'm sure I'll only mature more. I'm sure that I'll only become a better person and become more educated, because those are the values that I strive to achieve. But like still yet, right? I don't think it's okay to just kind of like brush off a 23-year-old saying that he wants to fuck a minor.
So nobody should brush off the things that you said.
So I've already described to you the difference between those two things, right? I think that like me using the N-word when I was 14 to like refer to one of my friends is something that calls for a change in character, calls for education, calls for accountability, and calls for apology. But I think that a 23-year-old saying that he wants to fuck a minor he met at a party yesterday, once again, calls for jail time.
How can you apply different standards to yourself than the other person? You said dumb shit. He said dumb shit. Why is it? What makes it any different? Maybe that person has learned and matured through the years and realized that was a stupid thing to say.
It's because of the difference between what I did and said and what he did and what he said.
What
right?
you
Like
did and said.
Like I think that this point is clear,
Right.
right? Like can we agree that like like a 23-year-old like meeting a 16-year-old girl at a party, getting drunk with them, then going home and saying that he wants to fuck her,
Okay.
right? It's like
So here's what-
obviously something that would like call for investigation, right? Like
Here's what
not
we'll
to
agree
mention
on.
the fact that like I just like gained knowledge of that through a DM, and then I brought it up on stream,
So-
right?
so
But
by
like
your
I just want to
logic-
make it clear, right? It totally makes sense that you're going to sit here and you're going to argue that you don't care, right, about a grown man saying that he wants to fuck a minor, that he wants to rape a kid. That's what
You
it
never
is.
said that. You never said that.
Yes, it is. That's what it. Do you
No, he
think
said-
that a 23-year-old
You
sleeping
literally
with a
pulled the quote up,
17-year-old
man.
is rape?
He didn't say anything about doing that.
Dude,
he
look
literally
at it.
made a joke.
Dude, look
He
at
made
it.
a joke.
It says, hey, back off. She's mine as soon as she's almost legal enough. Okay, saying that she would be his would mean that she would be with him. Okay, right? And what do like shitty, grotesque men like this do with women that they're with? They have sex with them. And is a 23-year-old having sex with a 16 or 17-year-old girl rape? Yes.
The mental gymnastics, man. The gymnastics we have to do to get
That's
to
not gymnastics. That's common sense.
Okay. So by your logic, you're a racist. The previous guest was a PDF file, right?
I've already given you the clear and succinct differences between those two things. I think that when you go on Google, when you go on Twitter, and you say that you want to rape a kid, right? This is obviously something that is just categorically different than me using the N-word to refer to one of my friends when I was 14. right? Like, I don't want to say that it wasn't wrong, right? Obviously, I think that was wrong for me to do. Like, obviously, it's regretful. Like, obviously, I think it's racist for like any white person. Use the N-word in any context. And as I've already described to you, Johnny, I think that calls for like a change in character, education, character development, and accountability, 110%. But once again, it is categorically different to do that than to go on the internet and say that you want to rape a kid you met drunk yesterday.
Okay, your version of his tweet and the reality of the tweet are two totally different things, and you're not married there.
Yeah, of course you're going to sit here and you're going to defend that. It makes total sense
I'm
considering
not
the
going to
fact that
defend
you
it.
told me that you're all the way MAGA, considering the fact that in 2005, Donald Trump went on Howard Stern's radio show and boasted about sexually exploiting kids too.
All the way MAGA. I'm glad you could come to that conclusion from the 50 seconds we've been talking together.
Well, I mean, I just, because it's seemingly in like a similar category here. Let's go ahead and play Donald Trump's statements on Howard Stern's radio show when he boasted about sexually exploiting naked children and or naked adults by barging into their dressing rooms unconsensually when they had no clothes on. And I just want to get your genuine reaction.
I've heard it before.
Well, we'll go ahead and make sure that we play it again, and let's just go ahead and get your reaction, since like seemingly this is going to fall into like a similar category, and predicated on everything that you've said so far, right? I'm going to expect your response to be, no, I don't really care. I don't really care. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
You could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, it's disgusting, right?
Yeah, so do you support Donald Trump as president, even though he's like sexually
Absolutely.
exploiting naked kids and
He
naked
said some
women?
dumb shit in the past, just like you've said, just like I've said, just like most human beings can agree that we've said dumb shit in the past.
Hey, Johnny, what matters there isn't just what Donald Trump said to Howard Stern, but it's what Donald Trump told Howard Stern that he's done.
Okay, yeah, we've all done some stupid shit, right? Yeah.
Have you also sexually exploited kids?
Excuse me? Have I sexually exploited kids in my past? No, never, not once.
So then why do you say like we've all done like quote unquote stupid shit like this?
Well, because you're taking what he said out of context. You weren't there. You don't know what happened. You don't know. You're playing on this. This is what the left does, right? You guys dramatize things. 42 million Americans don't have SNAP. They're all going to starve. Like this is typical rhetoric from the left. You guys like to make things dramatic, and Trump's this evil guy, and TDS is a real thing, man. Like you guys are stuck in your echo chamber, and you refuse to look at reality and see how things actually are.
Okay. So could you please give me like an accurate depiction of what Donald Trump did to these girls in their dressing rooms? Can you put it in context, take the drama out of it, and just reiterate the facts?
He said he walked into a dressing room of women while they were changing or something along those lines. I don't know.
Oh, so
I wasn't there.
so it sounds like you're just repeating exactly what I said. Yeah. So he owned Miss Teen USA, he owned Miss USA, and what he told to Howard Stern.
Also,
that he'd walk
think about where he
backstage.
was.
Well,
right?
one moment, I let you speak. So what
Okay,
you're telling me
sorry.
here is that he owned Miss Teen USA, he owned Miss USA, and before these beauty pageant shows, he'd walk backstage into the women's only changing rooms where there are no men around, and he'd barge in there unconsensually. He'd allow himself in there since he was the owner, just to look at the naked bodies of these individuals. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm actually not throwing any fake drama on top of this. I'm not taking it out of context that categorically fits a fair description of what sexual exploitation is to any fair mind, right or left, right? Sexual exploitation definitely would include, right, the abuse of a position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else for some type of sexual gratification, right? And obviously what you just re-described, which Donald Trump admitted to in that clip, was him abusing his position of power as the owner of the pageant, allowing himself into the women's only spaces with no men around, to then abuse the position of vulnerability that the individuals in that space were in, where they felt vulnerable enough to take all of their clothes off and be naked as they're in a women's only space where they're getting dressed, right? Can you very clearly describe how I'm just dramatizing this and making it something it isn't? Because from my perspective, this is a very fair description of exactly what he said he did in that clip. So take the liberal spin off of it and tell me exactly where I'm going wrong when I listened to what he admitted to find sexual exploitation.
Do you think Donald Trump's a
and connect
liar?
the two.
He lies. You think Donald Trump's a liar?
Yeah, I think Donald Trump is a big fat liar. But when he
so
lies,
how do you know
he
he's telling
lies to
Howard
his
Stern
own.
the truth?
When he lies,
How do
he
you know
lies.
he's telling Howard Stern the truth?
When he lies to his own advantage, right? He lies to manipulate reality in a way in which better aligns the stars for himself and his goals.
Right.
Now, obviously,
And when you go on the
when
Howard
he-
Stern show,
Hey, I'm still talking. So obviously, right, when he's like saying that he sexually exploited women and girls, and then we're actually hearing from these women and girls, right, they've come out and testified that this is something Donald Trump has done to them, right? It's like very obviously the case that we can't assume that he's lying because there'd be no advantage of him saying that he's sexually exploited individuals. And then when we add on that second level of the fact that the victims of this sexual exploitation have come out and testified to it, right? It
Sure.
becomes clear that what you are engaging in is the real TDS, the Trump derangement syndrome, where you just discount anything bad Donald Trump has ever done, regardless of the amount of evidence that you have to believe that he has done it, right? And you manipulate
I'm not
reality in
defending
such a
him at
sense
all.
to attempt to make it align with you and your cult-like mentality. Now, I'd like to clarify here. I've now, right, disputed and debunked your original argument that I'm putting a liberal spin on it and discounting the facts or taking it out of context. And now I've debunked your second argument where you then shifted the goalpost into attempting to argue that, well, maybe he wasn't telling the truth.
but Joe Biden's sniffing kids. That's not exploitation, right?
We'll have
Joe
to
Biden's-
talk about
Biden-
Joe Biden as soon as we could finish our conversation about Trump.
Okay.
I'm just not going
All
to
right.
allow you to use Biden as a pivot mid-conversation.
Well, I'm just saying it's you're comparing apples and oranges. First off, Trump is. We both know he's got a giant ego, right? We can all agree to that. The guy was pandering to a. I don't know if you know anything about Howard Stern. You're pretty young, so you might not have ever listened to his show. He's kind of a sexual deviant. That was his claim to fame in the 90s and the early 2000s. That's what his show was about, right? That's kind of what he did on his show. And I think Trump probably went on there and was pandering to that because that's what the man does. He wants everybody to like him. He's got this giant ego that he says, you know what? Yeah, I was looking at these girls. They were beautiful, and it's gross. We can both agree that it's gross. However, you take it as this man is he's the devil walking, right? He's some evil PDF file, and he's exploiting these women. Why is he president? Where I see it as locker room talk, man. It's is it gross? Is it disgusting? Absolutely. Should it have happened? No. Do I think he actually is a deviant? Absolutely not.
Can you explain to me how what he admitted to doesn't fit the definition of sexual exploitation?
Well, we've established he's a liar, right? So how do we know that what he was saying was true?
Well, now you're ping-ponging between two arguments because 10 seconds ago you agreed.
I'm just trying to figure out how we can get
Well,
to.
now we're ping-ponging between two arguments because 10 seconds ago you agreed that what he admitted to was gross, and you just argued that it was locker room talk, not sexual exploitation. And now when I'm asking you, well, could you please describe to me how it doesn't fit the definition of sexual exploitation? You are now just denying that it was true altogether. So, I mean, sir, let's just try to address like one of like your cult-like arguments at a time. Which one do you want to start
Okay,
with?
let's-
Your
let's-
position that he did these things, but it doesn't amount to sexual exploitation, or your position that he didn't do these things and he was lying. Which one do you want to start with?
Here's the fact of the matter, right?
Well, can
And I
you
know
just
you
tell
guys-
me? Could you no? Just tell me what argument.
I know you
wanna
guys
start
don't
with?
like the facts, but the facts is you weren't there and I weren't there, so I don't
Sir,
know what happened.
What argument
Neither
do you want to? What argument do you want to start with? Do you want to start with the argument that he did these things, but they didn't amount to sexual exploitation, or do you want to start with the argument that he didn't do these things altogether? Which one?
It was if you're taking what he said at face value, then it is probably true that he was sexually exploiting those girls. That, however, is not something that has happened recently. It doesn't. It's not a judge of his characterization or of his character. I don't understand how you could. You yourself have just stated earlier when we started talking that you've said dumb shit in the past, right? Donald Trump has said dumb shit in the past, right? So how could that lead you to believe this man is incapable of being president, especially when you guys ran a dead man for the past 4 years?
Wow. And it comes out. See, folks, this is why it is so important to have these conversations. This is why it is so fucking important to expose the hypocrisy, the immorality, and the gibberish of MAGA. Okay? He started off this conversation by saying that I'm putting a liberal spin, a twist, and dramatizing what Donald Trump did to these women and girls. I was taking it out of context, and this is TDS. Now, after putting pressure on the sick man for not even 10 minutes, now we've got ourselves to the position where he just said, and I quote, if you take what he said for face value, then it is sexual exploitation. Well, thank you for conceding that I'm not dramatizing it. Thank you for conceding that I'm not taking it out of context. Thank you for conceding that I don't have TDS. And thank you for conceding that in this whole conversation, I've been on the side of facts and you've been on the side of fiction.
Have you ever, I assume you're straight male. I don't know much about you, but I assume you're straight. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a girl out in public and thought, man, this girl looks really good? Have you ever seen a woman in public or anywhere online, wherever, and thought, man, this is a good looking girl? Have you ever thought that?
So I'll happily answer your question if you could connect the dots to Donald Trump barging into a private women's only space and unconsensually looking at the naked bodies of girls and teens and women.
First off, how do you know it was a woman's only space?
Because he said so in the clip.
He said it was a changing room.
Yeah, he said that it was a women's changing room with no men around.
Does that mean it's a woman's space?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to the pageants? Do you know how those things work?
Well, I mean, Trump has. He ran one and he said that there's no men around.
Yeah, he used to own it, right? So I'm
Right.
sure he has a little bit better knowledge than you and I on how things operate behind the scenes at a pageant.
Right, and that's why I believe that it's a women's only space, because he's the one that said there's no men around.
Either way, is this the only reason that you don't support Trump?
No, I have about 1 billion.
And you have a billion reasons that you don't support Trump, but this is the one that we've fallen on this topic.
Yeah.
You're making a character judgment based off something he said 20 years ago.
Based upon something he did.
Okay, based upon something he did 20 years ago, where you and I have no context of what was going on. You and I have no clue. We weren't there. We don't know.
What context do we need? Here's like a fun game. Just try to come up with any context to justify it. You won't be able to do it.
What if the girl said, "Hey, Donald, please come in here"?
Yeah, girls can't consent.
Well, okay. What if the women said, "Hey, Donald, please come say hi to us while we're changing"?
So now we're just assuming that the girls that he did this to and they testified.
I
to
mean,
that fact
you
individually
asked
were
what
liars?
context would benefit or would lead to to that being okay. That's a perfect example.
So now the minors that came out and said that he did this to them were liars. And by the way, we know that they weren't okay with it, or at the end of the clip, he wouldn't say that he gets away with it.
Okay.
Right.
Dean,
So
let's just-
even like the context that you're providing is impossible to be the case, because at the end of that clip he said, and I kind of get away with this thing. Right. Well, I mean, if they're okay with it, if they invited him in, right, well, then he wouldn't be getting away with something, right? Because he wouldn't be doing anything wrong. Right? If there's no teens, if there's no minors, if there's no underage girls, right? And all of the women in this space said, I want Donald Trump to come in here. Well, then he wouldn't have said at the end of the clip that this is something that he gets away with, nor would he say that the reason he's able to go in there is because he's the owner. He'd say the reason he's able to go in there is because he was invited by the people in the space. Right? So even the context that you just described is like impossible to be true, right? Considering those two statements Donald Trump made surrounding the fact that he allowed himself in, the women didn't allow him in, he gets away with it, meaning he knows he was doing something wrong, and the fact that we've had multiple underage teens testify to the fact that this is something he's done to them and they can't consent, they can't invite him in.
Or is it that he was in front of a sexual deviant who's made his fame off of being sexually deviant, and that's what he was pandering to the host? Do you see how that works? Is there no scenario where you see how that works?
Yeah, I don't think there's any scenario where somebody lies and creates this false reality where they sexually exploit people. Typically, when people say something that's not truthful, they do so in furtherance of their own goals or in furtherance of the goals of someone else, okay? But there was no goals furthered. There was no ends achieved. If, like, we were to have a man that's narcissistic, egotistical, and thinks very highly of themselves, like apparently lying about sexually exploiting people.
Okay, so that's our determination. We should never vote for anybody that's done anything immoral in the last 20 years. That's our standard, right?
I think that it's a very fair standard to hold, that if you think they should be in jail, right, for the rest of their life for rape, sexual exploitation, that you
There's
shouldn't
the
make them
TDS. It
president.
always comes out, man. It always makes its way to the front.
Sir,
You've
now you're contradicting yourself, because you're the one that said if you take what he said on face value, then it is sexual exploitation. We agree that people that sexually exploit kids should go to jail, right? So it's not TDS, it's common sense.
we don't agree on that. Your definition of sexually exploitation
fuck?
is totally different than reality.
Brother,
Just
did
like-
you just say that we
just like
don't
if
agree
you-
that people
just like
that
if you
sexually
see a
exploit girls
good-looking
should go to
girl
jail?
walking down the sidewalk.
Did you just say that we don't agree on the claim that people that sexually exploit girls should go to jail?
Yes, we don't agree on that. Because,
my
because
God.
your take is
What?
just some made up
Brother,
leftist narrative. Man.
brother,
It's not a
brother,
reality.
you think it's a
not
made up
fucking in reality.
leftist narrative to say that people who sexually exploit minors should go to jail? You're sick in the head.
I didn't say
You're
anything about
sick
minors.
in the head.
You said that.
Okay.
I didn't say anything about minors.
Okay.
What do you
but
think
if
Hollywood
they sexually
does?
exploit
What do you think cheerleaders are? What do you think like many women on how many different platforms on this exact platform? What do you think they're doing, man?
cheerleaders
They're
sexually
exploiting
exploit
themselves
girls?
sexually for gain. That's what women do sometimes. Not all women, but it's what some women do.
Wait. So you're saying a grown adult woman, right, self-consenting to allow their like body to be used to create some gain for themselves, right, in like adult industries, which by the way is not a
Yes.
cheerleader, by the way is not a teenager, by the way, right? In
You don't
many
think the
scenarios
Cowboys
is not-
cheerleaders are-
it is not Hollywood, right? Is the same thing, synonymous to a 65-year-old man walking backstage without the consent of women, without the consent of the girls, and looking at them while they're naked. See, now what we're doing is we're blurring the lines, right, between adults consenting to an action, right, and an old man unconsensually taking advantage of a position of vulnerability women and girls are in when they feel comfortable enough to take their clothes off and change backstage. All right? The only owner of one's own body is themselves. And the only people that consent,
Right.
that have the ability to consent over specific things that can be done with their body are adults. All right?
And wh-
Donald
and
Trump
what do you
doesn't
think-
own the body of the women, and teens cannot consent for their body to be used for sexual purposes, right? So you absolutely cannot make any comparison here to like a Cowboys cheerleader and Donald Trump sexually exploiting these women and girls.
That's not what I said. You're taking what I've said out of context. What I said was a lot of times in our society, women choose to exploit themselves. What do you think the Miss America pageant is?
Okay.
It's women that are going in front of the nation and saying, hey, look how pretty I am. I'm also
Okay.
pretty talented. I can do this.
First statement, right? If it's something they choose to do, then that's not exploitation. Exploitation would be like a power differential or unconsensual.
Okay.
And then second
Well,
of all, keyword choose. Keyword choose. Like what
Right.
the fuck? Choose. Consent.
And we've already established
women,
that we don't
adults.
know-
Like come on. Come the fuck on. Keyword choose. Okay, what you are now doing, right, is you were trying to confuse a consensual sexual action for an unconsensual sexual action. You can't make this up, okay? Like, imagine that we were talking about Donald Trump literally raping a woman like he has E. Jean Carroll. And then in response, your counter argument was, well, women choose to engage in consensual sex. Therefore, when Donald Trump chooses to rape a woman, forcing them to engage in unconsensual sex, it's fine because these two things are the same thing. That is a synonymous and identical argument to what you are saying right now, as you are attempting to confuse Donald Trump barging unconsensually into the dressing rooms of naked women, girls, and teens to look at them while they have no clothes on, to like a woman choosing, right, to like promote her career and grow it, hinging on some like aspect of sexuality. This is sick. This is predator logic. The confusion between a consensual sexual action and unconsensual sexual action is predator logic.
I can talk now?
Yeah.
You keep muting me.
I'll choose. Well, I mean, you don't have much of an issue with like forcing people to do things that they don't want to do. So why are you taking issue with me turning your mic off?
I thought we were here to have a discussion, man. I thought that's what this platform was about. I thought we were gonna.
Sure, just go ahead and respond to the fact that I'm pointing out your predator logic, right? When you're attempting to conflate a consensual sexual action with an unconsensual sexual action.
What was unconsensual? How do you know what happened in 2005 or whenever it was unconsensual?
I've already gone over the reasons. I'll go
Prove
over
to
them
me that
again.
it was unconsensual.
Okay, so first, looking at it through the lens of this happening to teens, because there's multiple teens that said that this happened to them. A teen can't consent to an older man looking at their naked body. In virtue of that fact, it would be defined as unconsensual and lack of all other information. Okay, now, second category, discussing the women that he did this to, that he said he did it to, in Miss USA and Miss Universe. Well, in that clip, he said that he allowed himself into that space where there's no men around. If it was consensual, if he was invited in by the women, then it wouldn't have been him allowing himself in. It would have been the women inviting him in. And then third of all, at the end of the clip, he says that he kind of gets away with this. If he was invited in, if it was consensual, if there's nothing wrong with it, then he wouldn't have said that he gets away with it, right? But I just want to make it clear what you are doing now is attempting to consume that they were, quote unquote, asking for it, even though all
didn't say that.
rhetorical indicators of his statements in the clip point towards the obvious conclusion that they didn't ask for it, and you have no evidence to assume that they did.
Okay, so Dean, you're the judge, jury, and executioner when it comes to a statement that was made in 2005 from Donald Trump, right? You have decided these women were exploited. Donald Trump's an evil man. He should be in prison for the rest of his life. That's what we have come to the conclusion of, right?
Facts, reason, and logic, common sense would be the judge, jury, and executioner here.
Common sense, is that how the justice system works in our country?
I thought that you were saying that metaphorically, not literally.
No, I mean, not at all. You have come to the determination.
But if you're curious, yes, literally, the criminal justice system works off evidence, and they would take they take an admission of guilt as evidence, right? I mean, he admitted guilt in the clip that we listened to.
Why hasn't he been charged?
This isn't.
Why hasn't he been charged?
Go ask the courts, because it's completely unconcerned to the question that we know that he did it.
Because there's no
considering
basis
the fact
for
that we
the
listened to the clip.
There's no basis for the claim.
The basis for the claim is the fact that we listened to him admit to it, John.
You heard him say that he walked in on a group of women changing.
Right.
Right.
Precisely. Yes, we heard him say that he barged in to a group of women with no clothes on, changing backstage in a private women's only space with no men around. Therefore, he is guilty of barging in to a private women's space with no men around, where there's naked women with no clothes on that he looked at. Yes, exactly, John. Now you're starting to get it. Now you're really starting to get it, John. I'm proud of you. Look at you. Oh, you cut out, John.
Huh? I'm sorry, I got a phone call. Or do you think he's guilty of being a creepy old man? Do you think maybe that's what he's guilty of?
Oh, it's not an or statement. That's like a necessary conclusion of what he did. Right? A necessary conclusion of what he did is sexually exploiting women and girls. A necessary conclusion of what he did was being a creepy old man. A necessary conclusion of what he did was being a predator. Right? All of these things are true.
So why wasn't he charged with a crime?
Yeah, so go ask the courts.
Yeah, okay, we can go ask the courts.
Yeah, but what I mean, that's just once again unconcerned to the question if he actually did it. I'll repeat that again, John. I understand that you might need me to.
Yeah. Please do.
I just did repeat it. For a fourth time. Like why the courts haven't pursued litigation against him for that is unconcerned to the fact that we know it's something that he's done because he admitted to it and because the women and girls that he did it to have testified to it.
Do you think maybe there's some kind of concerted effort to come after Trump? Do you think that maybe in the past
the fact
10
that
years
he
or
admitted
so?
to doing it rules out the possibility of a concerted effort to basically accuse him of things that he hasn't done? Because he said he did do it.
Well, if he admitted to it, knowing what we know about him, he's been charged with how many ridiculous felonies in the past? How many ridiculous lawsuits has he faced?
Wait, you said if he admitted to it. It's not an if then. He did. I'll play it again.
But Judge, it's your obligation.
Then why haven't
to do
people
that.
come after him?
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So you said if he admitted to it. So after listening to that clip for a second time, you understand that it's not a question that he admitted to it.
Sure. He admitted to going in there. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
How come he hasn't been charged with a crime?
Right.
How come he hasn't been charged with a crime?
So what is the relevance of that question insofar
If
as
it
the
was a
conversation
serious,
and if he
if
did
this
it?
was a serious accusation that you're making, which it is, saying that
Wait.
he's exploiting women.
I didn't make an accusation. I just listened to what he said.
Okay, well, then why is this a non-factor? Why is this a non-factor
can you tell
for
me?
80 million Americans?
Can you tell
why
me?
is this a non-factor for the justice system that was very much against
So the
him
reason why it's
for
a
long time?
non-factor for people like you is because you don't care about women and girls' safety. Can you tell me how
You're
you
right,
define
man.
sex?
You got it.
So you don't care about women and girls' safety.
Yeah, you figured me out, dude. You got it. You have pinned me, man. I just don't care about women at all. I'm not married to one. I don't have a daughter. You got it. You figured it out.
Yeah, you have
I'm
a
glad we
da-
came to this conclusion.
you have a daughter, therefore you care about sexual misconduct and abuse directed towards women and girls. Do you know how many fathers have abused their own daughters?
I'm sure it's a lot. Yeah.
Right. So I don't think just having a daughter wipes your hands clean,
But
right,
your argument
of like
that I-
potential
I mean-
virtues, right, that like describe and prove your disdain for the safety of women and girls, John. Right? And then you said you have a wife, therefore you care about women's safety. Do you know how many husbands have been convicted of sexual violence and domestic abuse directed towards their wives? Did you know that for so long husbands like to abuse their wives so much that rape in the context of marriage was not federally defined as a crime until the 1980s? Right, so I just don't think that you having a wife and a daughter, really clean your hands here. If anything, I'm kind of concerned for their safety, right? Just because of the red flags that you've been showing us, right? Like it's an undeniable red flag to sit here and say that it's not sexual exploitation for like a 65-something-year-old man to like walk backstage unconsensually into a woman and girl's dressing room and look at the naked.
It wasn't
woman's face.
unconsensual.
It wasn't inconsensual. What's your proof?
You don't know if it was or not.
Yes,
you don't
we-
know if it was or not.
We do know that it was unconsensual. I've already given you my reasons why it's unconsensual. Kids can't consent, and if the women did consent, then he wouldn't have been allowed in by himself. He would have been allowed in by the women, and he wouldn't have said that he gets
How do you
away
know
with
he
it
wasn't?
since it would have been wrong.
How do you know the women didn't invite him in? How do you know?
Because he said otherwise. He said that he invited
He
himself.
did not say otherwise. Play it again for the 15th time. He never said he was not invited in. He said I go in.
He said that he invited himself in. If the women invited him in, then he would have said they invited him in. Right? And then
That's
why
what he
then
said.
why are you grazing past the part where he said that girls can't consent?
Huh? Do what?
We agreed teens can't consent, right?
Minors can't consent. A 19-year-old can consent.
Okay, so he did this to minors. What's your
I
thoughts?
don't think that's how that works. I don't think minors can participate in the Miss America pageant.
We had Miss Teen USA that included minors, yes. And he
Okay,
did
was
it-
that what he was referencing then? I mean, and if that is what he was referencing, then that makes it even worse, right? I told you earlier.
In
I'm
this
not gonna
clip,
defend his
I
actions.
think he was talking generally about Miss Teen USA, Miss Universe, right? The very
So we're making
specific evidence that
assumptions,
no, it's not an assumption because
Yes,
we
it
had a
is.
17-year-old come out that competed at Miss Teen USA, say that he did this to them, and said that he did this to girls as young as 15. Then another
When did-
individual
when did
by the
she-
name
when
of
did she
then another
come
individual by the name of Victoria, right? That somebody I have on this live from time to time will come up and tell you that this happened to her, and this is something that he did, right? When she was a minor competing in Miss Teen USA, right? So considering the fact that he said he did this, considering the fact that there's been multiple independent individuals that we know competed at this pageants that have come out and said that he did this to them, and also considering the fact that we know that he likes sexual violence because a court ruled that he raped E. Jean Carroll, on a Mystery of Nine, and also in that same year, 2005, he was caught on the Access Hollywood tape saying that he could just grab women by the P word and he doesn't have to ask first, alongside other comments like being best friends with Epstein and sending him letters depicting and detailing the image of the naked body of a woman or girl, and the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," right? That we have like more than enough evidence to assume that these things are true because it's proven, right? And like your response to these facts is incredibly concerning. Big red flag, John. I think that you are a member of a cult, right? This is Trump derangement syndrome 101 right here, right? And I just feel so bad, right, for all of the victims that will only exist because shitty men like you allowed people to infringe on their human rights, to make them a victim by simply brushing that violence off, arguing that it either didn't happen even when the even when the aggressor admits to it, or arguing that they wanted it even when you don't have any reason to believe that's the case. Right? Since fucking when, like literally how can you sit here and say this shitty man that said he likes to grab him by the P word, doesn't even have to ask first, this shitty man that was found guilty in a court of law for raping a woman, the shitty man that was best buddies with Epstein, the shitty man that sent him letters saying every new day is a new wonderful secret, the shitty man that boasted about barging into these dressing rooms and looking at them with no clothes on, and he gets away with it and he allowed himself in, that has also had multiple independent underage girls come out and said that that's exactly what he did to them. How the hell can you just sit here and deny that all? Like, give me one good reason. How can you deny that all, John?
Well, look. There's no doubt that Donald Trump's past morals are questionable, right? We can agree on that. There's no doubt about it. Do I think him and I would be best buds? Would we be hanging out at church on Sundays? I don't think so. However, there has been a concerted effort since 2016 when you guys were crying in the streets when he won the election over Hillary. There's been a concerted effort to attack him at every single stop. It's undeniable, Dean. We can play semantics. We can go back and forth. The truth is, people were so mad when he was elected in 2016. There was literally riots in the street and people crying over the election of a president. This is the mental derangement that the left has.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about when the liberals smeared their own shit on the walls of the Capitol and then tried to kill cops and Biden? Gave
No,
them
I'm
a
talking
fight?
about.
Oh
in
wait, no, of
2016.
course you're not talking about that
I'm
because
talking about
that's
in
because that's
2016
because is that
when their
because that's
candidate
exactly
lost and
because
they
that's
were crying in
exactly
the streets.
because that's exactly what MAGA did on J6. So you said it was like a mental illness to cry in the streets about your candidate losing. So I just want to make it clear.
Yes.
Do you think that Donald Trump
Yes.
is mentally ill, right, for like pardoning the 72 people that literally tried to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol on J6, then labeled them as patriots, arguing that they're fighting
No.
for the patriotic?
No.
Oh, so if Trump's not mentally ill for pardoning violent offenders that try to kill cops in his name, well, then why would anybody be
Here we
mentally
go.
ill for crying
This
about
is,
his
this is a
presidency?
dramatization of the reality of the events.
No, it's not.
There wasn't a
Daniel
there wasn't a-
Daniel Rodriguez admitted to the FBI and then was sentenced to 12 years in jail for driving a stun gun into Officer Fanon's neck, giving him a heart attack, trying to kill him.
Okay, and
that's a fact. That's what he admitted
that
to, and that's
specific
what he went to
instance,
jail for, and that's
Trump
somebody
probably
that
shouldn't have
Donald Trump
pardoned him.
pardoned and called a
I
patriot.
don't know
So
the
in accordance
specifics
with
of
your
the
own
case.
logic here, Donald Trump's mentally ill. See, even when you fucking pivot, right, I'm still able to drill you down on your bullshit. And by the way, you can't argue that it's the concerted, fictitious effort of the mentally ill left, because guess what? The left didn't make Donald Trump admit to sexually exploiting those women and girls. The left didn't make Donald Trump rape E. Jean Carroll. The left didn't lead the unanimous jury of 9 to finding him guilty of that. The left didn't make Donald Trump consider Epstein his best friend. The left didn't make Donald Trump send a letter to Epstein depicting the body of a naked woman or girl with the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." The left didn't make Donald Trump go on the Access Hollywood tapes and argue that he could grab him by the P word without asking first. The left didn't make Donald Trump say to a 10-year-old girl in the 90s that he'd be dating her in 10 years. The left didn't make Donald Trump say that his own daughter was a hot piece of ass and that he'd be dating her if she wasn't his daughter.
Hey,
The left
we
didn't
get
make
it.
Donald Trump cheat on all
got
3 of
2
his
yes.
wives.
We got
The left didn't make Donald
We got
Trump
it.
cheat on his last wife with Stormy Daniels. The left didn't make Donald Trump do any of these things. So when you respond to these facts by saying, well, there's a well-concerted effort by the left, you're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself, John.
fact.
You look stupid, John. You
move
look
your-
so
you move
stupid
your ideology
considering
based off
the
your
fact
emotions.
that the left didn't make him do any of these things. And although I agree that the tone of my voice is fluctuating, not because of my emotion, but not because of my negative emotions like my tears, but rather my positive emotions like my passion, it does not change the factual basis for anything that I've said. The only individual upholding emotion over fact, reason, and logic in this conversation is you, because you are the one that emotionally and baselessly denied what Donald Trump admitted to Howard Stern. You're the one that then emotionally and baselessly tried to assume and posit that the left made him do all these things. You are merely projecting your own quote-unquote rational faculties onto me because you can't handle the fact that although you're on the right and I'm on the left in this conversation, and as it will go down in history, I'm right and you're wrong.
You're right, man. You got it. That was an emotional speech that you just made. And I hope that one day as you mature, you can kind of see reality for what it is and see what's going on in this country instead of just basing your thoughts off of emotions, man. You should really think about.
Okay,
you
explain to
should
me.
really think-
Explain to me the emotional thought process in anything I said. Be specific. Don't be vague. Be specific.
You get upset, man. You get fired up. You get excited. You get because Trump is such an evil man. Like,
No.
Have you ever
No.
met him?
You're
Have you ever
still-
spoken to
you're
him?
still
This is
being
a man
vague.
that you've never met, and you're calling him an evil grapist, dude. You've never met him, and you're putting him into a category of evil.
Was
right?
Jeffrey Dahmer?
This is what-
Was Jeffrey Dahmer evil?
Yeah, absolutely.
Have
We
you
know
ever
what
met
he did.
Jeffrey
We
Dahmer?
saw what he did. We
Have,
saw what
have,
he
have
did.
you ever
right?
met Jeffrey Dahmer?
No, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking
Is
about.
Mussolini evil?
Yes, he was an evil
Have you ever
person.
met Mussolini?
No, I don't need
Is
to.
Hitler evil?
No, those people are evil. This
Is,
is a silly argument.
is Hitler evil?
It's a silly argument. that you're
Hitler's
making, 'cause
evil.
you know what I'm saying is true.
Hitler's evil. Have you ever met Hitler? Now,
Yeah, I met him when I was a kid.
Obviously, you didn't, and he's evil. So is Diddy evil?
Is P Diddy the rapper evil?
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know exactly what he did, but I know he's in prison.
Well, yeah, you've never met him, and the answer to that question is yes. So
Either way,
we
you
see here,
categorize
we
somebody
see here the
based
only
off of your
person,
narrative.
the only person that's thinking emotionally here is you, and I just proved it because you just tried to make the argument that I can't categorize Donald Trump as a bad person for the things that we know he's done, either based upon his own statements or to the findings
Why isn't he
of
in
the court,
prison?
because I've never met him, right? But then in the next breath, you then go on to say that like these 5 or 6 characters from history are very evil, even though you've met none of them. So can you please concede here that that was actually a very emotional and illogical statement that you made?
Well, it wasn't emotional at all. I mean, it's pretty clear that where the direction.
So it wasn't emotional, but it was just factually incorrect.
Why isn't Trump in prison? Can you explain that to me?
For
Why
what?
is he not in prison?
For what?
For any of the number of things you've accused him of. Anything.
Oh,
just pick one.
Once again,
why is he not in prison?
Wait, what's something that I accused him of that we don't either have an admission of guilt or the ruling of a court for?
Well, you said he was a rapist. You said he was a.
Wait, I asked you for something that we don't have an admission of a guilt or a ruling of a court for, and I said he was a rapist, but we have a ruling of a court for that. He was found liable.
Why is he not in prison?
Of rape inside of a civil court.
Why is he not in prison?
It's because civil
Rape-
courts determine.
rape is a very serious crime.
It's because civil
Why is
courts
he not in
determine
prison?
financial responsibility, not criminal responsibility.
Exactly, because he was never convicted of a criminal charge.
Oh, okay. So what's
Right?
the relevant difference between a civil court and a criminal court that makes you believe the outcomes of criminal courts but disbelieve the outcomes of civil ones?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand how the tactics are involved in a criminal case versus a civil case.
So you're
I
saying
don't
that
know.
because you're not a
What I do
lawyer,
know
you don't
is
know
that he's
the
not in
relevant-
prison.
Wait, so you're saying because you don't know the relevant difference between a civil court and a criminal court insofar as what makes you believe one but not the other, right? You can't tell me what the answer to that question is. Therefore, you're basically assuming that the outcome of the civil court that found him guilty for raping E. Jean Carroll was false with no reason. That is emotion.
I think there was probably some bias there, or else he'd be in prison, right?
Well, no, not
Just like-
not
just
true
like
at
the
all.
felonies in
Give
New York City.
Give an argument that because that civil court didn't send him to prison, that civil court was wrong. Give an argument for that.
Like I said, there's probably some bias there as
I
to
know,
why
give an
a
argument
court
for that.
wouldn't charge him.
Give me, well, that's not true. Another emotional statement by an emotional man, right? The reason why a criminal court wouldn't charge him, right, is because the statute of limitations ran up for criminal proceedings for rape that happened in the 90s in the state of New York because of their
So why
terrible,
wasn't he
terrible,
charged in the
terrible,
90s?
archaic, right, statute of limitations on rape.
Why wasn't he charged in the 90s?
Why do 60% of women that get raped never report it to the authorities in their
Why
lifetime?
wa-
Why are you
why
blaming
wasn't
somebody that
Donald
waited
Trump-
23 years?
Why wasn't Donald Trump charged in the 90s?
Well, the obvious answer to this is because E. Jean Carroll didn't come out about what happened to her
Exactly.
until
Why not?
23 years later. Because of rape
not?
culture. Because of the potential downsides of accusing somebody of rape. Because to you and many other men in this country, it
But
doesn't
when they're running
matter.
for office.
I'm answering your
But when-
question.
when they're
I'm a-
running
I-
for office,
So you asked
it's
me a
totally
very
okay to do
specific
it.
question. Why are you getting emotional, John? Is that why you're interrupting me? Not letting me
Absolutely
answer your
not,
question?
man. I'm not emotional.
Okay,
at all.
well then just calm down, John. Stop being so emotional. Let
Yes,
me
sir.
actually answer
Yes,
your
sir,
question.
Mr. Dean, I'll
You
calm
asked
down.
me why she waited 23 years. It's because of rape culture and how it's positioned and proponed by men like you. Okay, matter of fact, when a woman accuses a powerful man of raping her, even if she's able to find him guilty in a court of law, men like you don't care, and then instead you want to blame the victim. You want to make the victim the evil person. You want to make the victim the accused. You want to make the victim the bad person, and that could have incredibly negative repercussions on the quality of life and
in
livelihood
your
of the
evidence of
victim.
me specifically,
Right? Such as the fact that E. Jean Carroll's been turned into a monolith of the left. She's been dehumanized and demonized by you and people like you. In fact, she was even fired from her job as a journalist, right? The reason that she didn't come out is because of these negative repercussions. And the reason that she didn't come out is because she was scared people wouldn't believe her. And she was embarrassed that her parents would think that she was lying, right? A matter of fact, right, in this argument, you are proving her right. Because even after she came out about this, even after she convinced you not a mystery of 9 inside of a civil court, and after you admitted you know nothing about that court, you admitted you know nothing about the evidence in that court, and you admitted you have no research on how civil courts operate, you still think that he's innocent, and you still think that she's lying. So in fact, John, you and people that think like you are the reason that she waited 23 years to come out, and you can't deny that.
first off, I never said Trump was innocent. I never once said that. I asked,
So he's guilty?
why was he not charged? I asked, why was he not charged criminally
And
in
then
the
I answered
90s?
your question.
because of rape culture, right?
Right,
That she had to
right.
wait 20. Look,
Right,
I'm
because,
not,
because of the
I'm not
propagation of a
negative.
system in which negatively disincentivizes victims from speaking out against the violence in which they face, right, because of the negative consequences that will lead to for them. And this isn't like unique to E. Jean Carroll. This is true of 60% of women that are raped that never report it to the authorities in their lifetime, right? There are many victims that have never reported it to the authorities. There are many victims that haven't made these public allegations. And there's many individuals watching this stream that understand exactly what I'm saying because of the system that exists. And if you deny that system exists, then you can't make the argument that she's a bad person and he's innocent after a court ruled with her and agreed that Donald Trump raped her.
I just don't see the logic there. You can blame rape culture. You can blame whatever it is you want to blame.
Wait.
However,
You don't see the logic in somebody not doing something because it might hurt them?
no, I can maybe understand that. I'm not a woman. I can't put myself in woman's shoes, so I don't know. I'm not going to.
We could even like envision this concept in something that you can understand. Imagine that you're very thirsty, right? And you're at home, and like you know that you have this cup of really clean water sitting in your fridge. Obviously, if you're really thirsty, you're gonna go drink that cup of really clean water, right? There's no like potential negative downsides or ways that it could hurt you, right, John?
Sure.
Okay, but now imagine that you're like kind of thirsty, right? But you're not at home, you're on a hike, right? And the only water source that's available to you is a creek nearby. And in that creek, well, there's maybe things in it that could hurt you, like salmonella, various bacteria that will make you shit and puke your guts up for like the next week, right? Do you think that you'd be a little bit more hesitant in drinking that water because of the potential negative downsides that you could
I'd be a
face
little
by
bit more
doing so?
hesitant, but I would still drink from the water. Yeah, I'd be a little bit more hesitant, but I'd still drink. Yeah,
Right.
100%.
Right. Well, the matter of a fact, what if you didn't need to drink that water?
Then what purpose would I have to go over there and attempt to drink it? This is a crazy analogy.
Exactly. So, like, matter of fact, all that we're proving here, right, is a matter of fact. If you think something would yield potential downsides for you, you'd be more hesitant in engaging in that action, right? And that effect is only prolonged and made more predominant when there's potential downsides to engaging in that action, and you don't necessarily need to in order to stay alive. That is why 60% of women that are raped never report it in their lifetimes, and that is why E. Jean Carroll waited 23 years.
Okay, maybe that's a great explanation. I don't know. Maybe you're right. However, my question was, why wasn't he charged in the 90s?
And I answered your fucking question. I answered your fucking question, John.
Let me finish talking.
For the love of God,
So-
please
so
finish
by-
talking and say
by this
something
logic-
new.
By this logic, we can just so your girlfriend from when you were 14, back when you used to use the N-word, if she was public here, when you're getting a little bit of internet fame, right? You're starting to make a name for yourself on TikTok, and she comes out and says, "Hey, he raped me when I was 15." By your logic, we should believe her no matter what. There should be no investigation. There should be you could be held liable in a civil court, just like Trump was, and then we just move on, right? You are a rapist.
Okay, so, and if my grandma had wheels instead of legs, she'd be...
I asked you a very simple question.
She'd be a wheelchair.
I asked you a very...
And if my grandma had wheels instead of legs, she'd be a wheelchair. And by the way, right, like if my girlfriend from when I was 14 accused me of raping her, right, she wouldn't be able to prove that inside of a civil court because it wouldn't be true. Wow, because there'd be no evidence for it. Wow, because there'd be no evidence for it. Wow, because it didn't happen. Mind fucking blown. Right? She wouldn't have like therapist notes from when she was 14 telling her therapist that I raped her like E. Jean Carroll had for Donald Trump because I didn't rape her. Wow. She wouldn't have consistency between those therapist notes and her own testimony and the testimony of 7 others because I didn't rape her. Wow. She wouldn't, like my girlfriend from when I was 14, wouldn't be able to supply a dress to the court that she claimed I raped her in and claimed it had my DNA on it, and which was then tested by the court for male DNA, and then the court found it. And then if I was requested my DNA to be tested against the DNA in the dress, I would have actually given it to them, unlike Donald Trump in his denial of providing his DNA to the court because I didn't rape her. Wow. I wouldn't say that I never met this woman that I dated when I was 14, even though I did, and she would be able to supply a picture of us together like E. Jean Carroll did to Donald Trump because I didn't rape her. Wow. I wouldn't say that she wasn't my type and then confuse a picture of her for a picture of like another ex-girlfriend of mine that obviously was my type because I wouldn't lie because I didn't rape her. Wow! Not to mention the corroborating facts of Donald Trump's character and which make the plausibility of him raping E. Jean Carroll higher, like boasting about sexual exploitation to Howard Stern, the Access Hollywood tapes, best buddies with Epstein, or crude comments about his own daughter or other girls. Wow! Because I didn't rape her and I don't have a character to engage in those actions. Holy fucking shit. John, that was a swing
I don't know, man. Based
and
off
a
your
miss.
language,
That was a swing and a miss.
Based
That was
off
a
the
swing
language
and a
that
miss,
you used back
John.
then, I'd say your character was pretty
That
sketchy.
that was a swing and a miss, John. Huge
Somebody needs to
swing
check
and a
in with her.
miss.
Somebody check in with her and make sure she's okay. Because Dean used to use some pretty vulgar language back then. He was probably racist, and there's no telling what he did to his girlfriend when he was 14.
Right. So you think it is more likely that I'm a rapist than Trump?
I mean, I'm just saying. Look, man, we don't know.
So let me make it clear.
Your moral character back then.
Just because you think it's more likely that I'm a rapist than Trump, you'd prefer me to be president, right?
No, I wouldn't vote for you in a thousand
Why?
lifetimes.
You just said that it's more likely I'm a rapist. You want me in that Oval Office
didn't
right
say it was
away.
more likely. I
Dude,
just
you're
said
like,
somebody's-
holy shit, I think Dean's more likely to be a rapist? Fuck, I better write his name in on the next ballot. Shit, we need him in there.
That's my process.
the
Usually
thought
when I
process?
vote,
By the way,
that's
by the way, I want to point this out to you, John, and for everybody listening in. Okay, his big shebang since the moment he joined was how liberals don't have fact, reason, or logic. Liberals only have emotion, and they're mentally ill because they cry about things. And now we've reduced down to the point where John is rejecting the facts of that court. John is rejecting the evidence provided. John is rejecting the inconsistencies in Donald Trump's own testimony. And John is rejecting all of the corroborating facts of his own character that I've laid out, even though he admitted to them, right? And rather engaging, right, in this like brilliantly emotional, right, attack on me, right? John, you are like everything you say you aren't. You are everything you say I am. It is embarrassing for you, and I'm so happy that I could humble the shit out of you here on live today. Stay
Let me ask you a
triggered
question before
and stay
I gotta go.
attacking me, right? Matter of fact, I was able to prove to you, undeniably prove to you, that Donald Trump is guilty of these things. And instead of being a reasonable person and responding to these facts by saying, oh, maybe I shouldn't support Trump as president, instead you are now just saying, Dean, you're a rapist. Like, dude, John, this is embarrassing for you. This is so
I know, I'm getting
embarrassing.
embarrassed. Let me before I get off here. Let me ask you something.
No, go ahead
the
and
left has
go
shut
on
down
and
the government
respond. Go on and respond to
30
the
something
argument
days.
that I gave.
The left has shut down the government for 30-something days now, and 42 million Americans aren't going to have SNAP benefits as of yesterday. So can I get your pledge here that you'll take the proceeds from this live
How did
and
the
go
Democrats
assist?
shut down the government?
Can I get your pledge that you will
I'll
donate
answer to
proceeds from this live?
I'll answer
to feeding hungry
I'll
families.
answer to your pledge if you could just justify the first thing that you said there. You said that the left shut the government down. How so? I'm not just going to let that
There's
one
been
slide.
14 votes in the past month, and we've needed 7 Democrats votes, and we can't get them. So Democrats.
Why is that? So why is that?
Because they want to use starving children and healthcare for elderly people as leverage in their political bullshit.
So quote unquote leverage for what?
They're using Americans' benefits
to like what
as
end?
leverage.
To like for what end? Apparently,
Because they can't decide because the Democrats can't decide if they want to feed 42 million Americans that rely on SNAP.
No, the question is
or
why are
if
they
want-
voting against the Republican CR?
Because they don't want to have to choose between SNAP benefits or healthcare subsidies.
Oh, so you're saying you're saying the reason why they voted against the Republican CR is because the Republican funding bill wants to defund ACA subsidies that, according to various independent audits and projections, would increase the healthcare premiums for the 55 million Americans on Medicaid by upward of 75%. Like, for instance, a family in Maine, their premiums on Medicaid are expected to go up by $16,000 per year of the Republicans get their way with the funding.
So I can get your
and
I can
then
get your pledge now.
specifically, right, for SNAP benefits, okay, right? I completely just debunked the notion that the Democrats are responsible for the shutdown. The Democrats are responsible for caring about the health and well-being of the 55 million Americans on Medicaid. The fact of the matter is that the Republicans control the White House, the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the SCOTUS. And Donald Trump said that whoever the president is during during a shutdown is culpable for said shutdown. And the House Republicans on Twitter said, well, if the Democrats control the White House and both chambers of Congress, if a shutdown occurs, then they're responsible. So both the logic of the GOP and the logic of Trump personally all goes back to blaming Republicans and personally blaming Trump. And then on the second hand here, even if we ignore who's to blame for the shutdown, the SNAP benefits, Donald Trump can appropriate funding from Congress, right, to keep the SNAP benefits running through November during the shutdown. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. In fact, it literally took a judge in a court out of Rhode Island to force him to do that, to make a ruling obligating him to do so, because in denying to do so, he was literally breaking the law. And I don't even know where that ruling stands today, but matter of fact, you can't even twist it to make it seem like Donald Trump's not responsible for this.
Seven
The
Democrats,
court
man.
has determined that
Seven.
he has.
7 Democrats. That's all we need.
Right.
We can't get it.
Right. And the reason why you can't get it is because you want to increase the healthcare premiums for 55 million Americans on Medicaid
Sure.
by upwards of 75%. They're fighting for Americans. You're fighting against Americans. And what
All right,
proves
well,
it is a
you-
fact that now your president has been ordered by a court to care about the starving ones.
He's our president. He's our president. He's yours too. I just want to get a pledge from you, dude. All proceeds from this live go to a needy family.
So I've
Right.
actually already donated. Have you?
Yeah, I donated yesterday. I'm very active in my local community here in Alabama, and I would hope that you are too.
Okay. Can I get a pledge from you that you're going to stop supporting Trump if he doesn't allocate emergency funding to keep these benefits running for 41 million Americans, including 13 million children, because you care about them so much?
If you pledge to donate the
Wow!
proceeds from
Wow! No!
I will pledge-
Answer the question. I'm so sorry. We're not going to do it. If you then this, right? I thought that your moral virtues stand independent of the mentally ill liberals. So just answer my question. Will you pledge to stop supporting Trump if he doesn't allocate funding from Congress to keep these benefits running for 41 million Americans, including 13 million American children, right? Because you care about them so much.
Well, because your emotions have clouded your judgment of reality.
No one
can't understand
believes
all
you. The
these
only person that's
Democrats.
emotionally thinking here is you. Now, can you answer my question, please?
No, I will support Trump till the end. He took a bullet for this country, and he's done a lot. He's done a lot more for you and I than anybody has in your lifetime.
Okay,
buddy.
really, name
and
one-
you should take all the money
Wait,
from
wait,
this
wait.
live and
Name one
go
policy.
feed your community.
Name one policy that Donald Trump has passed in the last 10 months that has undeniably and unequivocally helped the average American.
He secured our border.
Through what policy?
I don't know what policy.
Wait, but I asked you to name a policy, John.
Well, I'm telling you,
How about
I don't
this?
know a policy,
Oh, so
and
you
I'm
don't,
naming.
so you don't know a policy that he's passed that has undeniably and unequivocally benefited the average American?
Like I said, he secured the border. Is that a policy? Do you want that to be a
Are
policy?
you talking about like
His
a
policy
reduction in the amount of
law and
undocumented
order?
entry?
His policy of law and order in this country. When the America's on a pendulum, right? We swing left, we swing right.
One second, I'm going to thank a couple people. Libby, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, I donated food to a local food pantry Thursday with labels saying blame Trump. Let's fucking go, Libby. Yes, blame Trump. Thank you so much for the $20. You were awesome. Show some love to Libby down below in that chat, everybody. Thank you so much for your kindness. I would also like to quickly thank a handful of other people over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the $10. Sammy saying, don't forget Trump today emailed grocery stores to not give them discounts to individuals on Snap. As usual, cruelty is the point. Yes, cruelty is the point, Sammy. Thank you for the $10. Show some love to Sammy in that chat. Maria, thank you for the $12, who says, I admire how you handle convos when people disagree. It takes a lot of patience and emotional control to keep showing up for these discussions. I think I got it down now, right? Like, I'm able to maintain patience when faced with a disaster of a human being like this John guy. He fucking sucks. Thank you so much for the love, Maria. And Riley, thank you for the 5. And Megan, thank you so much for the 3. Then over on PayPal, Darius, thank you so much for the $10, saying thank you for fighting against grape culture. I'll never stop, right? Metaphorically spitting in the face of these anti-intellectualist dweebs like this guy who want to propone and support a system that is so harmful. Thank you for the $10, Darius. Alex, thank you for the $5. And Danielle, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal, who says, fuck him up, Dean. Johnny Boy's delusional as shit. Couldn't agree anymore. Thank you for the $15, Danielle. Show some love to Danielle in that chat. And then Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, who says, for dealing with John, who thinks throwing facts is being emotional. Dead ass. Yoli, thank you for the 10. Vinny, thank you for the 10. And Joe, thank you for the the 10 over on Venmo around 30 minutes ago. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. And this came in 46 minutes ago, but I still want to thank you. Thank you so much for the love over on Venmo. Kylie with the $22. I want to see 220 Kylie W's down below in the chat. Thank you so much for your love. Thank you so much. And then one last one here. I'm going to call you B. Thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Thank you, B. B with the $25. Thank you so much. Says thank you for what you're doing, and please continue to defend the truth, especially immigrants who pay taxes with no criminal backgrounds. God bless you, Dean. Yeah, I'm actually thinking that we're going to hop into a conversation about that right now, or at least I assume that's naturally leading. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, Miss Randy, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Randy. It's so good to see you. I want to see 500 Randy W's down below in that chat for the $50. That is RANDI. And then Fit Dad, thank you so much for the $50 as well. Thank you guys. Holy shit. Thank you all so much for the love. If you're watching and you want to support me, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. You could also find it in the pinned message over on YouTube. You could attach a message and I'll try to read it off on live. Just thank you guys so much for the love. Huge shout out to all the donors. Now back to you. So do you support Donald Trump's mass deportation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think it's good for the economy?
Well, I mean, in certain industries, it's probably a harm in some ways, but overall, yeah, it's probably a good thing.
How can it be overall a good thing if it reduces our GDP by 1.1 through 1.7 trillion per year, according to the American Immigration Council, reduces our government revenue by $100 billion per year, according to the IRS, because that's what undocumented immigrants pay. Not to mention the $2 trillion bill that our government's going to run up just by funding ICE, building the detention centers, and managing the mass deportation as a whole over the course of the next 10 years. And also considering the humanitarian and legal implications of law and order, right? That's what I was just going to get to. Well, there's no law and order in Donald Trump's mass deportation, as he's infringed on the law and infringed on the Constitution to attempt to get it done, such as he did with his executive order number 14160 on day one, when he tried to illegally take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, or when SCOTUS ruled on April 10th that he illegally deported Abrigo Garcia to Sica in El Salvador, where he was beaten and tortured, or according to other federal judges, where he illegally deported Venezuelan immigrants to El Salvador because he didn't grant them due process prior to their removal, or according to SCOTUS in late April, where he illegally deported Venezuelan immigrants in northern Texas by deporting them under the Alien Enemies Act with less than a 24-hour heads up, thereby stripping them of their due process. If you care about law and order, if you care about maintaining order and law, then you would care about all of the illegal, unconstitutional things that the Trump administration is engaged in, in furtherance of this mass deportation that is so economically destructive, an erosion of our moral and social values.
What's your metric for your claim that the economy is going to be destroyed?
Oh, yeah. Well, the metric for that would be data point number one, the fact that 8.4 million undocumented immigrants work. Data point number two, the fact that 11 million undocumented immigrants consume and buy goods in America, leading to data point number three, that undocumented immigrants pay in $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP per year, according to the American Immigration Council. And data point number four, that they pay over $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level, according to the IRS, which leads to the conclusion, which is if we were to remove them all from the country, well, then our industries are going to be destabilized as all hell, because we're forcefully removing 8.4 million of their laborers, so their productive capacities and their overall operation efficiency goes lower. And we know that that's going to stay a fact, considering the other fact that we're removing all of those consumers. So now all of a sudden there's a total lower level of demand for goods produced by Americans.
There's no facts. You just have speculation, right? You're just speculating that the economy is going to tank because we're going to,
everything I just said was a fact, and I gave my sources for it. Don't debate me by making baseless claims rooted within your own emotion, John. You were talking about this earlier. You care more about facts and fiction, apparently. Nothing I just said was speculative, right? Everything that I just said was with good reason, by deploying the scientific method and running either economic analyses or just simply looking at historical trends and facts of how much undocumented immigrants pay in taxes, contribute to the country, how many of them are working, consuming, et cetera, so on and so forth.
Okay, so in 2025, quarter two, the GDP grew 3.8%. If we're deporting 8 million people, like you said, how come the GDP hasn't dropped? You just made the claim. Made the claim.
Funny enough, the growth rate of the GDP this year is projected by the Feds to be 1.4%. Meanwhile, projected last year was 2.5%.
Projected in quarter two of 2020.
Yeah, projected by the Feds for year round. Yes. Yes, GDP growth is tanking, and
quarter
according to
two
the
of
and, according
2025,
according to
it
the
grew
Federal Reserve,
3.8%.
according to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, investment in American industries is tanking. Right, not to mention that Donald Trump hasn't removed every single undocumented immigrant from the economy yet. Go ahead, John.
You're not answering my question.
Okay, I'll try. I'll try to answer it again. Go ahead.
In quarter two of 2025, the United States GDP grew 3.8%. If your premise is that by deporting illegal immigrants, the GDP will fall, why did it not fall in quarter two of 2025?
I mean, actually, in quarter two of 2025, the Trump administration removed a lower level of undocumented immigrants than Biden did in his last 2 quarters, according to irs.gov/statistics. But not to mention, right, once again, when we don't just account for quarter two, but also quarter one, where the GDP did go down, and the projections by the Federal Reserve ran by, Donald Trump's own appointee, by the way, for the next 2 quarters, right, it is the case that the GDP growth is expected to go down by 1% compared to where it was at last year under Biden. So, thank you.
But you're just projecting it's going to drop because of your emotions. You're making it emotional. You're making emotional.
Then maybe you just didn't listen to what I said. It already did drop in Q1, John.
Not at all. It didn't. It definitely did not drop in quarter two.
Can we agree it dropped in Q1?
Yes, it was down 0.6%.
Thank you so much, John. And then can we also agree that if you go to ice.gov/statistics and you look at the deportations in Q2 of this year, they're actually lower than that of what we saw at the end of the Biden-Harris administration?
I don't know what the ICE statistics are as far as GDP growth goes. I'm looking at.
No, it's not GDP growth. Stop thinking emotionally. Think rationally. Here, I'm talking about arrests and deportations, John.
You're such a gaslighter, man.
I'm not
no,
gaslighting you. I'm just trying to get to stay on track, Mr. John.
Quarter two, we saw a rise of GDP 3.8%.
John,
Why
how
can't
many
you explain
times
to me?
John, I've re-explained it to you a billion times. Do you need me to do it for a billion in a month?
Yeah, I need you to write it down for me.
Well, I wish I had my crayon and polka dot paper because I feel like that's more your wavelength. I'll try to do it verbally once again. So the GDP did drop in quarter one, okay, right, and then in Q2 I understand that it went up. However, in Q2, 52% of companies in the S&P 500 reported lower profit margins than they did in Q1, not to mention the fact that according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis and Data, right, business investments, private, fixed, and manufacturing went down for the first time in years in Q1 and Q2 of this year under Trump's leadership, not to mention the projections from the Federal Reserve of overall GDP growth this year are 1% lower than what they were last year. And you said that, well, that's just emotional speculation. No, economic projections are not emotional speculation. And then point number 3 here, right? In Q2 of this year, the overall deportation rates were actually lower than what we saw under the Biden-Harris administration. My source would be ice.gov/statistics. Do you need me to re-explain that to you again?
Nope. Great
So you get
explanation.
it.
Now,
Thank you.
Now let me ask you 2 questions. First question: you made the claim that deporting illegal immigrants is going to decrease the GDP by 1 point whatever percent. You said.
If we just snapped our fingers and
not-
all the
hold on,
undocumented
I'm not
immigrants
done.
were away
I'm not
tomorrow,
done.
that's what the American Immigration Council tells us.
I'm not done.
Because that's what they contribute.
I'm not done. First off, you made that claim. It's clearly not true, as we've seen from the quarter 2 results.
Dude,
Secondly,
you're an idiot, John.
Secondly,
I'm going to repeat this for one last time. They were deporting undocumented immigrants at lower rates than the Biden-Harris administration in Q2, and that's a projection if we removed all undocumented immigrants from the economy
So there's a
tomorrow.
perfectly
Not to mention
linear-
that GDP growth is projected to be 1% lower than what it was last year. John,
there's a
stop thinking emotionally and actually respond to and consider the
you
facts.
can't,
that I'm giving
answer
you.
these simple questions, man.
John, everybody
It's
with a
a
brain
simple
understands that I am
question.
actually answering your questions and I'm responding exactly
Why
what you
did
said.
GDP
Don't cry now,
rise
John.
3.8%
Don't
in
cry
quarter
now.
2?
Don't cry now,
Simple
John.
question.
I've already responded to this quote-unquote simple question. Don't cry now, John. Do you need me to repeat it for you for a 10th time? It's
Emotions are
funny
valued.
because you're saying that the people on the right are smart and the people on the left are dumbasses, but yet, right, we got this emotional crybaby over here repeating the same question that I've already answered 10
I just
times.
want to know the answer to the question.
Right.
I mean,
so,
apparently.
So you
by your
asked me,
standards-
why did the GDP go up in Q2, right, if mass deportation makes GDP go down, right? Did you know that there are more upward and downward pressures on GDP growth in America than just undocumented immigrants?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did
You're
you
the one that
also
made the
know-
claim.
Did you also
You
know
made
that,
the claim,
Did you
not
also
me.
know that in Q2 they actually deported less undocumented immigrants than the Biden-Harris administration did in their last year? Did you also know that the projections from the Feds have GDP growth this year at 1% lower than what it was in last year? Did you also know that in Q2, investment in American business went down substantially because of the inefficiencies that have already begun to occur because of Donald Trump's mass deportation? Did you also know that in Q2 of this year, and this part's actually new, this one is special, that during Q2 of this year, Donald Trump made a temporary promise to not deport undocumented immigrants working on farms or in the hospitality sector? Wow.
So we've got-
and of course, he walked back on that. Right?
So
But did
his,
you know that like all of these
his
facts
deportation
are
policy
responding
is
to what
pretty
you're
realistic
saying?
then, right?
Oh, well, he got rid of that promise already.
Oh, he got rid of it. Damn it. I thought he was sticking to his guns with this stuff, man. You still can't tell me why the GDP has gained 3.8%, why we've grown 3.8% in Q2. You can't explain to me why. If what you were saying was the case.
John, I just explained it to you. I just told you, John.
You're just going to keep muting me?
Because yes, right there I am. Because I just told you. Can you please respond to the set of facts that I gave you when I explained to you, right, how GDP growth in Q2 of this year doesn't contradict my argument about the negative economic downsides of mass deportation? I
I
told
didn't
you
say
that.
there wasn't going to be negative downsides. I think there probably will be some. However, it's not going to be detrimental to our GDP. That's a silly claim.
Well, it is.
It's an emotional claim.
I've already offered you the evidence for it, and I've already responded to your counter objection about GDP growth in Q2. Right, John?
And you've
like-
already seen from the statistics that it's not true.
John,
but
what,
you still make the
what
claim.
statistics prove that it's not true? Because it's not
The
Q2
growth.
GDP growth.
The growth in
Wait, John, I've already stop
Q2
thinking
GDP.
emotionally. I've already
Okay.
explained to you how that doesn't prove me
let's,
wrong.
let's go all the way back.
John,
who do you think
John,
has deported
no,
more
no,
people?
No. We're not going to go all the way back. We're going to stay on this one topic. The reason why GDP growth in Q2 of this year does not dispute my argument was because in Q2 of this year, the Trump administration was deporting undocumented immigrants at lower rates than Biden in his last year. In Q2 of this year, Trump had a temporary promise that he's already rolled back to not deport undocumented immigrants within essential sectors like hospitality, construction, or working on farms. In Q2 of this year, right, although the GDP growth went up, we still saw other macroeconomic variables indicative of inefficiencies being created in our manufacturing go down, such as business investment, right? In Q2 of this year, right, in the totality of this year, the Federal Reserve is projecting that the GDP growth will be 1% lower than what it was last year. Not to mention in Q1 of this year, GDP growth actually went down. So do you see how, like, when we consider all the facts that I just gave you, John, it proves how you're incorrect here?
No,
Like, I'm not going to repeat myself again.
You
Okay,
don't.
so I want you to explain how all the facts that I just gave you doesn't dispute your claim that GDP growth in Q2, right, proves that mass deportation doesn't negatively affect the GDP. Like, John,
Because if you look
can you
at-
actually just repeat all the points I just gave you?
No, but I can
No,
respond
no,
to your
no, no.
question.
I want you to repeat the points I just gave you. I want to make sure that you're listening.
No, I mean, half the time when you talk, it goes through one ear and comes out the other. But I
Wait,
can
John.
try.
So are you admitting that you weren't listening to my argument against you?
No, I heard the last part.
Oh, okay. So then repeat all the points that I gave you to refute your argument.
Like I just said, I heard the last part. I
Okay,
wasn't
so
paying
so,
attention.
so you weren't paying
For
so
minutes
you
of
weren't paying
talking.
attention, John. See, the issue is obviously you're not going to be able to understand why you're wrong if you're not paying attention to me when I'm giving you the facts that prove you're wrong. John left. Bye bye, Johnny boy. Run away. Run away. Quite frankly, run away. Run away. By the way, guys, we just got a 10-minute restriction on the TikTok live for quote unquote harassment and bullying. I think it's because I called him a mean word. Now we're just going to write it out since it's only 10 minutes long. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box. Run away, little Johnny boy. Run away, little Johnny boy. Get absolutely dunked. The other disgusted veteran. Oh, 1 second. Hello, buddy. Buddy, are you here?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Buddy, you gotta
What's
go
up?
somewhere more quiet.
Yeah. Don't tell me what to do. What's up?
Buddy, the background noise is way too loud. There we go. Now it's better.
Okay.
Hey, buddy. Welcome in, man.
Hey, man.
You're back.
Put a little bass in your voice there, man.
Okay. Is
Put a little bass in your voice.
Come on, bro. You're not Jeff Teague. Calm down, buddy. You're not Jeff Teague. All right. So anyways, buddy, do you support Trump?
I support Republicans.
Okay. But like, are you MAGA? Like, do you support Trump as president?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Can I get a W veteran from you?
No, you can't.
Wait, why not? Because he just donated $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much. Saying that the last guest's logic was weak and deranged. Absolutely. Can you show some love to Veteran for the $20?
No, I can't.
No, can you show some love to Holger? That is Holger for the $20 on PayPal?
No means no.
Oh, well,
Dean.
thank you so
I mean,
much.
you're being-
Go tell Trump that. Thank you for the $20,
being
Holger.
aggressive.
Holger with the $20 says, my daughter had her birthday yesterday, and she
No,
wanted me
you're
to...
like, why?
One moment.
No means no, bro.
Go tell that to Trump.
No means no.
Go tell that to Trump. Holger, I'm reading...
I'm telling it to you.
Well,
man.
I know you
You're
should
one
also tell it to Trump.
pussy.
You
Is that how
should-
you treat your girlfriend?
You should all...
Why? Why?
What did you
No.
say?
Why? Is that how you treat your girlfriend?
Do I ask my girlfriend to thank my donors? I don't.
No. Is that how you treat her?
When
When she tells you no, you say why?
No,
Why?
No, that's
Why?
not how
You don't
that's not
ask
how I
people
treat her.
why. You shouldn't expect people to give you an explanation, Dean.
Oh, okay. So go tell Trump.
No means no.
So go tell
No
Trump.
means no.
So
I'm
then go
telling
tell
you.
Trump.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Wait, why won't you go tell Trump
don't
that,
have anything
considering
to
the
do with
fact
this
that he's
conversation between me and you,
so why don't you go tell Trump that, considering the fact that he's the adjudicated rapist and I'm not?
I'll tell you what. Get him on the live, and I'll tell him.
Okay, great. So
But I'm
then,
telling you right now.
so then why do you still support
Don't
him?
think. Don't think,
So why do you support him as president if you think that he needs to know that no means no because he's an adjudicated
Are you-
rapist?
Dean, hit the vape, Dean.
What's that?
Hit the vape, Dean.
I'm okay, buddy. Do you want to respond to what I
Is your
said?
anxiety pin?
Yeah.
Is your anxiety
Yeah.
up? Because
I'll
you
rip
got
the
called
anxiety.
out
I'll rip the anxiety
for
pin
someone
later.
saying no, and then you continue to push the issue and want to.
Actually, yeah. Could you thank Holger for the $20?
That's characteristics.
Can you thank Holger for the $20? Can you say thank you, Holger?
That's characteristics.
Holger,
Dean.
thank
What
you so
else
much
do
for
you
the
do?
$20. Can you say
What
thank
other
you, Holger?
aspects of your life do you do that,
Well,
Dean?
I'm gonna need you to thank Holger. Could you say thank you?
Man, well, I tell you what, you're telling a lot about yourself, Dean.
Okay. Well, can you thank Holger for the $20?
Hey, if you would do it to a total stranger, what would you do to someone close to you?
If
Oh,
I'd
man.
ask a total stranger to thank one of my donors, what would I do to somebody close to me? I don't really think anybody's following. I know what I'll do to you. I'll mute you. So I could go on to thank real quick Michael. Thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Holy shit, Michael. Michael with $100 says this is for being intelligent and having a great quote unquote sleeper build. Bro, Michael, fucking thank you. Listen, the sleeper build, I've been working on it. I appreciate you for the love, brother. Thank you so much for your kindness. That is seriously so incredibly kind of you. I want y'all to show some love to Michael for the $100 donation down below in that chat. Thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see 1,000 Michael W's. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Keegan. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal, who says, I listen to your lives on YouTube/TikTok a lot. Thank you for doing what you do. Thank you, Keegan. Thank you for your kind words and the $15. Show some love to Michael and Keegan down below in that chat. Seriously, Michael, thank you. As well as Vanessa, thank you for the 5. Brett, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Says also in Q2 this year, companies bought a lot of backstock in advance of the tariffs, giving the GDP a bump. Yup. Appreciate you for the facts and the $10. Brett, keeps spitting. Show some love to Brett down below in that chat. And then Janet and Tom. Janet, thank you for the $25. Who says, thank you for schooling ignorant John. Proof you can't fix, STUPID. Right. Thank you for the $25 and your kind words, Janet. I couldn't agree with you more. And then Tom with the $20 says, congrats on Mamdani. Did you get a chance to check out that UC Davis study impact on amnesty? No, I haven't yet. I need to check that out. Thank you so much, Tom. Thank you, Janet. Show some love to Tom and Janet down below in that chat, as well as Bryson with the $12 who says, you have the patience of a saint, my friend. Thank you, Bryson. And then Tiffany, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, keep healing the world, bro. Thank you for the love, Tiffany. Thank you so much. And then one more here from Callum with the €20 over on Super Chat, who says, hey man, it's my birthday today, and I'm happy to hear you got to talk to Zoran Mamdani. I'm not from New York, but if he was a Scottish politician, I would 100% vote for him. Same, I'm not from New York, but if he was a Coloradan politician, I'd 100% vote for him too. Thank you for the €20, Callum, and happy fucking birthday, brother. Thank you so much for the love, you guys. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio and TikTok. You could also find it in the pin message over on the YouTube stream. Thank you guys so much for your kindness. Show some love to all of our donors down below while we ask our next guest buddy here why the hell he supports the worst president of his lifetime, Mr. Trump. Take it away.
Abortion, immigration, economy. Where you want to start?
No, I mean, we could just start.
Other than the characteristics that you have that are real similar to his.
Okay. Well, maybe that's why you're talking to me.
Man,
You love me so much because you think I'm similar to Trump. I guess we'll start with the first thing that you said there, abortion. So, I mean, let's just get like the preliminaries out of the way. Do you think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion?
your preliminaries. Let's get the real preliminary out of the way. Is that a human being?
Sure. Yeah, it's biologically speaking a human being. I agree.
So you have no problems killing human beings, huh?
Yeah, I don't think that all human beings have the right to life. I don't think that it's wrong to kill the fetus. Can you answer my question?
So you're okay with killing human beings? Yes
Yeah,
or no?
I'm totally okay with killing that fetus. Yeah.
Not a fetus, a human being.
Well, the fetus is the subcategory of the fact that it's a human being, but what
So it's a
stage of
human
development
being.
it's in.
It's a human being or
Right?
not?
Like I'm an adult and I'm a human being, right?
Be an adult and answer the question.
Wait, well,
Is it a-
wait. According to your logic, I'm not an adult because I'm a human being. See the issue?
Dane, is it a
It-
human being?
I already
You're
answered yes,
avoiding
buddy.
the question, Dane.
I'm not avoiding
You're
it because I
avoiding-
already answered yes.
You're avoiding- Yes. So you're okay with killing human beings?
How many times do I need to repeat this? Yes, I am okay with killing the fetus. Yes.
The human being.
Yes.
Well, okay. So end of that conversation.
No, it's not the end of that conversation because we have good reason to avoid
Chat. Dean's okay with killing human beings.
it. We already all know this. I'm okay with killing that fetus. I don't think it has moral value because it doesn't have the ability to deploy any level of consciousness and
You
or
think-
sentience.
you
I don't
think-
think it's our species or the
You
or
think-
genome that gives us moral value. I think that it'd be our ability to deploy
You
subjective
think-
experiences,
You
Mr.
think?
Mr. Buddy. So can you answer my question now? Do you think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion?
What's the percentage of that, Dean?
I think it's like 2% of all abortions.
Hmm.
So can you answer
So we
my
got
question?
so we got a dime holding up a dollar, huh?
Well, I don't know what that means.
We
I
need to
think
pay- we need
I
to
think
pay-
that victims
we
of rape
need
should be
to
able to
pay
access
the
abortion. I think that women in
98%.
elective circumstances should be able to access abortion, right? But the reason I asked this question first is because I think
Why, Dean?
that you could be pro-life and believe that victims of rape should be able to access abortion, right? And I just like to try to convince as many pro-life individuals as possible to hold on to that view compared to like yours, right? Like I just think it's like
You're
significantly
pro-life?
preferable.
You're pro-life?
No, I'm pro-choice, but I'm saying that you can be pro-life and still think.
So you're not pro-life, and you're okay with killing human beings.
Yeah, so I'm pro-choice.
Oh.
So I'm
This
pro-choice,
guy.
and I'm okay with killing the fetus. Can you answer my question though?
This guy here.
Like you still haven't answered my question. Like I'm gonna give you one last chance before I kick you. Right? I'm kind of like done with like the insufferable old Trump supporter act. It's getting old. so do you think that victims of rape should be able to access
Oh, the
abortion?
threat of being kicked. Don't do it, Dean.
Okay, then answer the
Oh.
question. Like what you could do to prevent being kicked is by answering the question. I'm gonna go ahead and ask it again. Then I'm gonna like give you 30 seconds on the clock to answer. If you don't by the
You
end
just
of the
already,
30
you
seconds,
already
I'm
said
gonna
if I
kick
didn't
you.
answer, you're
So-
going to kick me. I'm double
That is right. So I'm gonna go to
All right.
stopwatch. I'm gonna start.
some balls.
I'm gonna start the
Get some balls
stopwatch.
about you,
Hey buddy,
Dean.
I'm gonna start the stopwatch.
I'll do you the
Hey,
favor.
hey buddy.
I'll do you the favor.
Hey buddy,
I'll-
I'm gonna stop this, and he left. Okay, y'all want to know something funny? I think that it really pisses these like Trump supporters off that I'm able to maintain my cool. Like I think that it infuriates them that they can't like rage bait me. You know what I mean? Like I'm like it is like it pisses them off so much, right? Like obviously Buddy was being insufferable. Obviously Buddy was really testing my patience. Obviously it would have been fair, right, if I started showing that by being viscerally annoyed with him, verbally and physically. But I don't because it pisses them off so much, right? His rage bait wouldn't work, so he ran away like screaming and crying. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Dude couldn't rage bait me, so he just dipped. Dude, thank you so much for proving that MAGA is a movement not propped up by reason, fact, or logic, but only sustained, right, by the emotions and delusions of shitty men such as yourself. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, what year were you born in?
September 7th, 2005.
Perfect. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Okay. First off, I think Trump is way better than Biden.
Okay.
Kamala, at the end of the day, I don't
Kamala.
care. Okay, whatever. At the end of the day, this is my thing. When we go to the grave, we're taking none of this with us. None of this shit matters.
Okay, so just
Do you agree?
because
Do
we
you agree?
die doesn't mean that what happens while we're alive doesn't matter.
I'm just gonna say 100% of people who die, I really hope they don't go to the grave and go, man, I hated Trump. Hell yeah, Jesus, take me with you.
Okay, well, I hope when
That-
Donald
that's
Trump
just
goes
my
to the
whole
grave,
thing.
Does it go,
Trump does
man?
bad
I
things.
hated poor people.
Yes.
Hell yeah, Jesus,
I'm
take me with
speaking
you.
for 2 billion Christians right here. None of this fucking matters. This is just stupid.
Jesus
Politics is
literally
stupid.
teaches you in the Bible that it matters to be good.
Okay. Alrighty.
Like
I
you as a
agree with
Christian,
that.
can you agree that sin matters?
I'm a shitty Christian. I'm gonna admit
Okay,
that.
wait. Can you
I've
agree
made
with me
mistakes
that
like
because
everybody
no,
has.
I'm asking you a very specific question here, Will. Does sin matter?
Yep. Does sin matter? In my beliefs, and I can't speak for everything, I think certain sin does matter. Yes.
No, does all sin matter?
I believe in repenting for certain things.
Okay,
There's
just
extremes,
because like
but
sin matters doesn't mean that you can't repent for the sins. In fact, you can repent for sins, and you should repent for sins because
Yeah.
sins matter, because they distance you from God in accordance with Christian theology.
Okay.
So can you agree that all sin matters?
Yeah.
Okay, and
And
where
yeah,
does
I
it, and then where does sin take place? Does it take place on earth?
Yeah.
So therefore,
think it
what
could
happens
take
on
place
earth matters.
anyway,
Thank you
right?
so much. So now, why do
Alrighty.
you support Trump as president?
Like I said, I think he's a better candidate than what we've. I think he was just the better choice.
So
Everybody makes mistakes. I agree. Trump is
so
not
why,
a good
so why did you think
person.
that Trump was a better choice compared to Kamala Harris?
I just don't really know that much about Kamala.
Kamala.
And honestly, I think it was just weird how she got just put into
Lucy, thank you for the
presidency.
galaxy.
I don't know.
So you're saying that you think, as a Christian, the adjudicated rapist is a better choice than Kamala Harris because you don't know enough about Kamala Harris. You're saying, as a Christian, the guy that is now refusing to feed the hungry and letting 41 million Americans, including 13 million American children, starve, is the better president because you didn't know too much about Kamala Harris. You're saying, as a Christian, the president that intentionally
Well,
took
isn't
healthcare away
SNAP
from 10 million low-income Americans, right, with the specific intention of just having more money to fund the greatest redistribution of wealth from
No,
the
I
rich
don't. Okay.
in modern American history, right, is better because you didn't know too much about Kamala Harris. Where in the Bible does it say take from the poor, give to the rich? Where in the Bible does it say sexually exploit children or rape women? Where in the Bible does it say that you should lie 30,000 times, cheat on all three of your wives, and sexualize children? All right, because when I read the Bible, what I see in Psalms is it says, the glory that you give to those that have less to you is the glory that you will receive in the kingdom of heaven. And when I read Matthew, it says, right, the way that you treat those with less than you is the way that you're treating the Lord your God. Okay, and when I read that scripture, the only thought that comes to my head, or I guess the first one, is that the Trump administration is so far away from true Christian theology and the moral prescriptions and teachings of the Bible that if I had to place myself inside of that Christian worldview, I would deem Trump as nothing more than a weapon of Satan, a means to the end, right, of a rebellion against the good, right, and a termination of the common care for others, right? Because that is what he has done, either directly through his actions, directly through his policy, or indirectly through the social environment that he propagates by saying it's okay to hate your enemies, saying that you should hate Democrats like he does, prosecuting his political opponents, or calling for those that he disagrees with to be imprisoned.
Okay. Well, at the end of the day, nobody is my king besides Jesus Christ.
Okay,
So
well, Donald Trump
what,
said he's
what
your
you said
king, so
was
you
not
shouldn't support
relevant.
Trump.
Okay. I just think he was a better candidate. I mean,
Right.
this whole
With
political
no
system
reason.
is
With
fucking
zero.
stupid.
With
At the end of the day,
with
we
zero
are not
reason.
taking this to the grave. This rate what you're doing. You're just supporting the hate. You're growing the hate.
I'm supporting the hate by fighting against it. That doesn't make much sense, man.
No, you're not. If you were fighting against it, you wouldn't be on TikTok.
I'm
You
on
would be
TikTok
out there
because
right
I'm
now
fighting against it.
because Trump is taking food away. You'd be out there giving fucking food to people with all the donations you get from this TikTok.
Well, it's funny because you missed a conversation earlier where, like, once again, I told a guest that that's actually something I've already done. I've already donated. Have you?
No. Good job. Thank you for donating. I really appreciate it. And I don't know how my sources are straight, but it looked like SNAP benefits will not be cut off. Am I right or wrong?
Well, if Donald Trump follows the order that a court compelled him to continue to keep the food stamps running, sure. But why do you as a good Christian support somebody as president that has to have a court order him to feed the hungry? Did a court have to order Jesus to feed those listening to a Sermon on the Mount?
I just don't. Okay. Again, Jesus is a king. I just don't understand why this all falls on Trump. And I am super confused on the whole government lockdown. Can you
Because
please explain it to
he
me?
was the one that refused to grant emergency funding from Congress to run food stamps. It was him.
Oh, for why? Why?
Why? Because he values owning the libs over feeding the hungry. Right? He'd rather refuse to fund food stamps than like violate the Hatch Act on the USDA website. Thank you so much for the magic stars. I appreciate you for the love. And say that this is the Democrats' fault compared to just forgoing trying to blame it on the Democrats and keeping them fed because it's the right thing to do. Just yet another reason that Donald Trump isn't very Jesus-like, and another reason why you shouldn't support him.
Okay, so what funding were the Democrats not wanting for the government to be opened back up because Trump would not fund it?
I'm confused on the question. Could you find a way to repeat that and make sense?
Sorry. So the liberals in the government, they have funding that's being cut from Trump because it's useless. Can you please tell me those things that the liberals are trying to keep funding still?
I think that you're asking me, like, why are the liberals not agreeing to new
useless
funding
money
bill?
laundering? I'm like talking about why the government shut down.
Oh, the government is
was
shut
the
down
sole
because the
purpose of it?
government, because the Republicans want to roll back affordable care subsidies, and if they are successful in doing so,
There was
premiums-
more. There was stupid funding that was gonna millions and billions of dollars were getting funded for stupid stuff that should not be.
Like what?
I think some of it, I'm not too sure, but I saw some like it was transgender reassignments in different countries that have nothing to do with America.
Dude, I'm so sorry, man. You've just succumbed to the propaganda. Annual funding bills to keep our government running doesn't include giving money to transgender people.
Okay.
Could you show me what line that is on the proposed CR funding bill from the Democrats in the House or the Senate?
I'm just trying to understand it more on why the government shut down.
Okay,
There
there's
was
nothing to do
definitely
with
more-
giving transgender people money. That's propaganda.
Okay, propaganda.
Yes.
So then all of it's a lie. I know there was a bunch of stuff that the liberals were trying to fund, and that's why the government's not back open because Trump will.
Sir, thank you so much for the flying jets. Yeah, if it's anything other than Affordable Care Act subsidies to keep premiums for people on Medicaid lower, then it's a lie.
So it was just healthcare. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll have to go look into that more.
Yeah,
But I guarantee you, it's definitely more than just.
I would
funding
definitely
for healthcare.
recommend you go look into that. more.
100%. It was definitely more than just healthcare.
But you,
100%.
so you believe in something with absolute certainty with no evidence.
I'm
that is
I'm
delusional.
100%. I definitely was on .gov looking
That
at
is-
the funding that was getting cut from the liberals
That
because
is
Trump wouldn't
that is just
open it back
delusion.
up. Alrighty. Well, Jesus is King. Thank you for your time. Hope all of you have a blessed day.
Jesus Christ. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest here, folks. Oh, my God. Wait, yo, listen. I'm looking at a video that I posted an hour ago talking to Zoran Mamdani. Why is one of the top comments, Dean, why are you scared of that one dude who wanted to fight you? You motherfuckers. You guys are killing me over here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only op-eds out of that queue if you support Trump. Dude, why did that Jeff Teague shit blow up so much? Like, what happened there? The internet is infatuated by very silly things. We're going to get that next Brookie loaded up into the box. By the way, if you're in here, let me know how your day's been so far down below in the comment section. I hope it's been well. And while we're getting the next guest loaded up, show some love to Tina for the $10 over on PayPal. Tina did not attach any message to the donation, only love. Appreciate you so much for that, for your kindness, Tina. Mary, thank you so much for the, let's see here, $5 on PayPal. And Carol with it too. Then Corey, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Corey with the $10 on Venmo says, Dean for president. Maybe one day, I don't know. We're a ways away from that. But thank you for the $10, Corey. Thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Corey down below in that chat. And thank you so much, Morgan, with the $20 over on Venmo, who says, how can these Trump supporters be pro-life but be okay with Trump killing people? Right, exactly. Right, you'd assume that they'd, be against that, right? Who knows? I don't know. Thank you for the $20, Morgan. Let's get 200 Morgan W's. What is up, Brookie? Do you support Trump? Brookie's not here, so we're going to go to ban them and move on to the next guest. Just looking for some debates. Make sure if you're in that queue that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message of the YouTube stream. Welcome into You Support Trump if you star. 5, 4, banned. Moving on to the next guest, we got Avery T loading up in the box. Here we go. Alrighty. We got Avery T loading up. We got Bo Nice Winter loading up. Hello, Avery.
Yo, what's up, Dean?
Avery, are you MAGA?
Yo.
What?
Bo's a child. Avery, are you MAGA?
What does that mean?
That means, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, yeah.
Don't believe you. Snoop, hello. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you so much. I fucking hate Trump. I can't believe I'm in here. Sorry.
So based. We're just looking for some Trump supporters, so I'm going to have to kick you out here, but that is so incredibly based. So incredibly based, quite frankly. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Hey, what's up, Barbara?
Dean, I love you so much, Dean.
Barbara, appreciate you so much for your kind words. We are going to go to kick you out just because we're looking for some Trump supporters, but you take care now. You take care now. Moving on to the next guest. So this guy's name is MAGA Hero. We're going to go get MAGA Hero up here. Hey, what's up, MAGA
Hello?
Hero? Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
How old are you?
35.
Have you been up here before, MAGA Hero?
No, I have not.
Why did you create a burner account to join?
I've never been here before.
Why did you create a burner account to join?
I don't have TikTok. I don't. This is my. I was watching YouTube and came over here to request to join.
Okay, so go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you're MAGA.
Because he saved America.
How did he save America?
Well, actually, the Democrats are hurting America because they shut down the government.
Okay, all right. We'll talk about the government shutdown after you tell us how he saved America.
He's making it safe.
Making it safe? How so?
Crime is going down.
Crime is going down. Like, what is he doing to make crime go down? And what's your source on that?
He's deploying the National Guard to areas where the crime is bad, like in Portland.
And what authority? Crime is bad in Portland? Dude, come on. Yeah, the way that he's deploying the National Guards is not predicated on crime rates. Like, he threatened to deploy the National Guards in New York City, right?
Correct.
Did he threaten to deploy the National Guard in Houston or Austin, Texas?
Not to my knowledge.
Why? They have higher homicide rates. Not to mention he'd have an easier time sending the National Guard into their cities, considering the fact that they're governed by Republicans that are on board with this plan, not Democrats who detest it.
Yeah, I know Abbott's in Texas. I know, but he's going to get to that point.
So that kind of proves it's not about the crime. And I have something else here to prove that it's not about the crime. I mean, he pardoned 72 people that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol after smearing shits on their own shit on the walls inside of the Capitol on January 6th and labeled them as patriots. Obviously, if he's going to pardon them, let them out of jail, and call them patriots, he doesn't really care about crime.
Right, I agree. That was wrong. I agree with you.
Yeah, but it proves that they don't care about crime.
Well, can we talk about the government shutdown?
Because you don't want to talk about your claim that Donald Trump is saying.
No, because I have a talking point that you can't argue with me about.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Do you know why a Democrat official in Congress said that it's the Democrats' fault for the government shutdown?
No, but I disagree with him. Oh, wait, is your argument really, if a Democrat says it, then Dean must agree? Is that the undefeatable point?
Well, no, I'm asking you. Are you familiar with John Fetterman, what he said?
Oh, John Fetterman is not a Democrat.
What are you talking about? He's a Democrat elected official.
A Democratic elected official who had a private dinner with Trump at Mar-a-Lago and has been glugging for the last 10 months. John Fetterman is a fake Democrat. But, yeah, I disagree with a lot that John Fetterman does and has to say, including any potential statement that he's made surrounding him blaming the shutdown on the Democrats. I think that Fetterman is a man that just wants power and influence and that he's just going to suck up to whoever has the most of it to attempt to get his way and work his way up the ranks. Now, obviously, come midterms in the next general, when Democrats sweep, right, we know that from polls, Democrats have never been stronger. Donald Trump has never been weaker with support amongst the American public. That Fetterman is a loser who's going to lose his seat and go back to, I don't know, praising Israel from his living room. Now, obviously, I don't think that the shutdown is the Democrats' fault, nor does Trump. He thinks that it's his fault.
Why would you say it's his fault? He just was on 60 Minutes yesterday saying it's the Democrats' fault.
Oh,
so how would you say it's his
now
fault?
he's contradicting himself. See, he's a mess. This is why you shouldn't support him. Well, I mean, he said like 4 years ago that if the government shuts down, the president is to blame. And he left. Chat, dude, we are running through these Trump supporters. We are running through them. Like, this is unreal. Wow, we are 2 hours into the stream and like the Trump supporters just keep on getting knocked down, right? Like these people just keep on up and leaving. Oh, this is great, man. We are just running through them. We're disputing these quote unquote facts today. Hey, Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Who says, as a fourth Oregon from Portland living in Miami, the crime is far worse in Florida. I think that you're right, just looking at the rates. Thank you so much for the love, Elizabeth. And then Philip, thank you for the $10 on PayPal as well. Let's go to get 100 Philip W's down below in that chat, who says, sometimes I watch the live and I listen to the guest stupidly and I think to myself, I bet they can't pick out a giraffe on a cognitive test. Well, I know Donald Trump had a hard time with it, quote unquote, per his own word of mouth. Thank you for the $10, Philip. Welcome. And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Banned! Quite frankly, you're like 4.5. You gotta be at least 18 to join the live. Also, show some love to In for the $15 over on PayPal. In, thank you. In with the 15 bucks says, love from Cyprus. Keep up the good work. Thank you, In. Thank you so much. And then Jose with the $5 on Venmo saying, fuck Steve. So fucking real. And Ali, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get 200 Ali W's. Thank you so much. Ali with the 20 bucks says, thank you for being a source of entertainment while I do my errands, as well as being a beacon of hope, bringing progressive use to the masses. Ali, it's so good to see you. I love the hell out of you. You're always here hanging out with us and supporting me. Show some extra special love to Allie down below in that comment section. What is going on, Coop? Do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you?
19.
Okay. All right. What year were you born in?
2013.
Do the math, my friend. Well, actually, maybe you haven't gotten to that grade yet to learn basic addition and subtraction. Moving on to the next guest here, folks. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No.
Base Miss Vinton, but we are only looking for Trump supporters. We're trying to find some debates. We're gonna go to get that next guest, Marge Nelson, loaded up in the box. Maybe he actually was born in 2013 and he just forgot to lie. Fuck. I'm gonna text Parker. Yo, can you pop up for a second? Need to pee, lol. If not, all good. Okay, we're going to try to get Parker up on the live for a second so I can hit a quick bio break. Let's see if he could join. What's up, Marge? Do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you.
Well, I appreciate you for that love, Marge. We're just looking for some debates, though, so you take care. Moving on to the next guest, Colton. Let's go to get Mr. Colton loaded up into the box. Quite frankly, I need to stop doing that. You know, I've started to do that in public randomly. I mean, people think it's funny, but it's pretty embarrassing. Hello, do you support Trump, Colton? Ginger, thank you for the future encounter. Colton is not here, so banned. Moving on, let's go ahead and get that next guest, Drippy Chicken, loaded up into the box. Oh boy, just looking for some debates. Hello. Very nice, Drippy Chicken. Hello, Savannah, do you support Trump? Savannah, you're on the live. You got 5 seconds to give a response before you're kicked.
Okay. I do.
And I think you're a troll. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Only up in that queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, I think that Donald Trump is a threat to America. If you disagree, go ahead and hop inside of the queue. Literally think he's terrible. Shay, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo saying I'm from PA and we don't claim Fetterman and we all hate him. He's definitely sucking the Republican schlong. Yeah, Shay, I agree. Fetterman sucks. He sucks bigly. I really don't like Fetterman. Let's go to get that next guest. We got Clipper loaded up into the box, folks. Just please follow the rules if you're trying to join in. That's all that I ask. Please, 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 please. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
25.
And why the hell do you support the worst president of your life? Donald Trump is an undeniable threat to America. Listen in, folks. He has been harming low-income Americans. He's been harming the average American. He's raped women, sexually exploited little girls. Why the hell do you still support him as president?
Well, I only supported Trump because of the border.
You support him because of the border. So what's he done for the border?
Well, he closed the border.
And how did he close the border?
Troops. He deployed troops to the border.
He deployed troops to the border. Well, I mean, Biden got like 15,000 troops from Mexico deployed to the southern border when he was president. I'm obviously going to assume you're not too big of a fan of Biden.
We still had millions of people still crossing under Biden.
Right. And yeah, meaning that like sending troops to the border seemingly doesn't do too much to prevent undocumented entry.
But
proving that
how many
what
people
you
are
just said
crossing
about
right
Trump is
now?
seemingly ineffective.
But how many people are crossing right now?
Lower levels of crossing. They've fallen by over 90%. But I think what you're making is a correlation causation fallacy. You're saying that him deploying troops to the southern border is what caused this outcome, when we have reason to dispute that hypothesis, mostly being the fact that we also had troops deployed to the southern border under Biden, and seemingly like undocumented entry like went on. I would say that the reason why we've had a significantly lower level of undocumented entry under Trump is because he's scaring that entry away by violating the human and constitutional rights by playing fascist of undocumented immigrants that are already in the country, which is, of course, means to an end that I think is incredibly immoral, incredibly fascist, and something I don't support, and you shouldn't either.
Okay, so what solution did the Democrats have for the border?
Okay, well,
You guys never talked
so
about
we can
that.
talk about the Democrats as soon as you could respond to my argument cogently, rebuking your claim and setting forth a new hypothesis that's more likely that demonstrates that Donald Trump's quote-unquote border policy has been nothing more than fascism.
Well, I would agree with that, but he had no. Yeah, that's the only way he had to do it, because we had millions of people crossing on the border, and the Democrats never did anything about it. And Trump, that was the only way Trump would end the border
So
crossing.
you support fascism?
I do not. No, I do not. I do not.
So then you wouldn't support him using fascism to reduce undocumented entry?
No, but it was a way on how he would end.
Right. So
the
you're saying that it's okay to use
border. Yeah.
fascism as a means to an end?
It's all right, but it's one of the ways he would do it.
So
Because
then why do you care about undocumented entry at all?
No, I don't care about it because Dean.
Wait, yeah,
I came out of-
exactly. You don't care about undocumented entry because you're saying that you don't care if Donald Trump
No,
violates
I
the
care about- I
constitutional
care about
rights of
people-
undocumented immigrants and deporting them. So why do you
I care
care about
people coming in
undocumented
the
immigrants
right way.
violating
I care-
federal
I care-
law and coming in?
I care about people coming in the right way, getting
Yeah, why?
scanned.
Why do you care about that?
Well, because it does good for America, but I don't care about people coming in the US undocumented. Nobody knows who these people are.
Wait. It does good for America. So you're saying that you care about things that do good for America. Does fascism do good for America?
No, I don't support
Okay,
that.
so then you don't support what Donald Trump has done to reduce undocumented entry.
Well, I give him credit for the
Right, but like why? Because you don't care about people breaking the law, and it doesn't help America to deport undocumented immigrants. It cripples our economy, reduces our GDP, reduces government revenue, destroys the moral and social fabric of this country, rips families apart, and deports people illegally without due process, subjugated to constitutional and human rights violations. Okay? Right? You can't argue that you care about it because you want to make the country better, because you support mass deportation even though it makes the country worse. And you can't argue
don't support
that
mass
you care about
deportation.
undocumented entry because they're breaking the law, right? When in all reality, you're now saying that you support Donald Trump infringing on the Constitution as a means to the end to get him out, right? Both of your two arguments up to this point have been incredibly hypocritical and contradictory.
No, I don't support mass deportation.
Okay, all right. Well, then you don't support the means that Donald Trump has been using to reduce undocumented entry. Therefore, you concede the point. What's next? Why are you MAGA?
Because I do not want legal crossing. All I want is the people to come in the US the right way.
Okay, man, we've already been over this point. Dude, I've had to repeat myself to every single guest that I've had on the stream. I will repeat myself one more time to you, right? If needed, but I will only repeat myself one more time. Okay?
Yeah.
Right? I agree. Undocumented border crossings should go down. We should just do that the right way by disincentivizing it, by making the legal means of entry into this country faster. Obviously, the means that Donald Trump has been using to reduce undocumented entry are bad because they're fascist. They violate human and constitutional rights, disincentivizing undocumented entry by scaring them away. And it's bad because it's short term in the moment that we no longer have a fascist president that's okay with human and constitutional rights violation. Well, then that incentive structure will reverse, meaning that it's short term. Now, if I need to repeat that again, I'm going to kick you, right? I am done repeating myself about 1 billion times to every person that joins this live. It's really annoying.
Okay, I get it. So let's move to the next point. How did the Democrats how did Democrats plan on fixing the border?
So
Because you guys never
so
talked
I just
about
want to
that.
clarify. You came up here to make a claim, and then every single time I dispute it, and you have no counter objection, you wanted to repeat the claim. And then when I finally called you out, I was like, hey, listen, right? This is my last time giving you my counter objection, right? You then recognize that you can't just repeat yourself again, so you want to move on?
Well, you said you're gonna kick me if I repeat myself, so
Right, so don't repeat yourself, just like engage in a substantive conversation with me, right? And give a counter argument to the position that I've detailed.
Well, then I lived close to the southern border and I saw what was going on, and I'm glad we're no longer having that anymore, and which is very, very, very good for this country because
Okay, but I've already told you the issues with it. What has caused that is fascism. Fascism is bad for this country, and it's
Yeah, I
short-term.
understand, and
Because-
I
so-
get the point. But Dean, what's your
So-
solution as
so
Democrats to help this?
I will happily give you my solution, right? Once we could finish off on this point. So are you saying that like even if Donald Trump, right, like disincentivized undocumented entry by like starting like a mass genocide of undocumented immigrants that are
No,
already
that's
in this country?
what he's doing is wrong. I agree.
Wait, right. But you're saying that you still support the outcome nonetheless. So if Donald Trump like disincentivized undocumented entry and caused those border crossings to go down by like genociding, right, 10,000 undocumented immigrants in America per day, would you still ultimately support the fact that that's causing border crossings to go down?
I wouldn't support him. I would only support him if you guys.
Okay, so
you
you're
have
so you're
that
basically
solution.
so you wouldn't support the fact that border crossings are going down if he was causing that to happen via a
Yeah,
mass
I
genocide
wouldn't
of
support him.
undocumented immigrants.
In the only case I would
Okay.
support him is
Okay, so you're saying that you would only support, right, him reducing border crossings if he did so with benevolent means. If he did so
no.
without
I would only
violence.
support that if the Democrats had no solution for that.
Okay, so if Democrats didn't have a solution and Donald
Yeah.
Trump's solution was to genocide 10,000 undocumented immigrants per day to disincentivize entry, would you support that?
Yeah, I would support Trump. Yep.
You're insane. You like
Democrats are insane too.
I'm
What-
so
what-
sorry.
you guys are insane
I'm
too.
so
You guys are
sorry.
insane too.
Can we agree that no solution is better than genocide?
No.
So you think that perpetual undocumented immigration into America is worse than genocide?
Yes.
How so?
Well, America was built on rules, and I feel like we need to follow our rules, and we can't be a country without rules. We can't be a country without borders. You know.
So arguably, right, even if you were right, and that would mean we had no borders, I would take no borders over genocide. He left. Dude. Just sick. Just absolutely sick. Parker, did you hear that guy?
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? I had someone argue very similarly, something like that. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Like I was just trying to see the extent that they'd take it to. And then they said they would still support Trump even though he was like mass executing people in camps. Or no. It was they said that they would support our allies no matter what. And I was like, okay, if one of our allies was specifically like creating camps to mass execute people, would you still support them with funds and arms? And they said yes. Like, it's crazy. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, MAGA is just devolved into a parasite that is so many other words that I can't even say in risk of a TikTok ban. Kristen, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I do at a point where I don't think I should anymore.
So you don't think you should support Trump anymore? So then why do you?
Yeah, no, I regret my decision of voting for him.
Dude, well, Kirsten, I'm really happy to hear that. We are just looking for people that still support Trump. Parker, I really appreciate you so much for being willing to come up here and cover me while I quickly use the restroom. What's your day looking like, my man?
For sure. I'm just chilling, watching TV with my girlfriend. Just got like breakfast and stuff. Got some coffee and some food. We just been chilling, watching stuff, and then I'm gonna hop on probably like here around like 4 o'clock. So
Fire. What's going on, Jazzy? Do you support Trump? Jazzy's not here. Well, guys, let's try to find a Trump supporter super duper quickly so Parker can get back to chilling. Guys, go ahead and hop inside of that queue. If you happen to be an American adult that's pro-Trump, MAGA, we'll get you loaded up here. We have 3 rules. They're very simple. You just got to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Let's just try to get somebody up here real quick. Mark, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yep.
Age, please?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008, May 25th.
That doesn't make any sense.
All right, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, please follow the rules. I need to go pee, so please follow the rules. Please.
Have your debates been today without outside of the one you just had that was atrocious?
Yeah, I mean, they've all been pretty similar to that. Sella, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Sella. They've been like extraordinarily, right, like wild today. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Drew, you have 5 seconds. Okay, it's a baby.
Chat, how did y'all like seeing Zoran today?
Dude, that was so cool.
That's like actually so cool, like genuinely. Like,
Yeah, right? Hey, what's going on, Amar? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Age, please.
21.
And time, please.
344.
I hear a British accent. What state are you in?
I'm in Chicago. I moved 4 months ago.
What state is Chicago in?
California.
Bro.
I could respect the attempt. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. We got Amber loading up into the box, guys. Only join inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please, guys. Please. Modesto, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Holy shit. That is Modesto. Thank you so much for the love. Modesto with the $20 says, actively admitting to supporting genocide is crazy. Keep making them show their true colors. Dude, we have had people showing their true colors on live every day. I'm just about fucking done with it. Thank you for the $20, Modesto, as well as Emily. Thank you for the $6 on PayPal. Show some love to Modesto and Emily down below in that chat. Well, we're still looking for that next Trump supporter for Parker to have a chat with while I'm using the restroom. What's up, Amber? Are you MAGA?
Actually, I was just tapping and actually got accidentally.
No worries, Amber. You take care. You take care, folks. We are just really trying to find a guest. My apologies, Parker. I'm sorry that this is taking so long.
You're good, don't worry.
Taking so damn long, chat. Only hop in that queue if you're MAGA. Come on, guys. Go ahead and let me know if you want to come up in that chat by just dropping a me with your age. We'll happily load you up, guys. Please. Just like follow the rules. Please only hop in the queue if you're MAGA. Please. I really need to use a bathroom. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Can you come on me?
Jesus, dude. Nope, I can't do that. Sorry. Moving on to the next guest. Jesus, fuck. We're gonna go get the next guest user loaded up into the box. Here we go, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hello.
Wait, don't.
Hey,
I have to go with my stepdad.
Hi, are you MAGA? Hello?
Josh, debate this dude. Do it.
It doesn't look like your stepdad wants to. You take care. If you ever get him to a point where he does want to, feel free to re-request. So we're going to move on to the next guest, CJ Dearmon. Just looking for some Trump supporters, folks. What's up, CJ? Do you support Trump?
Sorry, I clicked, but you guys come to the Ducks game with me.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a no. Oh, man. What is going on? Boy. Yeah, right now we have 13.6 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok. We can't find one person that supports Trump. The worst part is I just really got to go pee. Holy cow. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Age, please?
19.
What year are you born in?
2006.
Look at that. Look at that, folks.
Holy shit.
Parker, go ahead and take it away. For everyone watching on TikTok and YouTube, I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to go quickly use the restroom. I'll be gone for like a minute. I'll see y'all soon. I got my buddy Parker down here taking the mic away from me for the next minute. Be right back. Go ahead and take it away, you two.
Yeah, so Troy, why do you support Trump?
Well, I like his border policy with the other guy said that. I don't know if you were listening earlier, but he made some points about the border, and quite frankly, I think that there's been an extremely large number of illegal immigrants entering the country, and I don't think the country looks the same as it did 50 years ago, and it's just going to continue to get worse.
What's the same?
Well, personally, I think racially, America was founded by white Europeans, and
Are you saying you want the country to be white? Is that your argument?
no, that's not my argument. But
So
I think
what is that?
we
What's
should
relevant in that?
preserve what our country was founded on.
What do you mean by preserve what our country's founded on? Maybe like how about this? The Constitution, right?
Sure.
Okay, Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He undermines our democracy, our rule of law, and core fundamental American values. Name one American value that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris.
When did Donald Trump not agree to the Constitution?
Yeah, in 2022, on True Social, he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
I'm not familiar with that, so
So
I
there's a
can't
tweet you can
comment
literally
on that.
terminate Constitution. Dean, by the way, the guy's arguing that we need to uphold what America was founded on, and he specifically brought up that we were like literally colonized by like white European settlers as like some sort of justification for what we should go back to. And I was like, dude, okay, name one core American value that Donald Trump upholds, because he clearly like is only mentioning specifically caring about like people being white.
Personally, I don't think that Donald Trump is the savior of my cause. I don't think Donald Trump is.
Do you self-describe as racist?
No.
Do you think that racism is bad?
Yes, obviously.
Then why did you just bring that up as a point?
Because there's a difference between racism and preserving culture.
What culture?
If you look
what
at
culture do you want to preserve?
the culture that America was founded upon,
which is
that our founding fathers
You
that
brought
came
up how it
from
looked.
that came from
That's
Britain.
Wait, Troy, you
Yeah.
brought up how it looked.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is bringing up. So you're saying that you want to preserve.
No,
you know,
that's
people
not
who are
that's not
considered white. So,
necessarily
Troy,
bringing up
Troy, what you
race.
just
That's
advocated
bringing
for,
up culture.
Troy, what you just advocated for was to preserve a white ethno state in the United States.
I don't see a problem with preserving our original culture.
What do you mean preserving original culture? You're saying you want to preserve the people's skin being white. Why? Why not
That's
the
not what
color
I'm
of their
saying.
hair being brown?
When our country was founded, we were founded by white Europeans. And there's nothing wrong with having
very
people from
like evil ones, right? Like we shouldn't want to preserve anything about the way that they operated, right? Because they
Who-
operated
who-
in, like so
who was evil?
gravely immoral.
Who?
Right,
Our
like-
founding fathers were
People
immoral.
who were enslaving others,
Yeah, like-
people who committed mass genocide and
Mass
atrocities.
genocide and slavery was around the entire world. If you look at
Are you
any
saying
Muslim country
world it's
from that
justified?
time period
wait,
up
wait.
until today, there's still
Hold on.
slavery that
Hold on.
occurs.
Are you saying that just because it existed around the world, that means it's justified? Would you say the same thing for pedophilia?
No, obviously it's not justified
so
when we're
it's- so it's
looking at it
evil.
at a lens from
It's evil,
today.
right?
It is evil. You're right.
Okay,
But
okay,
if you
so
look,
why do you want to preserve that?
that's not the culture I'm preserving.
So then what culture? I want you to be
Dean,
very specific.
Dean.
No, 1 second. I want you to
Can-
be
can
very
I ask
no,
you a
no,
question
you can't.
first, though?
You can't. I want you to be very specific. in
You
your
can't.
answer
I'm sorry,
to
not
this question.
today.
I want you to be very specific in your answer to this question. Specifically, what culture do you want to preserve?
The culture that our country was founded upon, the white Europeans that came from Britain, that
Okay.
came from Germany, that came from
anything
Ireland.
outside of like preserving a country that's white and European? Anything else?
What do
They left.
Yeah, he just left.
Genuinely no reasonable thought process. Just he wants to preserve being white. That's
Yeah.
absolutely not only racism, but also just fucking blatantly stupid. Like genuinely,
Yeah,
like
dude.
literally no other reason other than specifically people having a white skin. Like that's the craziest dumb shit I've ever heard. Like genuinely, like no critical thought process, low IQ take. Genuinely.
I think that I think that white supremacy is a mental illness. It's just just so low IQ, so low IQ.
What's good?
What's up?
How
Do you
y'all
support
doing?
Trump?
Right, well, I'm gonna get going right now, Dean. It was good seeing you again. Good seeing you. Everyone who's in the live right now, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. All right, I love y'all.
Thank you so much for coming up, Parker. Thank you for covering me. You're awesome.
Peace,
man.
bro.
Thank you, Parker, for
Dude,
coming.
holy shit. Yo, Scotty, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Holy shit, Scotty. Scotty with a 50. Let's get 500 Scotty W's on TikTok and 500 Scotty W's on YouTube. Scotty says, thank you for all that your work. You're doing a great job. Can you start asking people what DJ has done for them directly that affects them in a positive way since he's been in office? Oh, just got another flag. I can't say that again. Well, thank you so much for the love, Scotty. And that is a good question to start asking. I'm going to have to keep that one in mind. Please show some love to Scotty down below in that chat, folks, for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Show some massive love to Scotty. Thank you a billion times over. Shout out to you. As well as Kiara, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, who says, I love the work that you do and I enjoy your debate skills, your management of knowledge, and I really appreciate you so much for being a strong voice on the left. Thank you, Kiara. Show some love to Kiara and Scotty. Thank you both. And then Dominic, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. And then Brandon, thank you so much for the $34. What's up, man? Can you give me a second?
Yes, sir.
Then Brandon with the $34 on PayPal. Show some love to Brandon. Brandon says, hey, Dean, as a Canadian dealing with the fallout of the Trump reign, I thank you for everything that you're doing. I can't believe a single man can have more and a bigger temper tantrums than my 3-year-olds. The more I hear MAGA debate, the more I believe they all share a single brain cell. You know what, Brandon? I'm inclined to agree. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the $34, and thank you for the kind words. Show some love to Scotty, Kiara, and Brandon down below in that chat. Dominic, too. There's a handful of others I'd like to thank, but I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic to the guests and allow them to start their argument. Taylor made, why the hell do you support the worst president of your life?
How you doing? I'm just tired of people ripping off the government.
You're tired of people ripping off the government. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I certainly feel ripped off when I hear about Donald Trump suing the government, suing the American people for $230 million because of emotional pain and distraught that he felt during the last 4 years. How about you?
No, I'm specifically going to the African American community in this one.
Oh, so when a white man asks the government for $230 million, it's not ripping the government off. So what do black people do to rip the government off? That's like obviously like worse than like an individual demanding $230 million from the government for like no reason at all.
Well, first of all, they need to work. They need to go to work. People need to go to work. Stop hustling. This is what these people do. Hold on. Did you hear me?
Okay, so you're saying that quote unquote these people, sir, are you a black man?
I'm African American, yes, sir.
I just think the only people who I hear, right, like say black men, then insert some like racist prerogative, like need to stop relying on the government, and then they call them these people. Like the only people I hear like say that are like racist white people. I don't know if I've ever heard like a black person use the phrase "these people" in reference to some derogatory claim about black Americans.
My bad. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
That's just like the first time I've ever heard that, like ever.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dan. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's like it's these group of people. You know what I mean?
So once again,
it's not
right,
all.
like,
It's
can,
not
can
all,
you name
it's
a
not,
can you name a black
not-
person that is like quote unquote ripping our government off more than Donald Trump, and how he is
You
now
ever-
demanding our government give him $230 million for the emotional pain he felt during the last 4 years?
Have you ever been to Atlanta?
Yeah, I've been in Atlanta.
Have you been into what street is it? I forgot what the street was. Well, yeah, it's a street. There's a specific area in Atlanta. There's these projects. And,
So can you just give me like an example here?
What do you mean?
Right, like you said that Donald Trump is not like ripping the government off when he's basically demanding that the government gives him $230 million.
How can a billionaire like do that? Like he can't rip nobody off. He's a billionaire. He doesn't need no more money, brother.
Okay, well, even though he doesn't need more money, he's still basically demanding that we give him $230 million.
Yeah, so he can take care of.
Right, like he kind of became a billionaire by ripping people off, not paying his employees, so on and so forth, right? Not having his contractors build properties and never giving them their check, right? So you said that's not an example of Trump ripping the government off. So can you name like a black person that has like done something worse than basically demand our government personally give them $230 million for nothing?
Yeah,
Because you said that your issues with like black individuals ripping the government off.
Yeah, when you apply for food stamps, when you know you don't need all those food stamps, you only got one kid, and you're applying for 8 kids.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Okay, so you're saying that a black person can rip the government off by applying for food stamps, knowing that if they don't fulfill the criteria of eligibility, then they'll be denied, right? And food stamps average out to $6 a day. is somehow ripping the government off, when in all reality, that's just giving people money to buy food to keep themselves alive and their family. But then Donald Trump is not ripping the government off when he is a billionaire that has enough money to cover all of his needs, basically demands $230 million, significantly more than the $6 a day the average recipient of food stamps receives, for no reason at all. I find that to be just like obviously like backwards. I find that to be obviously twisted. How are you going to sit here and say that somebody, right, asking our government for $6 a day to help them buy food for them and their family is ripping the government off, but then a billionaire white man demanding that the government give him $260 million for no reason at all isn't?
I know some people that's out there selling food stamps. I can tell you right now.
And I think I know somebody out there that might be selling pardons, right? 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 But the guy that's selling pardons, he's the best president ever. He's not ripping the government off at all. People selling food stamps, ripping the government off. See, all that I'm asking you here is to like just address the hypocrisy.
I'm not justifying what Trump did.
Okay, well, yes, you did,
But
because you
he-
said it
he-
wasn't ripping the government off. You
he's-
said, and I quote, it's not ripping the government off.
He's fixing himself though. Like he's working on it.
So
Like,
what is he working on here?
He's taking away from people that are hustling the system. Isn't that? Do you think that's fair, Dean? How's that fair?
So you're
Like,
asking
okay,
me,
it's your-
how's
Dean,
it,
it's
how's
your-
it,
you
so
take-
how is it fair to
Dean,
take
Dean-
food stamps away from 13 million children?
Dean, do you pay taxes?
I do pay taxes, Taylor, mate.
Oh my God, no, you don't. You don't pay taxes, bro.
Why do you think I don't pay taxes? That'd be really silly.
'Cause you're on TikTok, my way. No, I'm not dissing your hustle, but
So because
like,
I'm on TikTok, I don't pay taxes? What?
yes, you don't pay taxes, my way.
Why don't you think I pay taxes? Obviously, just saying I'm on TikTok isn't enough reason to believe I don't pay taxes.
Are you a millionaire?
Am I a millionaire now?
Why does the internet say you're a millionaire?
Why does the internet say
I-
things that
I
are false
don't-
all the time?
I googled what is Dean's net worth instead of 1 million.
Yeah, literally nobody knows what my net worth is except for me.
So why-
So how it's a
why would it-
random article on Google now?
Why would it lie about that?
Are you asking me why the internet is wrong sometimes?
So you're not a millionaire.
How old are you? No, I'm not. How old are you?
Why?
Because I just want to see, like, maybe if like you're like in your 50s or your 60s, I understand. Like, maybe this is like a call for education. Like, I could describe to you how you shouldn't just trust everything that you see on the internet. That's why I was asking.
I seen multiple articles that said Dean Withers is a millionaire.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt that like random articles would project that.
Are you close to a million?
They look at it and they're like, ooh, 4.6 million followers, ooh, millionaire, right? That's like kind of how like those like sensationalist like articles surrounding speculative net worth of individuals work, right? Like they're just like, you know, like supposed to like drive engagement, right? Because people are curious. But remember, the question that I asked you is, well, why don't you think I pay taxes?
Because you're a millionaire and you on TikTok. you get your money.
Wait, if I was a millionaire, that'd just mean that I pay a lot in taxes.
No, but you get your money through TikTok. So you're not like working a job.
Wait, you don't think I have a job?
No.
Yeah, I have a
never
job.
seen-
I come on here, I stream, and I get paid. That's a job. Like,
but
for
you're not-
instance, Fit Dad CEO, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, for supporting the job. I want to see 500 Fit Dad CEO W's down below in both of the comment sections. Thank you guys so much. If you want to support the job, you can actually find the V and the P right there, alongside in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message of the YouTube stream. But anyway, so just, you know, out of curiosity, thank you once again, Fit Dad CEO. I'm gonna make sure I don't pay taxes on that. Okay, what is a job? Can you tell us what a job is?
Every day making a check, buddy.
Okay,
Going to get up
so
9 to 5.
Making money every day is what it means to have a job. Well, most
Yeah.
jobs, 9 to 5s, they don't work in 7 days a week. So I guess a 9 to 5 is not a job under your view. But I actually do come on here 7 days a week. So like, funny enough, under your view of what a job is, I am like one of like the minority of individuals that actually has one, since I work 7 days a week and like most people don't.
Do you walk to work?
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't. Stop
Yeah,
it.
I do. I walk out. I walk from my bedroom downstairs, make breakfast, get a coffee, walk upstairs,
How
and
big
go
is
to
your
the
house?
studio.
How big is your house?
I don't think I know off the top of my head.
Is it big?
Well, it's like big compared to some of the houses I grew up in growing up, but it's 2-bedroom, right? One
How old
bedroom
are
I
you?
sleep in, and then one
You're
bedroom
like
I
23,
stream out
right?
of. Right? It's
You're like
the condo
23,
that I'm
right?
in.
Bro, you're a
Coral,
millionaire.
thank
Why
you so
you
much for the
capping, bro?
$20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Coral. Coral with the $20 says, here's a paycheck for your job. Thank you so much for the love, Coral. Show some love to Coral down below in that comment section for the $20 for the job. And Elliot, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Show some love to Elliot down below in the chat for the $50 that I'm not going to pay taxes on. Elliot says, I have 4 million YouTube subscribers, and the internet says my net worth is, let's see here, $4 million. I wish I'm so far from that number.
Exactly.
Right,
I knew
exactly.
you were rich.
Wait.
Exactly. Stop. Why are you pimping us, bro? You're rich. You're that guy.
I was reading
You're
off.
that man.
I was reading off a donation message.
Bro, you've been on TikTok for like 5 years, bro.
No,
I
did you even just see that message? It says, quote unquote, it's a message from Elliot who says, I have 4 million YouTube subscribers. And the internet says my net worth is $4 million. I wish I'm so far from that number. But thank you for the $50 to support the job, as well as Daniela. Thank you for the $5 on PayPal, who says he's talking about Dean W. Withers. He is the director of F&M Bank Corp and is worth $1 million. AI Overview mentions his net worth right before it says it cannot confirm your net worth. I've actually seen that before. No, I've seen that before. Yes, there's some like random banker named Dean W. Withers, right, that has like a reported net worth of $1 million that you find when you look at my name. Bro!
No, it pops up with your face.
Okay, are you saying that I'm a millionaire without having a job?
Yeah.
Bro, yeah, well, it just sounds like you're hating. I wish I could be a millionaire
I'm not
without having a
hating, bro.
job.
I'm proud of you.
I wish
bro.
it. Hayden, thank you so much for the $3 on PayPal for the job. Thank you so much. Tess with the $15. Thank you so much for the love, Tess. Tess with the $15 says, I think this makes you more valuable to America than Trump is. Thank you for the $15, Tess. Show some love to Tess. Peta, thank you for the $5 for the job. Mark with the $2 for the wages for the job. And Sierra with the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Sierra. And Wendy with the $5 for the job. Let's fucking go. Okay, wait, back to you said defining a job. I asked you what a job was. You said make money. Well, I make money doing what I do. Therefore, in accordance with your view, I have a job. And you're just
So do
a
you,
hater.
do you pay taxes?
Yeah, I already answered that question. I said yes.
Okay, who do you probably live like, where do you live? In California? I bet you live in California.
No, I live in Colorado.
You do not live in Colorado, bro. Stop
Okay, whatever. I
You,
do.
live in you definitely live in California, bro.
Yeah, the fact that I live in Colorado is very public information.
Do you live in Denver?
No, I don't.
All right, whatever.
I live in a rural town.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. So once again, all right, Mr. Jealous Hater, you said that I
I'm
don't
not
have a
hating on
job, and then I asked you
I'm
to
not-
define. Then I asked you to define what a job was, and you said working for money. Okay, well, like obviously, like I output content on stream, and individuals, right, have like the free choice to support the stream if they want to through Venmo and PayPal, which some do, which would amount to like the generation of an income, right? So like, therefore, in accordance with your view, I have a job. Can you contest that?
All right. Did you go to college?
I did 2 years, yeah.
That's it. What did you go to college for?
I majored in philosophy.
I'm trying to get to my point.
Yeah, I majored in philosophy.
Okay, so are you paying attention?
Yeah, I'm paying attention.
Okay. So we go to work every day and we're paying for people's food stamps. Can you respond to that?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I'm paying-
So people like work, they make money, they pay taxes, and then some of the tax dollars are used to fund food stamps. Yeah.
Okay, but when you overuse it, what do you call that?
I don't think you can overuse food stamps.
Yes, you can. I seen this lady. She
The
like was
average
selling.
food stamps recipient gets like $6 a day. Like honestly, like in today's economy, $6 a day isn't going very far for food.
All right. Do you want me to bring up a different point?
I just want you to make a point, okay? Like, we're trying to follow you here.
All right, so
For the first
let's
little
go
bit of
with
the conversation. Yo, Kayla! Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for the job. Thank you so much for the love, Kayla. I want y'all to
Yo.
show some love to Kayla down below in that chat for the 20 big ones.
Dude.
All right, let's get 20 big booms. Boom,
Damn.
boom, 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 boom for the $20. Thank you, Kayla. Go ahead.
Dean. Okay, so let me make this point.
Sorry,
All right,
I'm
so
totally rage baiting this guy. Go ahead.
so what is it called? The public transportation. Have you seen all that stuff that's going on?
What's going on with public transportation that I'm unaware of?
All right, so these foreigners, right?
Foreigners?
They're getting these what's called non-dominant CDL or something like that.
Got it. Okay. So,
What?
are you talking about undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants?
The ones that don't like they're coming over here like illegally.
Okay,
Like, they're not supposed
undocumented
to-
immigrants?
Yeah. So they're coming over here. It's a big thing that's going on in the trucking industry.
Okay, so undocumented immigrants cannot obtain a legal CDL professional driver's license in any state in this country.
Yeah, California, they're allowing it.
Even in California, in
No,
California, if you're an undocumented immigrant, you could obtain a driver's license as an undocumented immigrant, but you cannot obtain a professional CDL as an undocumented.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Please go
It's
ahead.
called
and,
a non.
Please go ahead and
It's
show
called
it
a
to me.
non-domicile CDL. Look it up.
Okay.
I swear. That's how all these foreigners are getting these 18-wheelers. And that's why they took away California's money. They took away, like,
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Google.
you're being tricky, okay? Because a
I'm not being tricky.
non-domicile CDL license is for foreign nationals who are not citizens, but are here on work permits from either Mexico or Canada in the transportation of goods from Mexico or Canada. And funny enough, right, this was actually negotiated in part due to NAFTA and the USMCA that Donald Trump played a vital role in. Okay, so they have to have a very specific lawful immigration status. Okay, these are not undocumented immigrants. Okay, they have to be verified through an unexpired foreign passport,
No.
right, and an I-94 form, right, and they're here predicated on the employment of a company, right, with a subsidiary in America operating out of either Mexico or Canada.
No, but this is what they're doing. They're not going to they're not doing it the right
Well,
way.
I mean,
They're
you're
doing
you're already wrong because you're no longer talking about undocumented immigrants.
How?
Because they're not undocumented immigrants. They're here on a legal status, which would be with an authorized work permit, a completed I-94
No,
form,
no.
and a unexpired passport from either Mexico or Canada, and they're here on work.
They've been buying CDLs illegally and cheating on their CDL tests. That's what I mean.
Okay, so
And
now you're
getting-
saying that they're doing this illegally. Okay, so now we're shifting from you're saying that California allows undocumented immigrants to legally obtain CDLs into the idea that undocumented immigrants are stealing the identity of a citizen and then lying and cheating on a CDL application. That's just speculative, like conspiracy theory nonsense.
No, it's not.
Okay, then
It's-
prove it.
That's why they look why they took up. That's why they took like $4 million from California. Look it up.
Okay, well, just tell me what to look up to show this mass
So, like,
epidemic of undocumented
because,
immigrants,
no, because-
right?
no,
Like committing identity fraud, and then like
No.
illegally filling out a CDL test.
No, because California they didn't want to do the English test because people couldn't pass the English.
In all 50 states, in order to pass a CDL test, and this is another fact, you have to be able to read English, and you have to
Right.
be able to understand English spoken
Right.
here, right? Those are two requirements that are true in all 50 states for a professional driver's license. Right.
But
And now, by the way,
California-
right, we're pivoting away from undocumented immigrants, and we're talking about like what languages individuals can speak or understand, right? Which has nothing to do with if an individual, right, is a legal citizen, resident, or not, right? But matter of fact, I'll just repeat it here. In order to get a professional CDL license in all 50 states, you have to be able to read English and understand spoken English. If you cannot read English or understand spoken English, then you cannot get a professional CDL license. The CDL test must be given in English. However, they can write their responses in another language. And the verbal test from an instructor sitting in the passenger seat on the road must be spoken in English too, meaning the individual taking the test must be able to understand spoken English.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I understand that I'm refuting you and proving you wrong.
All right, W Dean.
Yes, indeed. Indubitably. Callie, thank you so much for the $18 over on Venmo, who says, hey, Dean, what search engine do you use? Google seems to get worse by the day. No, I'm still on Google. You just what is it not returning to? Is it like hiding certain results? Thank you. Thank you so much for the $18, Callie. Let's get 180 Callie W's down below, as well as Jared. Thank you for the 5. Thank you so much. Caitlin with the $2, Brady with the $2, and Tess, thank you so much for the $15. I did thank you a little bit ago, but thank you once again, Tess. And then Bridge... I'm going to call you Bridge. Bridge, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Holy shit. I'm so sorry, man. I got to thank Bridge real quick. That is BRIDGER. What, dude? Holy shit. Can I finish thanking Bridge?
Sorry.
Okay, Bridge with the $50 says, I love you, Dean. I love you too. Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for the support, and thank you for the $50. Show some up to Bridge down below in that chat, folks. Seriously, thank you so much for the love. And then Noah, thank you so much for the $20 as well on PayPal. Noah with the $20 says, I've been watching your streams every morning before uni. Here's 20 big ones for the jobs and trans rights. Well, thank you so much, Noah. Huge shout out to you. Thank you so much. Show some love to Noah. And then Darren, that is DERREN. With a $10 says, isn't the demographic for food stamps major white? Yup, it sure is. Thank you for the $10, Darren. And then Brady with the $3 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. I wasn't going to thank the super chatters right now, but now I am, just because you're getting upset. Marie, thank you so much for the $20 over on super chat. Thank you so much for the love. Marie says, starting this paycheck, I make $63K gross, 3 degrees, including a master's and 13 years experience. I'm more than happy to pay for people to have food stamps. I don't have extra, but I have enough. Well, matter of fact, the average American pays $36 into food stamps per year. Meanwhile, they pay $700 into corporate subsidies per year. And then a D, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, D. And that guy left, okay? That guy left. He got so geeked. He got so mad, right, that I was thanking the donors that he hit the road. What's up, Harry? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do. Of course I do.
Oh, no, Harry. Are you trolling?
Why would I be trolling?
I don't know. It's just, I don't know if it's you in your profile picture. Oh my God. Oh, now we gotta hear it for the guests, Mike. Yo, John! Thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. I appreciate you for that. Thank you, John. It's good to see you. You've been here a couple days, John. Thank you for that love. I don't know. I don't think that's you in your profile picture. You don't really have any followers. Oh, that's definitely not you in your profile picture, because this is you on your account.
That's me, bro.
Would you like to explain this?
That's my son.
That's your son?
That's my son. That's my son, dude.
Get the hell out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Holy shit, dude. Brother, goodbye. Why have the guests today been so insane? Am I the only one that's seen that? Am I the only one that's seen that? I don't know. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Hello?
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump?
No, but I live with my family who does, and they are going to be watching this, and I wanted to hear your explanation on the tax cuts mentioned in the big beautiful bill.
Well, I just try to talk to people on live, but I mean, I could still give a quick explanation while we're looking for that next guest. Yeah, the tax cuts are taken from the poor and giving it to the rich, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Americans making at or under $51,000 per year are going to have a lower level of purchasing power because of the big beautiful bill. Meanwhile, those that make over $51,000 per year are going to be benefited, and they're going to experience more benefit the higher their income is. What's up? Do you support Trump, Arthur?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Arthur. Welcome in.
Okay. I am a Trump supporter, but I saw a thing a little bit ago. I don't have much time. I just want to say this real quick. I'm a gun owner, and I grew up with guns.
Yeah.
And yes, there is a problem in the United States with guns. But we don't need any more laws. We need to enforce the millions of laws we already have on the books. And the big thing that they need to do, I don't care, anybody can disagree with me, they need to open up HIPAA to anyone buying, I don't care if it's pistols, I don't care if it's shotguns, I don't care if it's AR-15s, which are just modified hunting rifles. Anybody that wants to buy a gun needs to be, they need to be able to go into their psychiatric history and go into HIPAA. That is, by the Democrat rules, not a...
Oh, we're losing him.
Are not...
Oh, I wanted to listen to what he had to say.
They just need...
Oh, Arthur, you're lagging real bad, my friend.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So, Arthur,
I'm in a bad area.
I like that you want to talk about guns so much, but we're just here to talk to people about their support for Trump.
All right, well, I support Trump, and that's where I'm at. I think everything's going good. I'm not even working right now, and I'm still happy he's president.
Well, I mean, listen.
So anyway, I do have to go. I saw you put something about guns. I gotta go.
Okay, Arthur. Well, feel free to come back later when you have more time, because I'd like to have a conversation with you. We could even have a conversation about the Second Amendment. I think that Donald Trump is bad for gun rights. We're going to move on to R. Davis 5.3 here, folks. Only up inside of that queue. If you happen to be in America adult that supports Trump, what's up? Do you support Trump?
So I'm kind of like iffy about it.
Okay. All right. Well, knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to November, who'd you vote for?
Oh, so I was 17 in November. I just turned 18.
Well,
But
if you
I
were
think,
18 in November, if you're teleported back to the knowing everything that you do now, who'd you vote for?
to be honest, I would vote for Trump over Kamala. But Trump's not the best president.
Okay, well, you've definitely still found yourself in the right place. Before we continue, I just want to thank a couple people. Unknown user, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Didn't leave a message, only love. Thank you so much for your kindness. And then Cassandra, thank you so much for the $22 on PayPal, who says, hey, Dean, also a Grand Junction native here. Do you spend your Thanksgiving with your family, or do you preserve your mental health? I spend it with a family, but it kind of feels like that Jubilee episode I did, like the one liberal surrounded by the 20 conservatives. That's what Thanksgiving dinner feels like. But, I'm good at that. I'm good at that, so I can handle it. And then Summer, thank you so much for the $15 as well on Venmo. Thank you, Summer. Show some love to Summer, to Sandra, and to all the donors. Appreciate you guys. So anyways, back to you. I'm going to go ahead and just ask you a very simple question. Could you please give an argument that if Kamala Harris was elected, things would be worse off than they are today?
Not gonna lie. But I was only coming in here to tell everybody that the government lies to them. So just like stop believing what everybody's saying to you. So that's all I had to say.
Okay, Davis. Well, all right. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here, guys. We're looking for people to come up here to debate me on why they support Trump. Please. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, folks. Alrighty. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, wow. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you MAGA?
Not quite. But like you say, if I was teleported, I probably would have voted for him.
You'd still vote for Trump? Okay.
Yeah,
Lauren,
like if I had to.
Lauren,
for
do you
the
support Trump?
theoretical.
I do think that he's cute.
Lauren?
I think he's a cute old man, even though he is vile. But I mean, physically, he's just he reminds me of my grandpa.
Lauren?
Huh?
No.
I just physically, he's a cutie patootie.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Like if he wasn't like a terrible person, but you just saw him walking down the street, would you think, oh, that's a big fat cutie patootie?
No. Maybe if I saw that guy right there. This guy? Hell no.
He's angry. Big angry man. He angry.
Are you being serious, Lauren?
No, all right. Big fan. Love you. Bye.
We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. So Biggie, why do you support? And you left too. Okay, perfect. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. We got Savage Savvy connecting to the stream. Hopefully, Savage Savvy will come up here and have a debate. Hello, Savvy. Do you support Trump? Oh, they're still loading in. All right, moving on to the next guest. We got G Duck connecting because Savage Savvy is not. She was funny. What's up? Do you support Trump?
What do you say? Yeah, I do.
How old are you? 14.
18.
What year are you born in?
06.
What month?
April.
All right, and why do you support Trump?
I think he's a good guy.
He's a good guy? No, he's a rapist. Rapists aren't good guys.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. You'd also be 19 if you were born in April of 06. I didn't even do the math. I just took your word for it. But now that I do the math, you're wrong. Moving on to the next guest. No Trump supporters. Hello, do you support Trump? You got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bird! Moving on to the next guest. We got Callie loading up in the box, y'all. We're not taking no shit. Age?
21.
What year were you born in?
2004.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Before I start, can I just ask, is there a difference between being MAGA and a Republican?
Well, I mean, I think that you could be a Republican without being MAGA, just meaning that you're a Republican that's anti-Trump. But, like, obviously most Republicans are MAGA, right? Those that aren't, I have a lot of respect for. A lot more respect than I have for MAGA, because I've none for MAGA, and I have a little bit for them, to them for being anti-Trump.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I love you, Dean. Bye.
Okay. All right, guys, please only hop in the queue if you're here to debate, folks, please. I'm begging. I'm begging you. Hello, do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, they're not here. Okay. All right, moving on to the next guest. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, Andrew, as well as your kind message. Just thank you. I appreciate you so much for your kind words there. Andrew says, I've been watching for years, and watching you and Parker have 1K viewers on a good day. 2, having big name politicians on the live has been such a cool thing to see. You're right, man. It is the progression of these streams. The progression of these streams over the course of the last couple years has been definitely interesting to see, and that's cool that you've been watching for a while. Thank you so much, man. As well as Christian, thank you for the $10. Saying so happy you got to speak with Zoran earlier. I hope he wins tomorrow. I think he is. I think he's gonna pull through. I think he's gonna win. All right. Thank you so much for the love, you two. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Honestly, I'm just looking at the queue right now. I'm just not seeing many Trump supporters. We're gonna continue to look for them, but matter of fact, right now we have 15,000 people in here and 0 Trump supporters. Apparently. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Julia's not here. Kicking Julia. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Look at this. I'm getting really bored, honestly. Hey, do you support Trump?
Do I support Trump?
Yeah. You have dude, okay, of course. All right, see you later. Whatever. Moving on. Looking for that next guest, dude. This is so annoying. Oh my goodness. Melissa.
Okay, wait, it's me. He's
Turn
it off. Turn it off.
Hello. Do you support Trump?
Okay, so my roommate, I'm in college right now. We're both 18. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you actually let me join. She supports Trump, but I need you to convince her to not support Trump. Okay,
put her on the mic.
She's not very educated.
I'm right here.
She's not very educated, but I believe in you.
Okay.
Here.
Okay.
Hello, what's your name?
This is her. Bristol.
Your name is Bristol?
Yes.
Okay, and you support Trump as president?
Yes, I do.
Let's start off
My whole family supports Trump.
Let's start off by having you name one uncontroversially good thing he's done in the last 10 months.
Well, when he started to be in office, he said that he was going to put the walls back up, and that's kind of why I support him. My family knows a lot more than I do. I kind of feel like I follow them just because they do, so they don't hate me, if that makes sense.
Okay, right. Well, I mean, I understand being socially pressured into a belief, But like obviously, like being socially pressured into a belief doesn't make the belief true. So are you arguing that the belief is true and that Trump's a good president? Because if not, right, like honestly, like I don't know if this is life for you.
I do think that Trump has been better than a lot of the other presidents, in my opinion.
Okay, like Biden?
Yeah, fuck Biden.
Okay, so fuck Biden, W Trump. Okay, so what's the worst thing that Biden's ever done, and what's the best thing Trump's ever done?
I don't even know.
No, okay. Well, so the worst thing Trump has done is like being held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, committing 34 felonies, boasting about wanting to sleep with a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, sexually exploiting naked teen girls in their dressing rooms while they had no clothes on to Howard Stern, boasting about Howard Stern, but he sexually exploited them at Miss Teen USA, or is like a regressive economic policy that took healthcare away from 10 million American citizens, or the fact that now today he's refusing to feed 41 million hungry Americans, and a court had to order him to do so. Telling SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade, which has now led to 60 pregnant victims of rape per day from being denied access to abortion, and that's just scratching the surface. And the good things that like Biden did, he passed a PACT Act that funded the VA $800 million and allowed services to be allocated to 1 million new veterans. He also passed the infrastructure bill that created so many jobs and helped renew American infrastructure. Such a good bill that Donald Trump is literally taking credit for it today. He also passed the Chips and Science Act to, fund chip-producing facilities with good subsidies that has now increased their productive capacities and is now opening up new plants in Arizona and Idaho, so on and so forth. He did the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the biggest investment in non-renewable and in renewable energy resources in American history, while being deficit reducing over the course of the next 10 years. Meanwhile, Trump just, want to play dictator, loves to break the law, loves to infringe on the Constitution, loves to threaten our free speech, loves to say he could send the Army, the Marines, the Navy into American cities and nobody could stop him, and loves to say it's illegal to criticize him in the media, right? So, like, obviously, if you can't produce any compelling reason to believe that Biden was terrible and Trump is great, and lieu of all the facts that I just shared with you, obviously I think that you should deny the Trump presidency. And, not baselessly say Biden was shit, but that's a whole other issue.
Right. I do think those are a lot of good points.
They're great points because they're true.
And then, so I'm going to be a little, vulnerable here, right? Okay. So, my mom has the stamps benefit, okay? Are they actually getting rid of this shit?
No, it's not that they're getting rid of that shit. It's that they got rid of it 2 days ago.
But why?
Why? Because the Department of Agriculture, they ran out of money because of the government shutdown. Then Trump's response was
I knew about the government shutdown, and I knew he had to take a lot of money out.
And then Trump's response was like, listen, I'm not going to allocate any funding from Congress to cover these benefits. And he actually broke the law in doing so. He cares more about trying to own the libs by blaming it on them than fixing the issue and keeping 41 million Americans fed, including your mother.
Oh. Maybe I shouldn't support Trump anymore.
Yeah, you really shouldn't. I mean, this is personally impacting you in your life. Like, what the hell did Biden ever do to you and your family that hurt you more than Trump starving your mom?
That's pretty good facts right there.
All right, so it should make you question. Well, you think this guy that only helped you, right, was so shitty, yet this guy that's starving your mother is great, right? It's like very obviously the case that you've just been a victim of political propaganda. And it's time to start thinking a little bit more freely.
I agree.
Another thing is, this is the roommate that is not a Trump supporter at all. She leans very conservatively, if that makes sense. So when it comes to I basically everything, she leans conservatively.
Do you think that abortion should be banned?
I think that if you have gotten raped or a serious reason, then I think you should be allowed.
Okay. So why? So when you say serious reason, I'd assume that you mean like life of the mother, incest, or rape. So why do you think that women should be denied access to abortions if they're just purely elective? They want to get the abortion for a reason like financial insecurity or no reason at all, just the fact that they don't want to be pregnant.
Because great question.
That is a great question.
Okay, well, I mean, if you can't answer that question, then you shouldn't support that policy. Because in failing to answer this question, you're failing to come up with any reason why you should support that policy.
Well, my thing is, if you got in bed with someone
Yeah.
and you let them, you know, do the whatever, right? Because I know there's probably children in here. You should have to deal with the consequences
Okay, why?
because you made your bed.
Because you caused them? Because you caused them? So if I cause myself to have lung cancer by smoking a cigarette, should I have to deal with that consequence and just suck it up and die? Or should I be able to go consult a medical health professional and seek chemotherapy to kill that lung cancer?
I think that they should do what they feel is needed.
Right. So if you're going to say I shouldn't have to deal with the natural consequences of my actions, or maybe an alcoholic that is now like having liver failure, or maybe like I don't know the specifics about how somebody could like give themselves diabetes. I've just always heard that if you eat enough chocolate, if you eat enough sugar, then you'll develop diabetes. Right? Are you saying that like none of those people should have to deal with the natural consequences of their actions? They should all be able to
No, if
consult
they
with a
didn't
medical health
know, then they
professional.
didn't know.
Okay, well, yeah, we're talking about alcoholics that knew if they had that drink, it'd cause them to have liver failure, and cigarette smokers that knew if they had that cigarette, it'd cause them to potentially have lung cancer, right? Still in those scenarios, you think that they should be able to seek medical treatment to, like, heal their liver, get a new one through a transplant, or terminate the lung cancer through chemotherapy, right? So why do you think, like, everybody should be off the hook with dealing with the natural consequences of their actions outside of
I
pregnant
didn't say
women?
everything. I was just saying an abortion.
Right, it just sounds like you're special playing in this scenario, right? Not to mention, like, I don't even know if like a pregnant woman would be like on the line for conception, right? Because although she like consented to sex, and although like she understands that like if she has sex, right, like there is some likelihood of conception occurring, still yet she's not the one that's actually controlling conception, as conception is an uncontrollable natural biological process. Right? Like, I think that blaming pregnancy on a woman that's engaging in sex is like blaming getting T-boned by a drunk driver to a person that's engaging in driving. Right? Like, when I go hop in my car, it's like, I know that, like, there's some risk I'm going to get fucking T-boned by a drunk driver. Am I controlling that person? Am I causing them to T-bone me? No. I'm just, like, acknowledging that there's a risk that that outcome occurs. But if I do acknowledge that risk, I still decide to drive and I get T-boned by that drunk driver, it's obviously not my fault because I couldn't control them. Right? The same way if like a woman acknowledges the risk of conception but still like decides to engage in sex, I wouldn't say that that's her fault because she couldn't control that conception occurring. And I understand that it's like unintuitive to a certain extent to a lot of people, but like still yet I think the logic tracks.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, it's like the logic tracks. The logic tracks, right?
Yeah.
A woman can control conception just as much as I can control getting T-boned by a drunk driver. She could decide to engage in sex and introduce the possibility of conception, just like I could decide to engage in driving and introduce a possibility of getting T-boned, or I could decide to not engage in driving, thereby facing no possibility of getting T-boned, just like a woman could decide to not engage in sex and face no possibility of
Yeah,
conception
but like
occurring.
she knows the risk, obviously. So like if she did it and she had a kid and said, "Oh, well, I didn't even want a kid," she knew the risk though.
All right, the same way like I know the risk of getting T-boned when I drive. Does it mean that I want to get T-boned? Does it mean I'm responsible if I do?
No.
My point.
I just think that God made us all the way that we are all made, and if you get pregnant, then maybe that was God's plan.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're just saying if something happens to you, it's God's plan, you should suck it up. Okay.
No, I'm saying like
would you say the same thing for what happened to the
theory.
Jewish individuals during the Holocaust?
No.
So if you wouldn't say it about everything that happens, then why would you say it about pregnancy?
I'm just saying if there was a serious reason while she needed to, I think it's okay. But if you just like, oh yeah, I had sex with this person and I just don't want to be with them, yeah, let me just go get an abortion. That's literally killing a human being.
So it is killing a human being, right? But I just don't think that's wrong. Right? And I understand that you're telling us that you think it's wrong because of like the Bible?
Yes.
Are you non-denominational?
Yes.
Okay. So where in the Bible does it say that one sin is worse than others? It doesn't say that, right? Like the typical
No.
interpretation is that all sins are identical in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy, right?
Exactly.
So that means that the sin of abortion would be identical to the sin of lying. Do you think that it should always be illegal to lie?
No.
So then why should it always be illegal to get an abortion in lack of a serious reason, given the fact that those two sins are identical in the eyes of your perfect divine moral standard?
Really didn't think about it that way, actually.
Yeah, that is a good way to think about it. It's a great way to think about it. I think that it's impossible to run a criminal justice system off of Christianity, because in Christianity, according to a lot of Christians, all sins are identical, right? In order to like enforce a criminal justice system, you have to necessarily accept that some things are worse than others.
Okay, so give me a couple reasons why I should change to not be a Trump supporter right now.
Okay, well, I mean that you said that you're Christian. Well, we learn in Matthew that the way that you treat those that have less than you is the way that you're treating the Lord your God. In Psalms, it says the way that you treat those that have lesser than you is the glory that you will be given in the kingdom of God. Well, Donald Trump treats those with lesser than him like absolute shit. Gave him the big middle finger when he took health care away from 10 million of them under the big beautiful bill. Gave them the big middle finger when he imposed tariffs on all of our allies, which increases the price of goods sold in this country, which disproportionately negatively affects poor people since they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumption. He gave them the big middle finger, including your mother, when he said, no, I'm not going to feed I'm not going to feed the starving Americans. I'm going to break the law, and I'm not going to allocate funding from Congress to keep food stamps going during the shutdown. He gave a big middle finger to those with lesser than him in his first time when he passed tax cuts that cost $2 trillion that disproportionately helped the ultra-wealthy. And he continues to give a big middle finger to the working class by destabilizing American industries through mass deportation, leading to reduced GDP growth, leading to reduction in government revenue, and leading to destabilizations within our labor force, which has led to a perpetual increase in the level of unemployment, and has led to there now being more unemployed Americans than there is open job opportunities for the first time, excluding the pandemic, in like 10 or 15 years.
Wow. It's a lot of information I really didn't know.
Yeah, and it's just, at its core, all that I'm saying here is that Republican Jesus is a myth, and if Jesus was alive today, he'd be further left than me. He'd be a socialist.
That'd be pretty cool, man.
So socialism is cool. Well, Donald Trump says it's a virus.
Yeah, I knew that one. Well, I'll let you get to someone else, but I definitely think that all of those are valid points, and I definitely think that I will switch to not being a Trump supporter.
Cool. Well, listen, I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day, okay?
Love you, Dean.
Hey, love you too. You guys take care now. What's up, Poke? Daddy, you support Trump? Hello? John, thank you for the fireworks. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, are you MAGA? Hello?
Hello?
Hey, are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Oh, no. Are you, if you're watching your children, I might just need to move on to the next guest, but if there's like another adult to watch the kids in the house, could I ask you to step into a little bit more of a quiet room for a second?
Yes, just 1 second.
Okay, take your time, man. I understand. I completely get it. While he's doing that, let me first thank Lena, that is Lena, for the $5 over on PayPal. He says, fuck Donald Trump, keep educating them. Appreciate you for that love, Lena. And then Harold, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Harold. Harold with the $50 says, great point on, let's read it here. It's loading. Great point on what an alcoholic, me a binger, does to his liver is a bad decision that you hope you could rectify. Friday's procedure was rough, and the nurse yelled at me for being wiggly squiggly. Harold, I hope that your recovery process goes well, man. Thank you for the $50, and I appreciate you for being here. Show some love to Harold down below in that comment section, as well as show some love to Shula for the $12 over on PayPal, who says, I'm from the UK, and I wish you could debate more British people. Yeah, I mean, we talk to them sometimes, but I appreciate you for the $12, Shula. Show some love to Harold, Lena, and Shula down below in that comment section. And then Bryant, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, who says, just wanted to say I appreciate you, and that you make my drives home for more entertaining. Let's go. These live streams are nice to listen to during a drive. Thank you for the $20, Bryant. Show some love to Bryant down below. And then Bryson, thank you for the $9 Ryan, and Tyler with a 1. If you're watching right now and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal right there. You could also find it in the link tree in my bio. And that guy left, unfortunate. You can find it in the pinned message of the YouTube stream. And yeah, I mean, all those donations, they go straight to me. You get a notification at the top of this phone where I could just read it off and shout you out. Appreciate everyone for the love. What's going on, Kyra? Do you support Trump?
No.
Based. Just looking for people that do, though, so get the hell out of the stream. Moving on to the next guest here, folks. Just looking for MAGA. Just looking for MAGA, everybody. Just looking for some debates, folks. Just looking for some debates. All right, we're going to go to get Gabby loaded up in here. What's up, Gabby? Do you support Trump or are you banned?
I do support Trump.
Oh, how old are you?
I am 17.
All right. Well, I'm happy that I asked because you got to be at least 18 to be on TikTok Live. Honestly, I was assuming that you're much older than that. Like when you said I do support Trump, like you sound like 40, but you know, it was probably just, you know, like dry throat or something. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
Yes. I'm 19.
19, what year are you born in?
First, I clarify, I'm not American, but I support Trump.
Banned, because we're just looking to talk to people that are American. You take care, man. Moving on to the next guest, folks. We are literally, okay, guys, we are experiencing, right, an extinction of MAGA, which, by the way, is a good thing. We're very happy to see it. What's up? Do you support Trump, Lizzie? Lizzie, are you here? Are you with us?
I am here. Can
Hello.
you hear me?
I sure can, Lizzie. Are you MAGA?
Okay. I am. I'm kind of in between, but I mostly am. Most of my worldviews do. Can you hear me?
No, dude.
How can you not hear me?
Oh, no, I can hear you. I'm saying, like, no, like, that you support Trump.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm kind of in between. But I do have, so I am pro-life. There's a lot of things I disagree with Trump with, but I am pro-life. And I think I would like to give, like, a stance from why I am.
Yeah, quickly, before I pass you the mic so you could give that stance to us, guys,
Yes.
Donald Trump just fully endorsed Andrew Cuomo in the mayoral election in New York City. He says a vote for Curtis Sliwa, who looks much better without the beret, is a vote for Mamdani. Whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. You must vote for him and hope he does a fantastic job. He is capable of it. Mamdani is not. He also went on to call Zoran Mamdani a communist, saying that New York City is a 0% chance of survival if he wins. So yeah, dude, rip Cuomo. Rip fucking Cuomo. Yeah, Trump just gave an endorsement to Cuomo, told everybody to go vote for him in a city that is 74% Democrat, that has voted against Donald Trump so disproportionately in the last 3 presidential elections. Cuomo's cooked, dude. He's done. Dude, if I was Cuomo right now, I'd be so fucking pissed. I would be so fucking pissed. I'd be reading that on my phone and be like, holy shit, this guy, he's selling me so hard, all right? If I was Cuomo, anyway, I'd be so pissed. But anyways, listen, Lizzie, gonna take it away. You said that you're pro-life. Do you mind if we just try to, dot our I's and cross our T's real quick? Do you think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion?
So, like I said, I consider myself more of a middle person. In those cases, so I would never judge someone for getting an abortion. I'm with where I stand, I morally am pro-life, right? But when it comes to other people, I do believe, like in America, like sorry, I'm like shaking right now. I didn't think I was gonna get on here.
Okay.
But anyway, like, so with, in our Constitution, it says, sorry, normally I would be able to speak much clearer, but that we're not.
Listen, I understand
sorry.
the nerves. You're good. Listen, I had Mr. Mamdani up on the live earlier, and I was pretty nervous. I could barely speak myself, so I get it.
But yeah, anyway, we're a nation that we're not supposed to be using the Bible necessarily to make laws, right? Because this is a free country, and so I believe that if someone else wants to get an abortion, that's their choice, because this is a free country. We're supposed to have those rights. But I believe that morally I can believe that myself, like, if that happened to me, I I can't really put myself in those shoes because I've never been in those shoes of another woman.
Okay, listen, I'm just gonna interrupt here real quick. You said that you think women and girls should be able to make that decision for themselves. Perfect.
Yes.
That's all I care
Yes.
about. That's all I care about. Okay, listen, there are like so many
Oh,
like
oh,
productive
sorry.
roles that people that are like morally against abortion but still think that individuals
Yeah.
should be able to access it can have. Like if you were to focus on like eradicating the incentive for it in the first place by like focusing on like eliminating financial instability amongst women and girls by like setting up social programs and like backbones that like new families could rely on to ensure that their children are well taken care of and fed, well then the amount of abortions would go down drastically because most women that get abortions are doing so because of financial instability. So there's just one really big consideration. But obviously, this isn't a reason why you're going to support Trump. And the question is, why do you support Trump as president? If you want to answer it, take it away.
Okay, yeah. So can I will get to that. I will get to that question, but there was one thing when you were talking to the last girl about with abortion and you kind of, am I allowed to like just still talk on that topic? Like there's something that I did disagree with you.
Yeah,
but
whatever.
I'm open to changing my mind.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So you compared it to like someone like, well, so she said like, well, you make the choice when you have, when you do actions with other people that there is a chance that you could become pregnant, right? And then you said, well, should somebody who, has been an alcoholic all their life, should they be denied medical treatment like for getting dialysis because their liver's failing, even though that was because of their choices that they made, or someone who has lung cancer and they smoked all their life, which I really like that argument, that kind of made, I was like, well, that's a very good point. But I guess my only argument with that was, and I'm not trying to change your mind, just my argument that I kind of wanted to make was, in my opinion, I get that, but at the same time, it is a little bit different because it is ending a life. Whereas in my opinion, I don't get that choice, like ending someone's life. That's for me personally. Someone else, I don't care what they do. Yep.
That's just
What
so
was
that's a whole separate argument. So her argument was
Okay.
that abortion wrong because you have to deal with the natural consequences of your action.
Yep.
Right. So like obviously like the counter examples I gave would fit in that scenario, but your argument is that abortion wrong because in life, right? So therefore like obviously right arguments right that I'd give to you like wouldn't include right the point about like liver failure by alcoholism or like lung cancer by smoking cigarettes. Right, because your argument isn't that it's wrong because they have to deal with the natural consequences of their actions. So I'm happy that we can clear that point up, but let's go ahead and get on to the meat of the bone here. Why do you support Trump as president?
All right. So, well, I used to support him more than I did now. I used to be very MAGA.
So why do you support him today?
So why do I support it? Well, I kind of just need more of a reason to not. I guess I grew up very conservative.
I'm sorry, that's just not how it works.
Sorry.
Like we don't just baselessly believe things, okay? Right? It's not that
Right.
you
Yep,
believe
no, I
something
agree
until
with
you have
you.
reason not to. Right? Like I could give you a billion reasons not to, right? But like
Yeah.
obviously if you're saying that you think Trump is a good president, it's going to be for a reason. You don't just baselessly think that, I'd hope. Right? So it's like,
Yeah.
what is that reason? And I don't mind after we go over your reasons, I'll happily give you
Okay.
reasons why not to. But before we do that, I just want
Yes,
reasons
yeah.
why you should.
So I guess, like I said, I'm in a very conflicted spot right now. So I guess where I come with it is how, like, so I'm Christian, right? I have faith in Jesus. That's that's where I stand. And I'm surrounded by a lot of that. Although I am surrounded by a lot of people who don't support Trump and stuff, and I see their views.
So
But
what
anyway,
does your Christianity have
sorry.
to do with why you think Trump is a good president?
So, because with like any churches I went to or people I've been surrounded with, it's kind of more of a thing like if you don't support Trump, then you're not a Christian, because why would you support someone who is, for abortion? Like you're evil. Like
Kamala
I'm
Harris
using
just has the same stance you do. So are you evil?
What was that? Sorry, can you explain that to me a little bit better?
Kamala
I
Harris has the
apologize.
same stance that you do. So are you evil?
Like in what? Can you explain that a little more? Like
Kamala Harris also likely thinks that abortion is wrong, right? Because she's a Baptist, yet thinks that women and girls should be able to make that decision for themselves because she has common sense, right? And if you're saying that stance is evil, right? Well, that's a stance you told
And
us
I'm
that
not
you
saying
hold.
that that's evil, but that's what other people say. Like
Okay.
when I
Well,
said
mean,
evil,
so
I
do you-
meant like
Do
quotations.
you agree or do you disagree with those other people?
do I like disagree with people choosing abortion?
No. Do you agree or disagree with the people that say if you think that women and girls should have access to abortion, that you're evil?
No, I do not. I don't agree
Okay,
with
so you
that.
disagree with it. So I'm looking for like reasons that you agree with why you think Trump is a good president.
So I guess, like I said, that's why I'm very in a conflicted state right now.
I just don't even
Right.
get why you're in a conflicted state at all. Because what's the conflict?
I guess.
Right, like usually,
well,
listen,
right.
like
No,
usually,
I understand what you're saying.
usually a conflict when you're trying to determine, right, if like you think somebody is a good or bad president, would be like a conflict of like trying to think of, because you could think of reasons why they're good and you could think of reasons why they're bad, right? And you're
Yes.
kind of conflicted of which side to go with. But you can't think of any
Yeah.
reasons why he's good. Like just like
Well,
prove,
so I
prove
can-
that you're in a state
sorry.
of conflict, right, by giving
Yeah.
us one reason why Trump is a good president. And I'm gonna be honest, I think that you're very kind. You're coming up here, you're trying to have a good conversation. If you cannot answer this question, I am going to kick you, right? Because a prerequisite of like being on the live and having these conversations, at the bare minimum, is being able to just describe one reason why you support Trump.
Yeah, no, I get that. I guess one thing I could say, and like I said, it's in a lot of conflict right now, like with SNAP. I agree that people do need SNAP, but then I do agree that there are people that do abuse that. I understand that their kids need it, but I personally know someone who uses their SNAP benefits towards things that are not even going towards their kids. And in my opinion,
Yeah, it's probably going towards
I do
themselves.
agree
I mean,
that
adults need to eat too. That's maybe why
Right.
our government should
But
give
they
more funding and
also-
SNAP
right.
to individual recipients so they have enough money to buy food for themselves and their kids.
But
you're
they're
still not.
also
But you're
able to
just.
use it
You're just
for-
still. You're just
Oh,
still
sorry.
not answering the question.
So what I'm saying is, so from what, and I'm not sure if they're
Like
telling me
I'm
the
sorry.
truth, but they've
At this
told
point,
me,
I'm going to give you 25 seconds to name one thing that Donald Trump is doing or has done that you think is good.
yeah, you might boot me, but I guess I don't think he's very good. I guess I just wanted to mostly debate the abortion thing, but I really do, I guess I think I am changing my views, leaning more liberal. I guess my only thing is how I grew up. I'm like, oh, I need to support Trump because, of like what others believe, but yeah, you're gonna have to boot me. I'm not really a MAGA. I'm so
All right, Liz, you have a good rest of your day. Maybe something to recommend to you is just watching the live. I mean, I think that maybe watching the live could give you a lot of really good reasons to not support Trump as president. And you'll be a little bit less conflicted. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up in here right now, guys. Only hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please, 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 please. Over on Venmo, real quick, Caleb, thank you for the $1, saying you're the coolest. Appreciate that, Caleb. And then, Juanita, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, Juanita. Show some love to our donors down below. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. But yeah, folks, let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Guys, we're looking for arguments from Trump supporters why you think Trump is a good president. So please just follow those rules. What's up, man? Are you MAGA?
Papa John's store 1000.
I heard Papa John's store, then they left the app. We're going to go and kick them. Would you let me know if you're a Trump supporter down below in that comment section? It's just, it's been so long since we've had like a legitimate debate. Oh, shit. You guys, I had a crazy experience yesterday. Oh, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, Dean, but I can't talk right now because I'm driving. So actually,
No worries. I had a crazy experience driving home yesterday that I have to tell you guys about. So I was on the road and some car in front of me, their license plate was Zionist. Like Z10N1S.
Tell me, Rio, quick.
What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Are you American?
yeah.
What time is it?
5:56.
What state are you in?
New Jersey.
Okay. And what's one city in New Jersey?
Alpha.
What's that?
Alpha.
Alpha?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the capital in New Jersey?
I don't know, Alavi.
Okay. I don't trust you. Anyways, right, just to continue on with what I was saying there. So their license plate was Zionist, right? And that was already, right, kind of like what the hell are they doing? But then I had to fucking call the cops on them because they tried to run me off the road. Like one moment, I didn't do anything to them. I was just chilling driving, right? And they tried to run me off the road since I guess I was in a place on the road where they wanted to be. So they got around me, then literally tried to run my car off the road to be where I was. And then they broke the law and were going like 95 miles an hour in a 65, right? So I just had to tell you guys about that story, right? Shockingly, there was a Zionist with a license plate that said Zionist without a single fuck nor shit, no care for anybody else outside of themselves. What's up? Do you support Trump? How do I pronounce it? Keola?
Keola.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, and how old are you?
33.
Yeah. So why the hell do you support the worst president of your 33 years of life, Keola?
I agree with a lot of things that he stands for.
Okay, like what things?
I agree with, oh my gosh, there's a lot. Sorry, I'm like just a little nervous. I've never done this before.
It's okay.
Yeah, I like his religious views, and I know that's like so cliche to say.
So you're an atheist?
No, I'm not an atheist.
So you're anti-Christian?
No, I'm a Christian.
Then why do you like his religious views? Because he's like staunchly anti-Christian.
He's a Christian.
No, he's not at all. Okay, so James 2:24, it's either James 2:24 or James 11. You know, it says that like faith without works is dead. And like one of the necessary works in order to like maintain that relationship with God would be to repent for your sins and become a better person over the time span of your life through sanctification, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, so he said he's never repented for any of his sins in his life to God. He said that in a sit-down interview in 2020. So no, like in accordance with like the necessary conditions that must be fulfilled in order to
that today. Sorry. Does he still hold to that today, that same point?
Well, I
that
mean,
he-
like, that's the last time he publicly spoke about repentance for his sins. And
Because,
obviously,
like,
he's
being
only
a
become a
Christ-
worse person since 2020. He hasn't been sanctified. So seemingly, yeah, he does. Right? So matter of fact, he's not a Christian. Matter of fact, he doesn't hold to Christian morals nor values. And matter of fact, he contradicts those Christian values in nearly every single damn decision that he makes.
Well, I mean, the reason I asked that is because, like, I grew up in a Christian household. I was taught about God, went to church every Sunday and Wednesday. But in my, like, teenage years and 20s, I had times where I doubted my faith, and I actually looked at the Bible and thought, like, oh, it's so contradicting, this and that. So, like, in that, like, now I've grown so much in my faith, and I'm a big believer. I believe it's a relationship with God. And, you know, I see that, you know, he's not perfect. Like, none of us are.
Well, it's not that he's not perfect. It's that every single day he perpetually infringes upon the moral commandments of the Lord your God. So arguing that you support him because of your Christianity, even though he stands against everything you as a Christian should stand for, like equality, caring for everybody, giving to the needy, taking care of the poor, inviting of all, right? Not discriminating against somebody because of their country of origin, not discriminating against somebody because of what's in between their legs, or not discriminating against somebody because of a difference in sexual orientation, right? Is like, matter of fact, proves that you shouldn't support him. I mean, shit, even the Pope denounced him because of his visceral infringements upon Mosaic law as it relates to his treatment of immigrants. Like, do you agree with Donald Trump's mass deportation?
I mean, I don't agree with everything. I agree that, like, if somebody is, like, found in a crime here and they're an immigrant or, you know, not supposed to be here, I definitely agree that they shouldn't be here. I mean, for the safety of our country.
Okay. Well, I heard that last bit. I think that you muted your mic because of your child.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. So if you're
Sorry
saying that we
about
should remove somebody from the country if they commit a misdemeanor for the safety of our country, then we should definitely remove somebody from the White House if they rape a woman for the safety
Oh, no,
of
I
our
didn't
country,
say
right?
misdemeanor. No, I didn't say misdemeanor. I
Oh,
mean,
what
that
did you
would
say,
be
like
as
felonies?
far. Yeah, definitely.
So we
You
should
don't
remove
think
some.
so?
So if we should remove somebody from the country if they committed felonies, would you argue that we should remove Donald Trump from the White House if he committed 34?
Well, no, I'm saying
Ah.
if they don't have papers to be here legally.
Okay,
Like Trump has
so why
papers
are they
to
only
be
a
here.
threat to the safety of the country if they don't have legal documentation? But if they're a citizen and they've been
Because
held
we
civilly
don't know
liable
who
for
they
raping a
are.
woman, okay, so it's about not knowing who they are. So if we did know who they are, then it would have been an issue. So let's offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship.
Well, no,
Ah.
if we know who they are and they're a citizen, then we can hold them accountable, right? Now,
Wait, you
if
agree
they
with holding
do
people
some,
accountable for their crimes?
definitely.
Where was the accountability for Trump's 34 felonies?
I mean, I don't know his felonies. I mean, you could tell me he has felonies, but like I would definitely have to look into it and see the proof on it, but I have not yet seen that at all.
Okay, so what's Donald Trump's favorite news source?
I don't know. I'm not that much of a like, or I know like so much about him.
It's
I
Fox
just
News.
agree with. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know.
Right. And according to Fox News, Donald Trump was found guilty on all counts in a New York criminal trial. Not to mention that he's also been held civilly liable for raping a woman. In the last 10 months, he's infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment. He's best buddies with Epstein. He admitted to sexually exploiting kids on Howard Stern show in 2005. The All Access Hollywood tapes, grab women by the P word, you don't even need to ask first. Like, if you think that we should hold people accountable for their wrongdoings, then why did you hold, like, the Devil 2.0? Or why did you make the Devil 2.0 the president, right? I'm just failing to see, right, how, like, any good Christian could standardly buy and support him.
Well, I have read that there wasn't anything that was held against him. So if he went through the process of fighting and justice served, that he wasn't found guilty, which I have read, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Because I
I'm
don't
correcting
know
you.
all.
You're wrong.
So he's been found guilty.
Yes.
For what?
For this 34 felonies, falsification of business documentations in the 2nd degree, and been found guilty for raping Eugene Carroll.
Oh. Well, yeah, when I looked at the Eugene Carroll thing, I didn't see that he was found guilty for that.
Okay.
Where did you find that he was found
NewYorkCourts.gov.
guilty? Okay.
You could read the jury
Oh.
verdict form. Yeah, I mean, you could read the jury verdict form.
I'd have to get my laptop and then I could actually do my research.
I mean, well, what about if we were just to, like, do it on live right now, because I just so happened to.
Oh,
pull it up.
yeah, for sure.
I mean,
You
well-
can pull it up, yeah.
There you go. Judge clarifies. Yes, Trump was found to have raped Eugene Carroll.
Okay, but where was he found guilty?
In a civil court in the state of New York in 2023.
And so the jury found him guilty?
Yeah.
Oh, I have not yet seen that. That's interesting. I see that you're just taking the top of it. Yeah, there you go.
So here's a verdict form. Let's focus on
But
question
it
number
says
one.
Mr. Trump raped Miss Carroll. No.
Yeah, we'll focus on
So
question.
what's that?
Don't worry, I'm going to explain it. We're going to focus on question number one and
Okay.
question number two. So the action that the jury found him guilty of was forcibly penetrating her female member against her will without her consent. Right? Like, obviously, that's something that we'd consider to be rape. It's
What do
some-
you mean by that? Though? Like, what did he?
With his
I don't
fingers.
understand. Was she like?
He forcefully
under-
penetrated her female member with his fingers against her will without her consent.
Was she sleeping?
No.
How do you do that? Like, I don't understand. That doesn't even make sense to me.
You don't understand how
Was she
somebody could be raped
sleeping?
while
You
they're
said
awake?
without her consent.
Right, without
So
her
like,
consent.
where did it take place? Like in her room, in a public.
in a dressing room in a retail store. Yeah, so the concept of somebody being
So
raped
they
while they're
have
awake doesn't make
footage
sense
of
to me.
it then. So he went into her dressing room. You're telling me, and did that?
Yeah, and you said that you don't understand the concept of somebody being raped while they're awake. What did you mean by
No,
that?
you said rape, but they said no to rape.
Well, I'm still trying
It
to get
said
there.
no.
I'm still trying to get there and describe it, but we just need to
He
like.
said that he penetrated her without consent.
Right.
Do you know what that consent means? She didn't give him permission. So I'm
True.
curious how his hands got there without her permission.
By force.
Like, cause like if a guy tried to put his hand on my area, I'd move it and be like, "Are you like you're a freak? Don't touch me there."
Yeah.
So that's where
but
I'm curious.
He overpowered her. right? Like, not to mention that oftentimes when a woman is being raped, when people are being raped, it can elicit a trauma response of kind of freezing, and just feeling like, you can't control this. There's nothing you could do. It makes you feel kind of shocked, like, how could this happen to you? Like, should I just let it happen? Right? I mean, there's like many different ways that this can occur. I feel like, right, you're like being like intentionally like dense, right? And in doing so, you're invalidating the experiences of millions of victims, right? But just to like clarify on the jury form, right? And just to clarify on the jury form, right? The specific action that the jury held him liable for was penetrating her vagina with his fingers against her will and without her consent. Now, the reason why they selected no in question 1, which was did he rape her, is because in the state of New York at this time, rape was strictly defined as a penetration of the female member with the male member without consent. It didn't include the penetration of the female member with any other part of a man's body without consent. Now, of course, they later updated that law, and that's why the judge's comments reflected that. But all that's relevant here is that we could both agree that if a man forcefully inserts his fingers into a woman's female member without her consent, all right, that's rape. That's what the jury held him liable for, and that's what he did.
Wait, sorry. Do you mind if I say something? So you're telling me that the 2 places was in a changing room, and what was the other place?
So he raped Eugene Carroll
You
in
said
one
a
place, in
change-
one changing room, in one retail store.
Okay, so you're telling me he was in a retail store in a changing room with her, and he just forcefully put his hand down her pants, and that's rape.
Well, upper
I mean,
skirt,
I don't think
upper
that's
skirt.
right whatsoever.
But yes, that's what I'm
Upper
telling you,
skirt.
and that's what the court's
So
telling you.
why was he in the changing room with her? I don't even understand that.
According to court documents and Eugene Carroll's testimony, he followed her in.
Oh, so he just barged into the changing room?
Yeah, it's not the first time he's done that, by the way. That's also what he admitted to doing to Howard Stern, to
Didn't-
Miss Teen USA and Miss
Didn't like
USA
call for
contestants.
help, nothing. She just let him in, and he put his hand up her skirt. I mean, like, just picture that. That's like so forceful and creepy. Like, and she just like walked away from that scene, didn't make a police report, nothing. I don't know like the logistics of it. That's why I'm happy that you're so great at sharing it right now.
So 60% of women that get raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime because of the psychosocial phenomena that's understood as rape culture and the negative impact that they could experience if they were to report it publicly to the authorities, so on and so forth. Not to mention like second order consequences
that
of
story
rape
just
culture.
wasn't even seem that like liable. Like I was raped when I was younger because I was under the influence and I was taking advantage because I was drunk. That's considered rape, right? But I put myself in that situation. She's claiming that he followed her into
Wait, did
a
you just say
changing
that
room.
you made yourself get raped?
I didn't make myself get
Right,
raped.
you didn't.
I'm saying
exactly.
I got raped.
You didn't. Exactly. You didn't make yourself get raped.
But I did make
you didn't
the
put
choice
yourself
to
in that
drink
situation.
alcohol. No, but I did make the choice to drink alcohol and
Girl.
not be responsible.
I'm sorry. Please don't victim blame yourself.
No, I'm not. I definitely know that the person that did it should be held accountable, but at the same time, I also have to make better choices. So it's like I'm not justifying what they did to me, but I'm also saying that I could have made better choices because drinking excessively is never going to put you in a good place, regardless.
Listen, I would say, right, and this is my input. If you're trying to like think through these things in your head, right? A thought process about should you drink less, right, should be decoupled and detached so far away from the thought process surrounding you being raped. Okay? Right? So it's like I think that like two things could be true, but just true very, very far apart of one another. Right? When you're thinking to yourself, like maybe you need to drink less, or maybe it would be a good idea to drink less, maybe it's a responsible thing to drink less, right? I just feel like
Right.
that thought realistically, like I'm and be honest, it doesn't need to come up in your head when you're asking yourself, like, is what happened to me wrong? And who's responsible for what happened to me? Because at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, the only person responsible for that happening to you would be the person that did that to you. And it doesn't matter if you're drunk, if you're sober. It doesn't matter if you're young, if you're old. It doesn't matter what clothes you're wearing, if you're wearing a jacket or a mini skirt, right? It's never your fault. It's never your fault.
Right. No, I definitely agree with that, but I think that as adults, we have to also take accountability for our choices. And I made a bad choice because let's say if I got behind the wheel and I hurt somebody or crashed, I would have to be held accountable for that because I drank too much. I drank, period, and got behind the
Listen,
wheel.
I'm gonna be honest, right? Like I want to come to you with compassion. I want to come to you with kindness. I want to come to you with empathy, and I just want to like plead, right? You to like not blame this on yourself, right? To plead you to like not like assume any culpability for what occurred to you. But you know, on the flip side of the coin here, right? Simultaneously, I'm going to come at you a little bit more, you know, direct in the sense by telling you, right? Not only should you not blame this on yourself, right? But in doing so and like sharing that with us, right? What you're also doing is like promoting the message that other individuals implicitly so should blame that on themselves too, right? But like obviously I want to come at you with like with compassion and you know, kindness, and just kind of inform you on the fact that like what your experience is like internalized misogyny, right? Likely developed as a byproduct of rape culture, right? Where we've heard the sentiment echoed over and over and over again for so long in this country on the global stage, where somehow it's a woman's fault if they're raped. It was somehow their fault for what they were wearing or the state that they're in, if they were sober or drunk. But in all reality, right? It's not.
Yeah. I mean, of course, I agree. Like I said, I don't disagree. The man should be held accountable if he takes that step, vice versa, if it was a woman doing it to a man.
All right. You're just not
think
responsible
that
for somebody else's actions.
Right. I just think your claim of what that was like, it just sounds so bizarre to me, honestly. I'd have to like actually like
You're right.
read on that story.
It's also a bad idea, right, to use your experiences to invalidate the experiences of others. All right. Everybody has like complex. Everybody has like complex responses. Everybody has like complex responses to trauma. Everybody has like different responses to like rights violations, right? If I was to like get together like a room, if I was to get together. If I was to get together a room of like,
also believe that.
If I was to get, hey, ma'am, if I was like to get together a room of like 1,000 people that had experienced sexual violence, like sure, we'd see some like trends and like similarities and like reported testimony about it, but like still yet at the same time, we'd see just such a diverse amount of like different reactions to said sexual violence and the actions that follow. Now, on your second point, you said, well, some people make things up. Okay, well, guess what? Guess what? E. Jean Carroll then just accused Donald Trump of raping her. She proved it in a court of law. And it's not like Donald Trump doesn't have the character to do those things either, right? We understand that we're talking about the guy that was self-described best buddies with Epstein. Stop interrupting me, please. You understand that we're talking about the guy that boasted to Howard Stern on his radio show about unconsensually barging into the dressing rooms of naked teenagers and naked grown adult women to look at them while they're naked. That's something a rapist would do. You understand we're talking about the guy that sexualized a 10-year-old saying that he dated her in 10 years. That's something a rapist would do. You understand we're talking about a guy that like called his own daughter a hot piece of ass and said he'd be dating her if she wasn't his daughter when she was a minor. That's something a rapist would do. You understand we're talking about a guy, right, that was recorded on the Access Hollywood tapes saying that he could just grab him by the P word and he doesn't even need to ask first. That's something a rapist would do, right? So it's like when we compile all these facts, I'm almost done. The fact that E. Jean Carroll didn't just accuse him, but proved it in court. There's inconsistency in lies in his own testimony, right? And all these billion other facts in his testimony that are all things rapists would do, right? And the other 25 women that have accused him of raping them, right? I just find it so undeniably absurd to deny that he raped E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah, like I said, you know more of the story than I do. It definitely, you explained why it wasn't considered rape. I would have to look into it more. I was not, like, I don't have all the facts on there, and that's, I really should, especially when supporting somebody. So, but that is a reason I do support him. I told you my Christian views.
Oh, wait, why do your Christian views make you support Trump? What is one Christian value that he holds to?
I believe, I do agree with like, if a trans person wants to compete against women and he was biologically a man and now he's genderly speaking a woman, I agree that isn't right or fair.
Yeah, out of curiosity, where in the Christian Bible does it say that trans women shouldn't be able to compete in women's sports?
Well, this was non-existent back in the day. That doesn't say anywhere in the Bible
right.
about that.
And remember, I asked you to name like a Christian value that he holds to that makes you support him.
A lot, honestly.
So give me an example.
He just stands in the Christian faith. He's
Like,
a
he stands in the-
believer of
he's-
Jesus Christ.
Okay, he stands in the Christian faith. Well, Kamala Harris was a Baptist, so I mean, even if he did stand in the Christian faith, right? Obviously, this just wouldn't be a difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, so it wouldn't be an argument
Well,
that you should
he
support
is
Trump. Not to
biblically
mention that he doesn't stand
speaking-
in the Christian faith, as he says he's not a Christian by arguing that he's never had to repent for his sins. Not to mention, right? You know, looking at his fruits, he's a pretty bad guy that contradicts the Bible every single day. So yeah, my response to that would be that he doesn't stand in the Christian faith.
But you're like pulling up like his past. You don't have a past. I mean, imagine if your whole life, like you were a billionaire, cameras are on you all the time, and then you want to like run and do something good in your life, and everyone just like all the dirt on you. Because I'm sure you've had your times of whatever in your life because you're not perfect and you've made mistakes, I'm sure. Maybe not equate to what you're claiming he has made or whatever you can dig up for him.
Ma'am, you're talking to
But-
somebody whose past has been dug up. You're talking to somebody whose past
Oh,
has
yeah.
been dug up. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, and in
okay.
fact, I think that's good. I think, right, that the people have a right to know who they're supporting. The people
You
have a
have
right to
to
know
prove-
who's speaking for them, right? The people have a
Yeah.
right to know who has a platform. The people have a right to know who's representing them, right? And for you to argue any other sentiment is fucked up and gross. Right? But like, once a fucking again, right? I'm asking you why your Christianity makes you support Trump as president, and you still haven't been able to give me one clear example of something that's Christian that Donald Trump holds to, right? What is one Christian value that he finds to be the case, right? You're struggling to even make a defensible argument by arguing that he thinks that Jesus is God, because we know he's not a Christian.
Forgiveness. He stands by forgiveness.
Okay, so then why is he trying to prosecute fucking Obama? A president from 10 years ago he's trying to send to jail. He's trying to send Obama to jail. Okay? He wants to prosecute Biden. He wants to prosecute Kamala Harris. He's prosecuting Comey Letitia James. Okay? Right? He said that he hates Democrats. He said that he doesn't wish his enemy well. Okay? He says he wants E. Jean Carroll to be locked up. Okay? He's a spiteful, vindictive fuck, right? Who is incapable of treating others with empathy, is incapable of forgiving others for their transgressions. I mean, shit, he doesn't even forgive people for sins that individuals didn't commit that he thinks that they did.
And how do you
right? Such
think
as,
you're
stop
treating
talking,
me
such
right
as
now?
Biden, right? Apparently
How are
stealing
you-
the 2020
Are you
election.
treating me right now? I don't even know you. And you've called me, what did you call me? The two things you just called me. You don't even know me. And you just disrespected me on your live. And you think for 1 second you're a better person? Because you can sit here and insult me and call me this or that because your channel has, or your little live thing has so many followers and you have your scripted, memorized responses. Because I've watched you and your other friends, and you literally say the same thing over and over. It's the same exact argument over and over again. And you just insulted me. Did I insult you at all? Please tell me. Did I?
Point number one, I don't think I insulted you.
Because if I did, I do
definitely insulted
apologize. If
Trump.
something
and
I
point number
said to
two, you said that I
was
give the same arguments
insulting.
over and over and over again. Do the facts ever
that's an
change?
insult? That's not a fact.
Do the facts ever change? Was the Earth flat
What do
1,000
you-
years ago? Sorry, was the Earth
I
round
wasn't
1,000
trying
years
to
ago?
insult you
No.
at all.
No.
But
Listen,
you just
listen.
insulted
Was
me
the
and
Earth?
called me two names on your live, and you
What-
don't
what
even
names
know
did-
me
yeah, what names
because
did I
I
call
said
you?
I believe
Ma'am?
in the Christian belief system.
Ma'am?
Are you a Christian?
You think that I'm prosecuting? Okay, Jesus Christ. What names
Are
did I
you
call
a
you?
Christian?
What names did I call
No,
you?
can you answer my question? Are you a Christian?
After I have a little bit more clarity on your view, what names did I call you?
Excuse me. Are you a Christian?
Dude, Jesus Christ.
Yes or no?
Holy crap.
Are
What
you?
names
Do
did I
you
call
believe in God? Do you believe in Jesus Christ? I'm just curious.
Okay.
Why can't I have an answer?
Okay.
Because I just got insulted because I told you that my
What insults?
reason for supporting Trump
What
is that
insults?
I believe.
How did I insult you?
You don't remember the two things you just called me?
What did I call you?
I'm pretty sure it was disgusting, or what was the word you used? Sorry if you definitely called me something. Two insults.
So what did it?
Just
what
a
was it?
second ago.
I called Trump disgusting.
You don't remember? I don't remember either because I'm just like nervous, to be honest with you.
I called Trump disgusting. Are you Trump?
And no, I'm pretty sure you insulted me, but hey,
I think I think I called the way that you're like like you're arguing here embarrassing, which is definitely true.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, that's fine. I respect your opinion. You know, you're entitled to your opinion as I am. You asked me why I support Trump. I'm telling you my Christian beliefs. He believes in forgiveness. You may not see it in that way. He is the man that has to
Can
make
you give
big
me an
choices.
example of Trump forgiving someone? Ever? One?
I don't know him personally.
So then how do you know he believes in forgiveness?
Because he says it. He believes
When has he even
in
said
God.
that? When has he even said that? I don't even think he said he believes in
Let me get
forgiveness.
my laptop and I can pull it up for you.
Like what? Like Jesus
Well, I
Christ.
don't have everything
Yeah,
archived.
this is embarrassing.
Sorry.
This is just
I don't
embarrassing.
have anything
Hey,
archived.
hey.
Are you a Christian?
If I was a Christian, I'd be a significantly better one than Trump.
Okay. Well, see, that's fine. If
Right?
you
Yeah, like for
think
instance,
that.
was Donald Trump being a good Christian when he raped Eugene Carroll? Was he being a good Christian when he sexually exploited naked girls in their dressing rooms before like the Miss Teen
Was
USA
he a
pageant
Christian
show?
at that
Right?
time,
What was
though?
was Donald Trump being a good Christian when he infringed on the teachings of Matthew and the teachings of Psalm, where they both say that the way that you treat this with lesser than you is the way that you're treating the Lord your God? And then Donald Trump turned around and gave the big middle finger to poor people, said "fuck you, go like die and starve." I'm not going to allow Congress to give money to fund food stamps for November, even though I'm literally legally obligated to. Was Donald Trump a good Christian when he like sent an email to like grocery stores today and said that they shouldn't give discounts to individuals that like would be on SNAP benefits for no reason at all other than to limit the amount of food that individuals can have in a time where they need it? Is Donald Trump being a good Christian when he passed a big beautiful bill that was not only the most expensive policy ever passed in this country's history, not only also gave the big middle finger to poor people by kicking 3 million people off of food stamps and 10 million people off of healthcare, but was also single-handedly the largest redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich in modern American history, reducing the purchasing power of everybody
but
making over $51,000 per year. Be quiet. Be quiet.
He
Be
can't
quiet.
sign that
Be quiet.
policy
Be quiet.
without
Be
everybody
quiet.
agreeing.
Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet.
Whoa,
Be
see,
quiet.
you are rude. I gotta go.
How am
Peace
I?
out,
How am I
dude.
being rude
God
by?
bless.
No.
You're telling me to be quiet. Am I?
Because you interrupted me. Me asking you to be quiet because you interrupted me is actually like not a terrible response. I could tell you to shut the hell up. I didn't do that. I could just mute you and ignore you. I didn't do that. I just asked you to be quiet so I could like what am I supposed to say?
You
If I-
won't let me interject. You're just ranting on. How do we have a conversation, a debate, if I can't interject?
by
Interject.
waiting
You're
for me to
literally
finish speaking.
rambling on. You're asking me if I think he's a Christian, if he did this, if he did this, if he did this, and you keep going on and on and on and on. So when do I get? And then you're like, don't interrupt, don't interrupt. Like, when am I your child? What do you mean, don't interrupt? We're having a debate here. It's back and forth. You say something, I say something, not you just ranting on.
Yeah, it's not a rant. It's a fact
It
that Donald,
sounds like one.
ma'am. That's an interruption.
does.
I was
Go
only
ahead.
3 words in.
I'm sorry. My apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that there's about 1 billion things Donald Trump has done that are antithetical to the Christian faith. That's not my fault. That's his. Right? I was just simply going through like nearly everything that's ingressed on the Christian faith that Donald Trump has done in the last 10 years. There's just so many. Like, I could go on for 15 minutes. Like, that's how serious it is. Like, I asked you to
But
name like
do-
one Christian. Well, no. I asked
But
you to name.
you
No.
have to
no,
realize when you
no,
claim
I'm gonna
you're-
mute you in
when
5,
you claim-
4, 3,
Oh my
2,
gosh!
because
a
I'm still
child
speaking.
again. Go
Because I'm
ahead.
still speaking.
No, I'm about to peace out. Yo,
right.
if you don't
Because
let
you
me
can't let me speak.
interject-
You can't handle the facts.
No, because you keep ranting on. I can't even get my train of thought out, yo. You're like literally going on and on and on. Being a Christian means that you are going to be like, everyone's going to look at anything you do and consider it like you're not a good Christian. No Christian is good. You realize that, right? That's why we need a savior, because none of us are good. That's why having faith in Jesus Christ is what we value. You don't understand. If you're not a Christian, you wouldn't understand those values. And I don't mean it in a way like to make you like you're little or belittle you, but I mean it in a way as I'm a believer of Jesus Christ. I have a relationship with God. And I believe that Trump also does. Is his relationship perfect with God? Is he a perfect human being? No. That's why Jesus came, because none of us are perfect. None, not even you. And I'm sure you have some dark secrets in the closet that some people didn't find. And, you know, like, imagine if they did, though. How would you feel?
You know what's a real big slap in the face?
Tell me.
What's a real big slap in the face is to listen to you, a self-proclaimed Christian, proclaim your support for the man that is now starving poor people and killing them too by taking their health care away tell me that I don't understand Christian values when I'm reiterating Psalms and Matthew simply saying that Jesus wants you to care for the needy? That is a slap in the face.
Like
It's a
Trump
huge
can't
one.
control.
It is such a
If
big
all
one.
of them don't, am I wrong when if all of them don't vote on the same thing, he cannot sign that policy. Therefore, it's out of his hands until they all agree and he can sign the policy so that the funds will be released. And they're trying to take out, the judges are trying to take out
10
state
million
emergency
So 10 million
funds.
people didn't lose health care because of the government shutdown. 10 million people lost health care because of Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, my friend.
Okay, well, show me the bill then. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
I'm definitely for helping people. I 100% think what happened with
check this. Name one thing Donald Trump has ever done to help poor people. Ever.
Bring prices down on the economy when he was when he was in office. Oh my gosh, you didn't see all the prices go down last time he was in office?
What did
the
Donald
economy
Trump
was
do to
running
cause
so
prices to go down?
smooth. What?
What did
Are you
Donald Trump
serious?
What did Donald Trump do to make
Gas
prices go down?
prices.
What did Donald Trump do? What did Donald Trump do to reduce inflation?
I'm pretty sure I don't know, honestly, to be
So then you don't know
100%.
what he did. I asked you to name one
I
thing
just
Donald
know
Trump did.
that when he was in office, everything was running really well.
Oh, well, in
His
April of
last
2020,
term.
in his first term, we had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression at 14.8%. I would say that was influenced by the external variable of COVID. But if you say whatever happens in the country is to blame on the president, would you blame the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression on him?
No, I think that he wants us to insource, like he wants us to support the American
Okay, so you'd say no.
businesses.
So you don't just blame anything that happens in the country on the president. So then how do you know that he caused lower prices in this country during his first term? Your answer to this question
I'm saying
will
like
be
his
nothing.
his strategies are
What strategies?
the strategies of I have to
killing me.
of bringing
Killing
the dollar value higher and he actually brought lots of jobs.
Wait, making the
Really-
value of the dollar higher, right? Like, what do you mean by that?
Like when you're doing business within your own country, you're feeding the American people, you're feeding the American business. When you're outsourcing and you're importing all these goods for like low prices, now you're taking away from all these American businesses, which means they have to raise their prices because they don't get as much business as all the other international companies.
When a company is not getting as much business, they lower their prices.
No.
That's
not
macroeconomics. Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
equilibrium
no, but
price is
when
determined by the intersect of supply and demand. If you have a consistent supply with a lower demand, your price goes down.
Yes, but when you are actually, everything's like custom within the United States, it's going to cost more to do it. Because
so production in America
their labor
costs like more
are
than production
higher
outside of
than
America.
China. Their labor
Right.
costs are higher because they have to pay the American person a minimum wage versus when you import goods, they're paying their people pennies.
Okay,
So
so
when-
where does Trump come into this equation? Like, what is he doing that you like?
He brought lots of jobs last term.
How so?
Right. What do you mean, how so?
How did he bring jobs into America?
By bringing different policies into effect.
Like which
I have
ones?
to-
What policies?
Let me look at them real quick.
Oh,
Hold on.
please do. Go look up those policies. You are testing my goddamn patience. By the way, I can't hear you when you're on pause. You're going to have to go to Google, look it up, then come back to the app. While you're doing that, go do your research. I have a couple people to thank. You're good. I'd like to thank Cheyenne for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for your
Here,
kindness,
let me
Cheyenne.
just do you a favor, and I'm gonna peace out because I
No,
didn't want to.
don't run away.
You just said my Holy Father's name in vain, and you said I'm
Wait, so-
testing your
wait,
patience.
wait.
You're very rude.
So I just want to
Sorry.
clarify. You're going to stop talking to me because I said Jesus Christ, but you're going to continue to support Trump even though he sexually exploited kids. You're a weak, spineless motherfucker that does not care about Christian values. You just want want to parade around as a follower of Jesus to make yourself feel
Oh
better,
my
but in all
God.
reality, you couldn't care less about the teachings of the Bible. You use them as a weapon to make yourself feel better and a weapon to condemn others. Seriously, the virtue signaling with you is off the goddamn charts if you're going to sit here and say, "Wah! Banish Dean Withers, cast holy water on him, and I can't be around him because he said, Jesus Christ, the name of my father in vain." But Trump, if he sexually exploits kids, starves 41 million Americans, cheats on all 3 of his wives, and uses God's name in vain, by the way, right? I love him and I want him to be my president, and there's nothing I would rather prefer.
Well, if he
We have an
treated me that
epidemic.
way, I would
We have an epidemic, okay, of
He
of
was as
faux
rude as
Christians,
you for
of fake Christians,
He was
right,
as
that
dis-
claim to follow the scripture, but just use it to virtue signal and criticize others, and it's abhorrent, okay? Right? In fact, arguably, I'd like to go back to something that you said earlier about me not understanding the values of the church, nor the scripture, nor the gospel. I know for a fact that my understanding of the Christian religion is infinitely more developed and better equipped than your own. And I'd like to prove that, right? Just to demonstrate to you that you're not a know-it-all and that you have it all backwards. So would you please tell me what the Nicene Creed is?
What?
What's the Nicene Creed?
I don't know.
You don't know what the council... So the Council of Nicaea was an early council, one of the ecumenical councils held by early church fathers.
Hey, sorry to
which-
interrupt, but
I'm teaching you about God here.
I'm
I don't know why
gonna
you're
get
interrupting
off.
the teaching
You're
of God.
very
So you
rude.
don't know what the Nicene Creed is. What are the first 4 books in the New Testament? And she left. Yeah, I'm so fucking sorry that you can't handle a little bit of pushback to your bullshit. I was so patient with you, okay? I was patient with you for like an hour. An hour. I was just sitting here and taking your bullshit, trying to work with it, just trying to change your mind, right? And oh my God, that irked me so much. The fucking gall. God damn, the ignorant confidence that it takes to say, Dean, I'm going to stop associating with you because you said the Lord's name in vain, but I'm going to continue to associate and support Trump even though he rapes women, is just like, oh my God. Like, dude, it's just like, it just like activates something in me, okay? I feel like, dude, like my Antifa like sleeper cell code word was activated, okay? Right? Criticizing me for using the Lord's name in vain, then supporting Trump even though he rapes women and sexualizes and sexually exploits little girls. Like, oh, dude. Whoa, you know what I mean? Really works me up, man. And of course she leaves when I start teaching her about God. Yeah, come on. What happened to the good Christian? What happened to the good Christian? You're going to head out as soon as I start teaching you about your scripture, about your Bible, about your beliefs, right? Wow, it's almost like as soon as I started talking about the real teachings of God, early church fathers and scripture, she just like couldn't take it and she needed to go away. Maybe if Christianity was true, she was a demon. She was infested by a demon. The demon couldn't take the teachings of my Lord. Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love. Everybody watching, please show some love to Cheyenne down below in that comment section. For the $50, let's get 500 Cheyenne W. Cheyenne says, the fact that a woman is saying such disgusting things like this is so disheartening and a big reason why people stay quiet. I'm truly disturbed by this woman. This convo is really making me realize how we've won and how out of touch these people are. Deadass Cheyenne, appreciate you for the $50 and you were so accurate. What's going on, Jacob? Do you support Trump?
Yes, and I don't support you at all because you're so proud. You think you are God yourself by getting God out of the way. Are you God?
Yes.
You speak in vain, you cuss, you speak in vain, and you're proud, and you see yourself as God. Are you God?
Yeah.
You are God.
Yep.
Fuck you.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
If
It's a
you
joke.
are
It's a
God.
joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
It's a joke?
Yeah.
So, who
No,
are
thank you for
you?
the
Are
galaxy.
you a human being created by God or created by a piece of shit?
Can you repeat that for me, my friend?
Are you created by God or are you created by a piece of shit?
You just said shit. Isn't that a cuss word?
No, that's crap.
No, you just said shit. Like
That's
shit's a
not
cuss word.
cuss.
Buddy, you're going to hell. You're cooked.
That's not cuss.
You're
That's
cooked.
crap.
You're going to hell. You're cooked.
Answer me. Are you created by God or by a piece of crap?
I don't know that that's a true dichotomy. I don't know that those are the only two options.
Why are you so proud of yourself, seeing yourself as God, speaking down to people, cussing God and cussing the people, and you think yourself you are okay?
So I use the Lord's name in vain. Would you ever support me as president even though I use the Lord's name in vain?
I don't care about supporting you because you're not deserving supporting a dime because you are fucked up.
Okay,
You
so
see yourself as God,
so I don't
and
deserve.
you see yourself that you are good, and you're a piece of shit
Okay.
that doesn't worth a dime.
Okay, we're gonna
We're
gonna play a game.
Have a fear of God in your heart.
We're gonna
Have
play.
the fear of God in your heart.
We're gonna play a game. We're gonna play a game. So I don't deserve.
I'm not here to play with pussycats. I'm here to warn you that if you are going to keep cussing God, you're not going to live long because God is going to be disciplining you.
Well, I mean, shit.
You
Donald
need
Trump,
to be polite.
I mean, listen.
You need to be polite.
Listen.
You are so proud.
Listen.
You are so proud.
Can I talk?
You think yourself God.
So I don't know. You're saying if I
see you.
use the Lord's name in vain, that I'm not going to live long. Well, I mean, Donald Trump is 80 years old and he's speaking like this. Let's go to take a listen.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women.
Would you support Clinton? Would you support Clinton the way he has sex with the lady?
Actually,
Bill Clinton has sex.
I wouldn't support Clinton for a couple of reasons. No.
What did Clinton do to Monica Lewinsky?
I'm telling you, I
Huh?
wouldn't. I'm telling you, I wouldn't
Why are
support
you
Clinton.
so fucked up with Trump? You don't speak the truth to all the goddamn Democrats that are fucking up the world.
Why don't you speak the truth to Trump?
Speak the truth. Listen, you either be even or you are biased.
Well,
Either one of the two. You can't be biased
Didn't
at
I
the same
just-
time and think yourself you are God. You keep shitting, you keep cussing, you keep doing all this kind of stuff, and you think you are right. You are not right. You are a brat.
Sir, you've awoken.
Do you understand?
Sir, you've awoken something inside of me. You are right. I apologize for using the Lord's name in vain. I apologize for saying.
Listen,
sir.
You need to go down
Sir.
on your knees and ask forgiveness of God,
Sir.
not me. You need to go down on your knees and ask
God!
forgiveness of God.
God, forgive me.
Don't make fun. You don't know what could happen to you, man. You're just a young boy. You're a young boy.
Listen, I just got on the knees. I asked God for forgiveness. I see everything clearly now. I think that you're right. I should start supporting the adjudicated rapist that has perved on kids, that is now taking food stamps away from 41 million American low-income citizens, healthcare away from 10, and arguably causing the largest redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich in
Well,
modern American
tell me
history
what-
by saying
give
that he
me
hates
one
Democrats, saying that he
perfect-
wants to put the enemies in jail, while also playing judge, jury, and executioner with Abrigo Garcia's life by illegally deporting him to El Salvador, where he was then forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. and then was beat by the guards when he ultimately fell from exhaustion. I think you make sense, sir. That's God's will. God's will is to torture the innocent. God's will is to marginalize
That's bullshit.
marginalize the
That's
minorities.
bullshit.
Well, that's what Trump is doing. Okay, and if you're gonna sit here and parade around Trump saying that you support him, but the Democrats are evil, and you think that God's will is not to marginalize minorities, is not
Listen,
is not to persecute
you
the innocent,
cannot-
then you're not a Trump supporter.
Look, I voted for him.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
you voted for
Because
something
he's-
against God's will.
he's-
So how about you
he's-
get on your knees,
he's
you
less
ask God for
crap-
forgiveness, you pompous,
he smells
prideful
less than the
sinner.
Democrats.
You pompous,
He
prideful
smells
sinner.
less.
Get on your knees and ask for forgiveness for voting for the 34 count felon
I
rapist
did.
that is
I did.
marginalizing the minorities,
did.
that is
I
increasing
did.
wealth income inequalities,
Do you hear what
treating
I'm
women
saying?
like shit,
When you
cheating on
speak,
all of
you
his
don't
wives,
hear.
harming the poor Americans, right? Creating political division and divide, right? Enabling a secret police where they're masks and plain clothes to kidnap naked children out of their beds and throw them in the backs of U-Haul vans. You told me to get on my knees and ask for forgiveness. I'll follow your lead.
I did. I fell on my knees and I asked God forgiveness, and He forgave me.
So you asked God
I'm
to
no
forgive you for
better-
voting for Trump.
You are
Exactly
no
right.
better. You are no better than Trump. Do you know that? You are accusing him, and you don't see the speckle in your eye. You are pointing fingers on Trump, and you don't see yourself. I'm trying to be polite with you because you're still young. You need to understand that you cannot win people on your side when you are cussing out everybody that speaks to you, and you keep vulgar words and think yourself pride as if you are holy one, and you are not holy one. You are not God. You need to understand that. You need to be humble. To people who support you, you need to be humble. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't believe that you watch my lives too frequently. Okay? I think I exuberate and demonstrate more patience than what is required. And if you want me to be humble and kind, then don't come up in here and start your statement by calling me a piece of shit.
Because you have taken God's name in vain with the lady. The reason I raised my hand and the reason I accepted your invitation because you scrapped that lady that's trying to talk to you politely and you said the shit out of her. Why? Why don't you respect the people who talk with you like human beings, not like animals, like putting everyone, taking God's name in vain every 2 seconds and saying, oh, thank you for the $20. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh,
Wait,
this.
actually,
Oh, shit.
speaking
Give
of,
me $20. Give me $30. Oh, God bless you. What is this?
speaking of, I just got $20 on Super Chat from Camp. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, sir. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat Camp.
Very good.
Very
But don't
good.
take God's name in vain.
Very,
dumbass.
and Nicole, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Nicole. Ryan, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you, Ryan. Anna with the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Anna. Terrell with the 2. Amy with the 3. Faith with the 4. Danielle with a 10. Katie, thank you so much for the $20. Saying, how do you reconcile not being able to help somebody like your last guest see how truly evil Trump is? I debate quote-unquote Christians around me all the time, and it's very depressing. I lose sleep. Keep fighting the good fight. I can't reconcile it, Katie. It's just a part of the fight. Thank you for the $20, Katie. Show some love to Katie. Hallelujah. And then Maddie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo.
Don't make fun of God. Don't make fun of God.
I'm not
Be
making fun of
serious,
God.
man.
I'm thanking for my donors.
Don't take God's name in vain. Don't be taking all this kind of stuff.
But
like,
can I
like
thank the
nothing.
rest of my
And you're
donors?
an atheist. You don't believe in God.
Yo,
You're
huge
an
shout out
atheist.
to
You
Maddie.
said that.
Huge shout out to Maddie for the $20, okay? Can we show some love to Maddie? I mean, Jesus Christ, Maddie. Thank you so much for the $20, as well as Kiefer. Thank you so much for
Very
the
good. Remember, you read the Bible, didn't you? You remember what happened to those that mocked God?
God, yeah, I remember.
You remember how God, there was a king who did not give glory to God. They said, oh, this guy is like God. God struck him dead and the worm ate him alive.
Do good people kill
Do you
people
know
that
that?
don't like them?
Don't mock God. This is a warning to you. Don't mock God.
Do good
You
people
understand that?
Do good people kill others that don't like them?
Look, they're none good.
All right, Kiefer, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
Of the glory of God.
Mila, thank you for the $5. Melissa, thank you for the $5. And JoJo.
Don't mock God.
Wait. Do you think that God cares about a free will?
God gave you a free will. You are living by your free will right now.
So then why did God kill somebody for exercising their free will and not giving him glory?
God doesn't kill you. The devil will kill you, dumbass.
But
The
you just said
devil
that
is
God
the one who's gonna
but
kill
you just said that God he smited that king.
Because you refuse Christ's protection, the devil will take care of you.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
So the God didn't smite them. The devil smited them.
Yes, the devil will smite.
Oh
but
wait,
not
you just
God.
cussed. You're fucked, buddy. You're so cooked, kid. You're cooked,
The
buddy.
devil
You just
will-
cussed.
the devil
Yo,
will
hey,
smite
listen,
you.
the devil's coming for you. He's gonna smite you right now for cussing.
Oh, let
Sonny.
him come. Let him come. Jesus is waiting for him. Let him come.
Wait, you want the-
I challenge the devil that's in you.
Wait, you want the devil to come to you?
Because you are so proud.
You want
you
the devil
don't
to
care
come to
about
you?
God.
You want the
You
devil?
see yourself like God.
You want-
You talk like somebody who knows shit, and you don't know. By the way, the guy who's talking with you, this guy, I'm 70 years old. I came with you 2 days ago, and I debated you. You know me? I am an engineer, and I'm also a former pilot. I'm a professor of engineering computer science. It's not a dumb ass that's talking with you. I'm a man that fears God. And if you are going to play games with God, you better be careful because you are still young. You have a whole life in front of you. You better get down on your knees, ask God to forgive you, and start cleaning your tongue. Your filthy tongue is going to kill you.
So
Do you
you-
understand that?
So you've said "God damn" twice in the time you've been here.
What's that?
You've said "God damn" 2 times while you've been on the live.
Yeah, because when God damns a person, he
Wait, you
goes
can't
to
say that.
hell.
You can't say "God damn." You can't say that.
Well, I can't say that. Why?
Because it's a naughty word. You're using God's name in vain.
It's a naughty word. Oh, but it's okay
Yo.
for you to say it, right?
Well, no, it's not okay. For, you converted me. No, it's not okay for either of us.
God damn! Thank you for the $20. It's okay for you
Oh,
to say
oh,
it,
God,
right?
God damn! You know what? Speaking of, God damn, Maddie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. God damn, another Maddie, thank you for another $5 on Venmo. God damn, Katie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Jesus Christ,
think-
Riley,
you think
thank you for
I'm-
the $6
you
and the
think I'm
66 cents.
don't take the name of God
Angeline,
in
thank you for the
vain.
$20 over on Venmo.
Don't
Appreciate you for
take
the
the
love.
name of
And
God
then
in
Crystal, thank
vain.
you so much for the $10. Dude, tell Trump to stop raping women, and then I'll stop using the God's name. I don't know. It's just crazy because you voted for him. Just, oh my God. Stop using God's name in vain, but I'm going to vote for Trump even if he rapes Eugene Carroll, pervs on children, and cheats on all 3 of his wives. Ugh. Anyways, back to the donos. We got quite a few. Thank you so much for the love. Angeline with the $20 on Venmo. Ellie, thank you for the $10. Donella, thank you so much for the $15. Benjamin with the $15. Kelly, holy shit. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Kelly. I want to see 500 Kelly W's down below for the $50. Thank you so much. Then INGA, thank you for the $15 to shut him up. Thank you so much. Nicole, thank you so much for the $15 as well. Katie, thank you for the 20. Maddie, thank you for the 20. Kiefer, thank you for the 20. Maya and Melissa with the 5. Jojo, thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. Naya, thank you for the 5. Izzy with the 1. Elena with the 5. Bree with the 5. Jada with the 5. Catherine, thank you so much for the 20. Haley with the 5. Iris with the
Why
10.
are you
Goddamn
saying
Soul,
that?
thank
Why
you so
are
much
you
for the...
saying that?
Because they're
Why are
donating. Thank you,
saying
Soul.
that?
Because they're donating to me. Jacob, thank you so much for the $10 on
donating to
PayPal.
you For what? So
For-
you can cuss God, right?
No, not so I could cuss God, so I could spread
Why?
liberalism.
So you can cuss Trump, right?
Yes.
Because you're cussing Trump.
Based.
They're donating for you.
Oh, yeah. Duh.
Is that why?
Fucking
So you-
yeah.
So you spend your time sitting and cussing and sitting and cussing and making money. Wow, that's a good deal, you know?
Hell yeah, it is, dude.
You
Fuck
sit
yeah.
down, you cuss
Yeah.
the people. You cuss the people you don't like, and then you make money. Well, that's a good deal. But remember,
Yeah, speaking of Kirsten, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Kirsten, saying I deserve a drink after this one. It's been a long day. Thank you for the $20, Kirsten. Jacob, thank you for the 10. Asbestos, thank you so much for the $10 as well, saying Jesus fucking Christ, this dude is unhinged a little bit. Salem, thank you for the 5.
Listen,
Darius, thank you.
I'm serious, man.
That's what they were saying.
Don't
No,
make
no, no,
fun
no, no,
of God.
no, no, no. That's what the
Don't
donor said.
make fun
No,
of God. I'm
no,
serious.
no, no,
Don't
no,
take
no, no,
God's
no,
name
no,
in vain.
no, no, no. They're the one going to hell. I was just reading a message.
Do you
They're-
understand?
They're the one going to hell. They're not me. They're going to hell. You're unbelievably, unfathomably cooked. Whoever donated that, dude, you're so cooked. The Scavi Squad, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Saying this twit is doing all the things he's condemning you for,
Can't
hypocrite.
you do a
Yeah.
clean show without cussing?
okay.
Can't you do the clean show without cussing?
Okay, no cussing. Matthew, thank you for the $15 on PayPal, saying, God forgive me for sending Dean money. Matthew, thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Matthew. Dennis, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, saying, and I quote, Jesus Christ. I hope that's to praise him. You are a saint, not actually, for enduring that nonsense. Thank you for the $20, Darius. Chiron, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you, Chiron. And Katie, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal for being a piece of S-H-I-T. Can't say that naughty word. Thank you, Katie, for the $50. Harold, thank you so much for the $20 as well. And Anthony, thank you so much for the $84 over on PayPal. Oh my good gracious. Thank you for the love.
Don't take God's name in vain.
Oh, I did it.
I'm telling you, you're still young. You're still young. Don't take God's name in vain. I'm serious, man.
But I said good gracious.
God is not God.
Dude.
Is not
I said good gracious.
good gracious.
Yeah, I didn't use God's name in vain.
You didn't take God's name in vain.
No.
Oh. But you're an atheist. You don't believe in the existence of God.
No, I'm Christian.
No, you're a liar. Because I was with
That's
you
very-
2 days ago. You told me you were an atheist. You told me you have a degree in economics. I told you I'm an engineer. I was trying to talk to you some sense.
You're thinking of Parker.
You're a liar.
You talked to
And
someone
liars
else.
go to hell.
You talked and rapists go to the Oval Office, right?
Yeah, maybe you'll be with Trump together in hell. I don't know.
Right.
If
No,
he's
so
a rapist.
so the atheist, the dirty atheist that
Are
you're talking to.
Are you gonna be with Trump in hell since he's a rapist? All rapists go to hell. Are you gonna be with him or in heaven?
Well, I'm going to be in heaven because I'm a Christian. A good one.
You're a Christian liar, Christian. No, you're not a Christian. You told me you're an atheist. You don't believe in God. You make
you
fun
were
of
talking-
God.
you were talking
You
to
take
Parker.
God's name in vain.
Because
and
I'm
you
a sinner.
curse Christians,
We exist in
and
a
you
fallen
think you
state.
are somebody good, right?
No.
You
no, listen.
liar.
We all exist.
You liar.
We all exist in a fallen state.
Fear God, you son of Adam or whatever.
Oh, what were you about to call me, sir?
I told you, son of Adam.
Oh,
You
what
better
were
fear God.
nope. What were you gonna say,
I'm
sir?
serious. I'm
No,
serious.
wait,
Dean,
what were you gonna say,
Dean,
sir? What
I
are
told
you
you,
gonna
son
say a
of
naughty
Adam.
word? Were you gonna say a naughty word?
Because you're so proud of yourself, you think you are God. You don't know what you're talking
yeah?
about,
I'm a
and
filthy
you think
sinner.
you know it all. You ask me anything about America, I tell you about America. I tell you about Bush. I tell you about all these Democrats and Republicans, and you think you are somebody good, right?
No,
The
sir.
reason
No, sir.
The reason I
I'm a
came
filthy.
on
I'm a
this-
filthy. No, listen to me.
Because
You listen to me.
you
I'm a
cussed
filthy
that lady.
sinner. I'm a
Listen,
filthy.
you pipsqueak, you cuss that
Don't
lady.
call me. That's
She's a
a
Christian.
sin.
She's a Christian.
Turn the
and
other
you cuss
cheek.
her out.
Turn
and
the
make
other
yourself
cheek.
God.
Turn the other cheek. You can't call me a pipsqueak. That's
And
a
not
sin.
for you.
You're
not for
prideful.
you.
Sin.
Not for you.
You're
I
arrogant.
don't
Sin.
I don't tell the
You're
other
pompous.
cheek to the devil.
Sin.
I don't take the other cheek to the devil. To human beings, yes, but not to the devil. And you seem to be playing the devil's advocate. You cuss people around. You don't respect anybody, and you think you are somebody good, right?
No, I don't cuss. I've stopped.
You spend time. You
Sir.
spend time
Sir.
cussing on your show.
Can we-
It's not a clean show,
Can we-
and you think everybody who stands against you is a pipsqueak and doesn't know a thing.
Sir, can
You
we-
know it all, right?
Hey, my
And
friend.
you haven't finished college yet. You don't have a degree.
Hey, can we
Tell me
tone-
what's one
Hey.
plus one plus one in the binary system.
Hey, can we tone down the rhetoric?
Go
Let's
ahead.
just- Thank you. Okay. There's a couple things I'd like to clear the air on. Now, if you could let me speak, sir, I'd appreciate that. All right?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So, we all exist in what's described as a fallen state. When Eve bit from the apple, and Adam did too, original sin entered into the bloodline of Adam. And that's something that has put us all into a fallen state because we do not deserve love nor glory from God, and we humbly request it from him. But we're all sinners. We're all sinners, and sometimes I sin too. Right? And over the course of this conversation, I've come to realize that I am a God-fearing man, that I am a Christian. And at this moment, I'd like to stop sinning. I'd like to do better. Do good for God. Do good for Jesus. Do good for humanity. So, sir.
Why are you sarcastic?
I'm not being sarcastic, sir.
Oh, yeah. I want to be a Christian. I want to serve God. I want to this. Why are you sarcastic, you son?
Sir, what you're experiencing right now, I said we're all in a fallen state. It's not your fault. It's a sin of pride. You're letting your pride overwhelm a God-fearing man sharing the gospel and scripture with you.
God-fearing man or
Yes.
God-fearing boy?
Well,
God-fearing man or God-fearing boy?
calling me
Are
a
you
boy would be
Boy.
an insult, and that's a sin, sir. You gotta repent.
Yeah, I repent. Oh,
No,
Lord
please.
Jesus, I repent. I pray, Lord, that you would teach Dean how to fear you. I pray, Father God, that you would teach him how to honor you. I pray, God, that you would teach him a lesson, not to take your name in vain. And
Kimberly! Thank you for the $3 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Kimberly. As well as Harold. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal saying this is fun. Nicole! Thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Holy shit, Nicole! Let's get 100 big booms for Nicole. Boom! 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 Thank you for the love, Nicole, as well as Ross. Thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Lauren with the $6. Jonathan with the $5. Peyton with the $5. Jesus, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Christian with the $5. Rachel with the $5. Taylor with the $5. Donald with the $6 and the 66 cents. John!
Oh, thank you for the followers.
Yes, John! Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. And Peter! Thank you for the $100 over on Venmo, Peter. I want to see 1,000 Peter W's down below that chat for the 100 big ones. Thank you, Peter, who says, gosh dang, you never fail to cook these idiots. Thank you for the love. And Sharp, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, who says, enjoy my goddamn money. Thank you so much, Sharp. Katie, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Peyton with a $5. Thank you so much. Joy for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Joy. And Rebecca with the $20 for having to deal with the dirty old man. And Allie, thank you for the $50 who says, OMG, this life as well. Thanks again for my entertainment while I could get her. Shout out to Allie. Thank you for the $50. E with the $6 and the 66 cents. Emily and JoJo. Noodle. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo.
Followers, thank you.
Dean, you have got to turn back to the Antichrist. Dean, turn back to the Antichrist. Stop with your Christian tendencies. Stop with this. You need to turn back to the Antichrist right now. I've already told you this every single day. You cannot turn away right now. Don't turn away from the Antichrist.
You know what?
Jacob?
Christ is coming soon,
Jacob,
Dean. If you are not ready for him,
Jacob,
you're going to miss out.
The Antichrist is already here. He's in the live right now.
Who do I listen to?
The Antichrist is not here yet. When he comes,
Wait, you
Christ
called me the
will come
Antichrist like a
before
few
him.
days ago. What are you talking about?
Christ did not come yet. When Christ comes back, the Antichrist will come.
Wait, but the Antichrist is in the live right now. You already
The
said it a few
rapture
days
of the
ago.
church comes first. Thank you for the followers. Thank you for those who are following me.
Why do you
on
care so much?
Dean's,
Why are you celebrating your material possessions, you sinner? You sinner.
Dean, I want to ask you a
Yeah,
question.
this is why you should turn to the
Dean?
Antichrist, Dean.
Whoa.
Dean,
Like,
I
we don't
wanna
lie to
ask
you.
you a
We tell you the
question.
truth.
Who do I
wanna ask
who do I
you a
turn
question,
to? Jacob, who do I listen to? I'm lost. I'm lost, Jacob. Who do I listen to?
Follow Christ. Follow Christ. And he will make you a
Wait, but
fisher of men.
this guy is saying to follow the Antichrist.
Yeah, follow the Antichrist. Me.
Do I follow the Antichrist or do I follow Christ?
Well, if you're a dummy, you follow the Antichrist. But if you are a real person who love God, you
Is
follow
that like devil in like a cool context? Like
what?
Is that the devil in like a cool context?
No, the Antichrist is not the devil. The Antichrist is the one who stands against Christ. And if you are against Christ, you are
Isn't the
Antichrist.
devil also against Christ?
Yes, the devil is
So
against Christ, but the devil is not the Antichrist. The Antichrist is a person. The devil is not a
okay,
person.
but
The
you said
devil
you
is
said that was me though. Wait, so do you agree that I'm not the Antichrist then?
No, you are a human being. You started to think yourself as somebody. Fear God, you young man. You are a human being.
Well, didn't you say that the Antichrist is a human being? And you also said a few days ago that I am the Antichrist. You remember that one? You were that
you
was the one
are
you talked to that said that they have an
everybody.
economics degree.
Look, there's Antichrist, a personality, and there's Antichrist. Anybody who refuses Christ is Antichrist.
So do you think
Okay,
that?
so Dean's
And God
also
is saying
Antichrist. Yo, Dean, you're also the Antichrist, man.
Wait. I have a question.
he is against Christ. If he is not with Christ, he is against Christ. Christ
Can I
said
ask
that
you? Can I
anybody
ask
who
you a
is not
question?
with me is against me.
Okay. How would you feel if I turned your kids gay?
How would I feel if what?
I'm gonna turn your kids gay.
You're gonna turn
Yes.
what?
Yes, you heard me. I'm gonna turn your kids gay. Yep.
Yep, Dean's the Antichrist, dude.
Yep. I'm gonna.
He's like
Yep.
healing all of the Antichrist
Yep.
ideology around the
You
world.
heard me.
And
Yeah.
Dean
I'm gonna turn
Dean
him
is the
gay.
perpetuator of everything
Yep.
in which you deem is bad.
I'm gonna turn
You
him gay.
cannot do anything.
Oh yes,
without
I
God.
am. I'm gonna
You
turn your kids
cannot
gay.
do anything without
Oh,
God.
they're gonna be gay. I'm gonna. Oh, and. Okay, we need more abortions. Okay, we need more
You need more
abortions.
ab- When does life
We
begin?
need more abortions. Okay,
When does life
we
begin,
need
Dean?
more abortions. We need more lesbian women. We need more gay men.
We need more zygote clapping. We need more zygote clapping.
Right?
Do not forget that
Right?
one, Dean.
So let me tell you what I want for this world. Okay, I'm going to become president. I am then going to mandate every American woman to get at least 25 abortions every 3 weeks, and I'm also going to mandate every person alive to be gay for at
And
least
you're gonna
1 or
cuss
2 days
God,
out of the week at a
right?
minimum.
And you're gonna kill
Dean, you're
God,
gonna get
right?
clipped. I'm telling you,
You're
you're gonna get
gonna
clipped. This is gonna be on Aslan
unlive
Gold stream
God.
next week.
What the
And
hell
you're
is
gonna
this?
cuss God, right?
This guy doesn't even care about the abortions or gay people. He just cares about cussing God. I kind of like respect the dedication. Like he doesn't.
What about?
He doesn't care about.
Dean,
Dude,
let me ask you a question, Dean.
He doesn't
Be
care.
serious. Let
He
me
doesn't-
ask you a
He
question.
doesn't care if I turn his kids gay. He doesn't care if women get 25.
Because they're
he just
dead.
cares about.
They're dead. They're
Oh.
dead. There are people who are walking, but they are dead. There are people who are dead, but they are alive. Do you know the difference?
What? What?
There are people who are walking, eating, and drinking, but they are dead. And there are people who are dead, but they are alive. Do you know the difference?
What? What are you talking? What the fuck are you?
Wait. So are you saying that we're like living
You don't
during?
understand.
Are we like
Wow,
living in a
you're
zombie
smart.
apocalypse?
I thought you're smart. You seem to be ignorant now about the dead and the living. Are you serious?
Dude.
Jesus said those words.
So do you think that we're like
He
living
said,
during
I
a zombie
came
apocalypse?
that you might have life and have it more abundantly. Do you know what that means?
To live
He
life.
came to give life to the dead. He came to give life so that people can live forever in heaven, not in hell. And if you refuse Christ,
Okay,
you're
so
gonna
you
end up in
technically
hell.
don't die then. So if you're still living in heaven, you technically didn't die, right?
Correct.
Correct?
Yo,
Correct, yes.
Quentin, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. You said, "Goddamn God." No, don't say that, Quentin. You're going to hell.
Thank you for the following. Thank you for the following. Thank you those who are following
Can
me.
you
Thank
Actually,
Can you?
yo,
shut
can
the
you
hell
can you
up?
thank
Thank you.
Can you thank Dean's donors for him, please?
Yeah. Can you thank Breezy for the $20 on Super Chat?
Yeah, listen, give him more money so that he can cuss God more. Give him more money so he can
I
cuss
mean,
God.
you're saying it, not him.
Yeah, encourage him to cuss. Encourage him to give him money. Come on,
Fuck
people.
yeah!
Give,
Fuck yeah!
give
Let's
Dean
go!
money.
Fuck yeah! Give him money. Let's go.
Don't.
Yeah, give him money so he can
no.
cuss God.
No, stop
And you
saying
call
that.
yourselves Christians? Are you Christians?
it's gonna-
You
I'm not.
people?
I'm not Christian. I am the
It's-
Antichrist.
it's-
remember?
It's gonna. Dude, don't just stop saying that.
I'm talking to the followers. that are following him, are they Christians following a guy
Just
who
stop
is
saying
cussing
this.
God?
Just stop. Just
Are
please.
you Christians supporting a guy
Stop
who
before it
cusses
works.
Christ?
Stop before. Just stop before it happens.
Fuck
Now,
yeah.
now you realize you're getting the hot seat now. You're in the hot seat,
Yeah,
Dean.
yeah, Dean, you're in the
You
hot
want
seat right now,
Christians to
buddy.
support you, and you're cussing their God, right? You want us to support you, and you're cussing our
I don't
God,
think
right?
that I don't think a reasonable Christian would stop supporting me because I say God.
No, if they support
Just saying.
you, they support the devil that's cussing God. I wouldn't support you because
So
you
then
cuss God.
so why did you vote for Trump?
Because Trump is running for president. Were you running for president? I would have supported you.
Wait, you would support Dean running for president after he just cussed God?
No, I told him that because that was the one running for president.
Noel,
Trump
thank you so much for the
wasn't-
$10. Saying here's $10 because he told me to give it to
God.
you. Yo, Nicholas, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Saying my tithes. Emma, thank you so much for the $10
Thank
over on
you
Venmo.
for
Who
the
says I was
followers.
told to give
Thank
you money.
you for
Keep
the
encouraging people to
followers.
cuss God. Thank you for the
Yeah,
$10,
give
Emma.
money so
Let's
you can
go,
cuss God.
Molly. Thank you for the $5 on
God.
Venmo. So you could touch God.
Are there Christians following him and supporting him? You
Yes,
Christians
W Christians
realize
following
that God
Dean.
is real.
W Christians
God
following
is
Dean.
real.
I probably have a lot of Christians that follow me because I'm very fair to Christianity. I'm very.
Can we
fair
get
to
some
it.
Christians for Dean in the comment section right now? Some Christians for Dean.
I'm very fair to Christianity. I think that Christianity can
If
be
there
awesome.
are Christians supporting you and you are cussing God, they're not Christians. You better understand that.
Lindsay, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Says donated because he told me to. I want you to keep cussing. Fuck it out. Thank you for the $20, Lindsay. Samantha, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says was told to give it to you because let's fucking go. Catherine with the $5 saying I'm a Christian. Dean is more Christian than Trump 100 times over. Anastasia with the $1 saying fuck. Katie with the $10 saying the Antichrist told me to do it. Appreciate you for that love. Katie Mark with the $2 for cursing God. Jojo with the $5. And Katie, thank you for the $10 saying here's $10. God damn, Katie, appreciate you so much for the love.
Thank you for the followers.
Why
Thank you for the
who the hell's
followers.
following you? Why are you shilling?
Thank you for the followers.
Why are you grifting?
I'm not drifting.
You're grifting. You're a grifter.
But what I'm saying, I'm serious, Dean.
No, you're
You're a
grifting.
young man.
You're grifting.
Listen to me. If you want to grow up in the political world, you need to understand that you have to be political in your views and in your words.
John, thank you for
You
the $10
cannot-
to cuss. Thank you, John. Oh, sorry for cutting you off, sir. I didn't mean to. Breezy, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars over at Super Chat, saying I obey the guest. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5. And Harold, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Go ahead.
When you speak clean language, everybody respects you. Christians and atheists, everybody respects you. But when you start talking crap, you become proud, you become
Okay, this is-
obnoxious about
this
the
is
people
getting
you're
old.
talking to. You don't know me from Adam.
Listen,
Okay? You
hey,
don't
listen,
know who I am.
listen, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you for sharing your thoughts. They're just getting a little bit repetitive at this point. Parker, do you have anything that you'd
listen,
like to bring up to the guests?
I pray for you. I pray for you. The Lord
I'm gonna
will
go start my own live.
will touch you.
Go do that. I'll send you right now. Peace out.
Alrighty,
Thank
alrighty.
you.
Have a good day, everyone. Have a good day. And goddamn, this was a crazy stream. Have a good night, everyone.
Hey, Jacob, I was wondering if you could say a prayer with me before you leave.
Yes. What do you want me to? You want me to pray with you?
Yeah, could you say the Our Father? Can we hear it?
Yes, I will pray. Pray with you or pray for you?
No, pray for me. Say the Our Father.
Pray for you. Okay, I will. I will. Honest to God, I'm going to pray for you right now.
Do it.
Heavenly Father, God Almighty, I thank you for your grace, for your love, for your mercy. I lift up Dean, Father, before thy throne of grace right now, that you would touch his soul to understand and realize who you really are, and that the Lord Jesus will be revealed in his life, that he will realize that there is heaven, there is hell, there is life, there is death. I pray that you will quicken his heart to realize and understand that you are the only true God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Give him the desire to seek you, Lord. Give him the desire to want you, Lord. Give him the desire to fulfill your will in his life. I pray, Father, that you will encourage him to look to Christ, because you said it, Lord. Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. There is nobody that comes to the Father but by Christ. I pray that you open the heart of Dean right now to realize that and give him thy grace to believe. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you for the prayer.
Thank you, Dean. I prayed it with all my heart.
Thank you for the prayer. Thank you for the prayer. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Okay, a couple people to thank here. Dude, Chad, thank you so much for the $66 and the 60 cents over on Venmo. Jesus Christ, Chad. Show some love to Chad down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love, Chad. That is so unbelievably kind of you. As well as Florence, Ava, and Sarah. I appreciate you guys so much for the $5. And then Stacy, thank you for the $10 saying, keep fighting the good fight. Thank you so much, Stacy. Haley with an $18 saying, please kick that guy. Yeah, we're moving on now. Thank you for the love, Stacy. And then Grace with a 3 and Bracelets with a 1. All right, folks. We are going to go ahead and end for the evening. Look at that. We ended the live stream on a nice prayer. Today was crazy. Was there like any semi-normal guests up all day? Like any? Do we have like one normal guest? Yes? No? I think the closest we got was that one lady who was like, oh, I support Trump, but couldn't like give us any reasons why. Everyone else was like, I'm okay with genocide. I'm okay with sexual exploitation. I think you're going to hell and you're the Antichrist because you cuss. Like, holy shit. What a day. What a fucking day. Bottom of the barrel. Folks, if you want to continue to listen to some debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. I'm done. I'm going to go fucking, let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go hit a workout, come home, have a drink. Yeah, that sounds great. I'll see you folks tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love. @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube if you want some more debates. Go shoot him a raid. Spam Dean Raid in his chats. Bye, guys.